in a rural area with my elderly grandfather and am his primary caretaker. We have very few neighbors, no sidewalks, a small town. We have very few break-ins or really any crime in general in this area. A lot of wooded areas and farmland. My house is surrounded by woods and has a tree line separating us from our neighbors. I have extensive firearm training and also have worked as a firearm instructor in the past. So, last Friday, I'm sitting in my basement on my couch about to go to sleep. This is a pretty regular occurrence for me. My couch sits in front of a big window, the blinds always closed, and a glass door that leads outside, covered with a semi-transparent shade. You can see through it, but just barely, enough to make out a silhouette if you need to. Now, it was about almost 11 p.m. and I was watching a movie with headphones on when I thought that I heard a noise outside, which is a bit weird considering that I was wearing headphones with the volume up pretty high. So I took off the headphones to listen more closely. I heard what sounded like footsteps in the gravel driveway just outside of my door, but not walking, more like, I don't know, dancing or maybe sprinting, like they were moving very fast. At the time, I got up and looked out the glass door and I saw nothing. So I chalked it up to just being an animal. I sat back down on the couch and was about to put my headphones back on when I heard 3 distinct taps on my window, just opposite my couch. Naturally, I'm a bit startled by that because no one I know is going to do that. They would call me or just knock on my door, especially this late at night. As I stand up again, I hear the gravel in the driveway rustling again, this time louder and as if somebody is running away. The direction that I heard them running is directly into a briar patch and densely wooded area. So I grab my rifle that I keep in the closet just beside the basement door, and I step outside. Using the flashlight attached to the rifle, I scan the tree line looking for possible threats because I'm convinced at this point that some people are here to rob me. I see nothing and go back inside thinking that maybe still, probably more trying to convince myself that it could have been an animal of some sort. At this point, I turn off all the lights inside and just sort of stand behind the glass door with the shade, with the outside floodlights on. This way I could see outside and nobody could see in, just sort of watching. I was making sure everything was okay before I had to go to bed. It's extremely quiet outside, like in scary movies when they say even the bugs and the birds are silent. That was now occurring. Not a cricket or a locust, not anything was making a sound. As I'm almost ready to give up and say it was just my imagination, I see a flicker of light in the woods in front of me. If I had to guess, it was maybe the size of a dime, like a reflection of my house lights into metal or something, followed by the bushes rustling. So once again I step outside and yell, "Hey," seeing if I could scare who or whatever it was away. And that was when I hear a loud whisper. That's the best way that I can describe it anyway. It was a whisper, but loud enough for me to hear it from about 100 feet away say, "Hey, back to me." I'm freaked out because I now realize that it's another person. So I shoulder my rifle, point the mounted flashlight back into the woods again, and yell back to them, "Wrong house, dude. Get out of my property unless you want to die tonight," or something along those lines. At that moment, to my right, I hear a person whistle softly. It sounded kind of like they were mimicking a bird, 2 soft whistles, coming from the same tree line just further to the right. At that point, I turn and aim my rifle about 20 feet short and to the left of the tree line, not in the exact direction of the noises in case it was just some dumb kids just pulling a prank or something, and fire 5 shots into the ground to scare whoever it was away. I kept the flashlight pointed at the tree line, scanning for any movement. My neighbor's dog started barking, I assume at the gunshots. I never saw any movement, anyone scattering, never heard footsteps running away, nothing at all. So I walked down to the right side where the whistle came from. The woods are not as dense there as there are no briar bushes there, and I continued to look through the woods looking for any sign of people, I guess, but I still never saw anyone. As I'm walking back up to my house, wondering what the heck just happened, my grandfather, 84, meets me at the door asking me what had happened. He is still of sound mind, but just not so much physically. So I explained to him what had happened, loaded his revolver and set it by his bedside, in case someone tried to break in during the night. We sleep on opposite ends of the house and on separate floors, so I thought that this was the safest option. After I get him back to bed, I go to the upstairs kitchen and I get a bottle of water from the fridge. As I close the refrigerator door, I hear footsteps, but this time on the roof of our 2-story home. The lowest point of our roof would require a ladder to access it. I mean, an Olympic high jumper couldn't make that leap. My whole body is covered in chills at this point. The hair on the back of my neck is standing up. Utter fear is the best way to explain it. My grandfather, being almost deaf, of course didn't hear it, and I'm sure he was already back asleep anyway, but I instantly froze, listening. The footsteps were heavy, grown man-sized at least. They were walking slowly from his room to the kitchen area where I'm at. There's a skylight on the roof of the kitchen, so I remain still and look up towards it, praying that nothing would be looking back at me. I waited a few minutes, the footsteps continued, back and forth from one side of the house to the other. I decided to run back downstairs, and quickly I grabbed my rifle and run outside. Not knowing at this point who or what I'm dealing with, just relying on my training to be able to neutralize the threat if I need to. I try to calm myself, focusing on controlling my breath, as I go to the front yard and begin to scan the roof with my weapons-mounted flashlight. Again, I see nothing. I walk around the house, scanning the trees and the roof for any signs of anyone or anything, but I saw nothing. I repeated this twice, yelling out a few times, "I don't know what you are, but you better get the heck out of here." And eventually I just gave up. Returning inside to watch some TV with my rifle in hand all night now, I sat there and really, that was the end of it. No weird or unnatural occurrences since that night. Needless to say, the last few nights have been a bit rough for me with little to no sleep. I'm still unsure exactly what happened, and I mean, I've never had any hallucinations before. I'm not sure even hallucinations could be that real. I told some family and friends what had happened, and they all kind of brushed it off. They said that I could have imagined the footsteps, or the whistle could have been a bird. It was kids playing a prank, stuff like that. But I just am not so sure about that. All of this has left me wondering a few things. Am I crazy? Did I actually hallucinate all of it? If I did, why did the hallucinations only last for like one night? Could it have been an extremely well-executed prank? Well, I guess. Although I'm really not sure who would have done that and not have jumped out with cameras after or something, announcing that it was a prank. The whistle could have been a bird noise, sure. I'm not a bird expert by any means. But the loud whispering of hay or the distinct loud footsteps on the roof afterward, I really don't think birds can speak or are like 200 plus pounds. Anyways, that's my story. It's the first possible cryptid encounter that I've ever had, or paranormal or whatever. I've experienced some weird, unexplainable things in my past, but I'm definitely a skeptic at best as far as paranormal things go. But that encounter, it definitely freaked me out and has me questioning things, even now. Let me start with a bit of a backstory. So about 9 months ago, I began working as a hospital security guard at a major hospital in my city. It's been the most exciting and enjoyable job that I've ever had. I'm incredibly grateful for it, as I've made many new friends and accumulated countless stories to share. The saying that if you love your job that you never work a day in your life really rings true for me here. I've had such a variety of experiences too, from arresting trespassers to dealing with mental health patients and searching for missing individuals, the list goes on. But those stories are for another day, because today I want to talk about something different, my experience with the paranormal. Before I started this job, I was already intrigued by the idea of paranormal activity in a major hospital, I mean, people pass away in hospitals every day, so you'd think that it would be a hotspot for ghostly encounters, right? I wish that I could say I've seen ghosts chasing me down the halls or bodies mysteriously moving on their own in the morgue, but honestly, nothing quite like that has ever happened. Still, I wouldn't be sharing this if I hadn't experienced anything at all. So to give you a better understanding of the hospital's layout, let me explain where security is stationed. There are 4 main buildings we cover. The first is the main hospital, which houses the emergency room and over 1,000 beds for both kids and adults. We typically have at least 8 guards handling calls in this building, with 1 guard stationed in the emergency room at all times, since that's where most calls come from. It's worth noting that I'm in Canada as well, so anyone can come to the hospital for, well, really any reason, free of charge. The second building, located across the street, is an 8-story medical clinic that requires just 1 guard. This guard also has to patrol the adjacent old clinical building, which is now primarily used for treating children with eating disorders. This is where the story I'm about to share takes place. The last building is the cancer clinic, which requires 2 guards at all times and is the closest to the medical clinic if assistance is needed. So when I first started the job and was shown around the various buildings, the old clinic, which we'll call the asbestos clinic due to its history of asbestos issues, immediately stood out to me. It's a building that, in my opinion, should have been demolished long ago, and during my initial walkthrough, a fellow guard told me that this building was haunted by a young girl who took her own life on the 2nd floor. He also mentioned that the basement was haunted. The whole building used to be a tuberculosis sanatorium back in the 50s and 60s, with tunnels in the basement that were once used to transport bodies. Now, about a month ago, it was my turn to work at the clinic during a night shift, and I was determined to experience some paranormal activity. I had done countless patrols of the asbestos clinic before, but nothing much had happened, aside from the elevators occasionally opening on their own, which was apparently normal. But that night, things changed. I had heard plenty of stories from other guards about strange occurrences in the clinic, but I had never experienced anything myself. I decided to do my patrol at 3 a.m, which is often said to be the prime time for paranormal activity. I began my patrol by walking around the exterior of the building, checking all the entrances to ensure that they were locked. The building closes relatively early, around 8 p.m, so by then it should be completely empty. However, I noticed that one of the exterior doors was slightly open. This concerned me because it had been closed during my first patrol. The building doesn't have any interior cameras, so when something like this happens at night, I have to check every unlocked room inside to make sure that nobody is inside. I entered the building and started my patrol of the first floor, checking every door and hallway. Nobody was there. As I approached the elevator to go up to the 2nd floor, though, I heard a faint creaking sound, like a door opening. At that, I immediately radioed my team lead, informing her that I had found an open door and was hearing noises. I told her that I was going to conduct a thorough patrol, and she sent one of the guards from the cancer clinic, Fred, to assist me. After searching the first floor again and finding nothing, Fred arrived. He told me that he would start searching the 3rd and 4th floors while I covered the 2nd floor and basement. As I was searching the 2nd floor, I heard the same creaking noise again, the sound of a door opening, I think. I radioed Fred to come down, still not considering the possibility of anything paranormal. We've had incidents of homeless people breaking in to find a place to sleep, and though it's rare for them to target the asbestos clinic since it's usually locked, it has happened before. We searched every room on the 2nd floor, but in the end we found nothing. After thoroughly checking the entire clinic, we concluded that nobody was inside. Fred returned to the cancer clinic, and my team lead made a joke that it was probably just a ghost. And that got me thinking, this might be the perfect time to continue my ghost hunting. So I went back into the building, determined to capture some activity. I sat down in a chair on the 2nd floor, and I began waiting to see if anything would happen. After about 10 minutes of nothing, I got bored and I decided to head down to the basement. Now, the basement is an eerie place, let me tell you, filled with tunnels that mostly lead to nowhere now. I decided to explore one of them since I had never done it before, and this seemed like the perfect time. Once I exited the elevator, I made my way to one of the locked doors leading to the longest tunnel. Most of the tunnels were completely blocked off, but this one stretched on and on. I unlocked the door and ventured down the tunnel, taking note of my radio beeping to indicate that it had lost signal, a common issue in the basement areas here. As I reached the end of the tunnel, my flashlight started to flicker. I decided to stand still and listen for a bit, and to my shock, I heard a blood-curdling female scream coming from the start of the tunnel. At that, I nearly jumped out of my skin. I turned around, pointing my flickering flashlight back toward the entrance, and started running toward the scream. When I reached the entrance, I tried to radio my team lead, but my radio was still out of signal. I looked around the basement and noticed that one of the doors was open. This door was supposed to be locked, which only security have access to the keys for. I looked inside of the room, but nobody was there. My heart was racing, obviously, and so I closed the door and headed back upstairs to get a radio signal. I was still unsure if I had experienced something paranormal or if somebody had actually broken in, but once I got back to the main floor, I radioed my team lead to let her know what had happened. She sent Fred back to help me investigate the source of the scream. When we arrived, we went back to the basement. I showed him the room that had been opened, and we both noticed a very distinct and strong smell, something like that of a decomposing body. Having spent time in the hospital morgue, I was all too familiar with that smell, and we searched the room, but we couldn't find anything. Fred joked that the room might have been used for tuberculosis patients who didn't make it, but in truth, none of us were sure what that room had been used for. We determined that everything was fine, and I decided that I'd spend enough time in the asbestos clinic for one night. Ever since that experience, though, I've sort of rushed through my patrols in that basement, as that smell still lingers every time I pass that room. So, what do you think? Was this a paranormal experience or something else? Should I investigate further, or should I just let it be? Can you name every single subscription that you have? I know I can't name all of mine, and I'm not alone, because I just learned that over 74% of people have subscriptions that they've forgotten all about. With Rocket Money, though, I don't have to remember every subscription or worry about forgetting any either, because I can see them all laid out right in front of me. Rocket Money is a personal finance app that helps find and cancel your unwanted subscriptions. It also monitors your spending and helps lower your bills so you can grow your savings. Rocket Money's dashboard gives you a clear view of your expenses across all of your accounts. Easily create a personalized budget with custom categories to help keep your spending on track. See your monthly spending trends in each category to know exactly where your money is going. Get alerts if bills increase in price, there's unusual spending activity, or if you're close to going over budget. The new goals feature automatically saves money for you without you having to think about it. Whether your goal is to pay off a credit card, put away money for a house, or just build your savings, Rocket Money makes it easy. Honestly, too, I have saved my fair share of money using Rocket Money to cancel a few subscriptions that I didn't even remember that I had, one of which was a D&D map-making subscription that I'd forgotten all about and was still paying for on a monthly basis. It was awesome to fix that up and to finally have that peace of mind, too, that I wasn't forgetting anything any longer. Rocket Money will even try to negotiate lower bills for you, sometimes by up to 20%. They automatically scan your bills to find opportunities to save, then you can ask them to negotiate for you, and they'll deal with the customer service. Rocket Money has over 5 million users and has saved a total of $500 million in cancelled subscriptions, saving members up to $740 a year when using all of the app's features. So, stop wasting money on things you don't use. Cancel your unwanted subscriptions by going to rocketmoney.com/scared. That's rocketmoney.com/scared. rocketmoney.com/scared. My first experience with the paranormal was actually a string of experiences. I was 16 and my family had just moved into a new home. Honestly, I really loved that house too. I had my own room that I picked myself and I didn't feel any kind of hesitance while unpacking and decorating to make myself feel more at home. Everything was great. At least for the first week, that is. After school, I would get home with my little brother about an hour before my mum. And one day I was the first one into the home. I threw my bag onto the kitchen table and found my cat stood frozen, staring at a door in the kitchen that led to our garage. I spoke to my cat. "Hey, what are you doing?" I walked towards him, but before I could touch him, a woman's scream came from the garage, and my cat literally sprinted from the room. I followed at that, taking my little brother with me outside and calling my mum. My brother insisted that he didn't hear anything, though, and my mum suggested that I must have imagined it, but I knew that it was real because, well, my cat reacted like that. Once my mum got home, we checked the house to find nothing. She suggested that I was stressed and watching too many scary movies. I didn't bother to argue any further. I could tell that I wasn't going to be believed, so I grabbed my bag and walked to my bedroom at the end of the hall. I stood in the doorway, freezing in my tracks. My closet door was slit open and hanging from its track, as if someone had tried to pull it off, and my pillow was standing in the middle of the room, a flat, flimsy pillow that I couldn't get to stand even if I wanted to. I yelled for my mum. "Someone's been in my room," I accused. She came back, my little brother trailing behind her. I pointed in the room, only to find the pillow now laying flat, as it should have been the whole time. "You must have knocked it off the bed when you woke up this morning." She brushed it off, but I knew that I hadn't, and even if I had, how was it standing like that? I played with the pillow for like several minutes, trying to mimic the position that it had been in, but I just couldn't get it to happen again. I mean, it just seemed impossible to me. I went to bed that night without a problem, and while I did think that what had happened earlier that day was strange, I didn't lose too much sleep over it, but I was prone to waking throughout the night, so, like clockwork, I awoke around 3 in the morning and got up to go to the bathroom. When I returned to my doorway and to my bedroom, I froze. The light from the bathroom shined just barely into my room, making it impossible to miss because I could see a figure sitting on the edge of my bed. It had no features, just the shadow of a large man. I leaned forward, squinting my eyes, trying to adjust my vision to the darkness of my room, but before I could move any further, the figure stood and instantly charged at me. I have never screamed so loud. My feet came out from under me and I hit the floor, my hand flipping on the light before I had lost my balance. And when I looked again, nothing was there. My mum and brother were there in an instant, wondering why I was screaming and now crying on the floor. I tried to explain, but "You were dreaming," my mum told me. "I was awake, I was up." I tried to argue, but she just shook her head. "You must have been dreaming," she insisted. "Go back to bed." I didn't sleep well that night. The next day, surprisingly, went fine. That is, until I was back home from school. That house suddenly didn't feel like home to me, and my room did not feel like mine anymore. I felt like I was invading somebody else's space, and I was sort of apologetic. I then attempted to make a Ouija board out of cardboard and a clear bottle cap, because I was desperate to confirm my own experiences. "Hello," I said quietly, waiting for a response. Nothing. "I'm sorry if we've moved into your home. I'll be a good roommate. I'm very clean." I began to ramble, but the bottle cap, it never moved. I started to feel silly looking down at the makeshift board. It was just trash, really, and so I pushed it away and climbed into bed, embarrassed that I believed such a thing would even work. That night, I heard something rattling around, though. I initially thought that it was a large house moth or something knocking itself onto my window. I flipped on my bedside lamp and noticed that the board on the floor, only the bottle cap, was standing on its side, spinning like a quarter in fast circles. I let out a breath of air in disbelief, and the cap dropped, once again motionless. I jumped out of bed and grabbed the board, tearing it in half and shoving it in the trash. I kept my lamp on for about an hour before I started to feel tired again. Reluctantly, I flipped the lamp off and I drifted to sleep. I always slept with a blindfold on, irritated by the smallest bit of light, so when I awoke again feeling the cold air of my fan, I assumed that I had kicked my blanket off in my sleep. I felt around the bed, trying to find it to cover myself again, but no luck. I lifted my blindfold and I was horrified to see my blanket standing tall above me. It had to have been about 6 feet, towering over my body. I moved quickly, attempting to throw my feet to the side and run to the door, but the blanket fell, and I was forced back to my mattress, a weight suddenly suffocating me, as if somebody had just laid on top of me. I gasped for breath, trying to scream, but not a sound would escape my throat. I remember my eyelids fluttering as I lost consciousness from the lack of air eventually. That morning, I awoke with my blindfold lifted, my blanket tossed to the side of the bed, and pain taking over my body. I knew that I hadn't imagined it, and I came out of my room and I just couldn't stop myself from crying when I found my mum getting ready for work in the bathroom. I tried to explain, but again she didn't believe me. She never believed me, in fact. "You were dreaming," she said to me. "You can stay home from school today. Try and get some rest." I reluctantly nodded and I went back to bed, still scared to really go back to sleep, but I laid stiff and waited for the sound of my mum and brother leaving for the day. I heard the keys jingle and the door close. I was now alone in the home. I rolled into my stomach and cried into my pillow. I was exhausted, in pain, and scared. For several minutes I laid there crying, and then something happened. "I'm sorry about your mum," a man's voice said, clearly beside me. I gasped and sat straight up, but no one was there. I couldn't handle that. I couldn't handle being alone there anymore. So I got out of bed and walked myself to school, something I was usually too scared to do, but not nearly as scared as I was of whatever was in my home. We moved out of the home shortly after due to my mum getting married, and all related activities stopped, much to my relief, but I'll always wonder what it was and why it only seemed to interact with me. That was the first and strongest presence that I've ever encountered. Wendigo, boohags, the wampus, nobby, the skunk ape, all these cryptids have crept in and out of Carolina's and Appalachia's history for centuries, most of which can be quickly disregarded as myth or paranoia. One thing that has always bothered me, though, is when you compare the folklore of Scotland to Appalachia. The names may be different, but the stories and the creatures are the same. When Pangea split, the Scottish Highlands and Appalachia were the same place. Compare these stories with the Atlas Mountains of Morocco, also the same place, and you'll reach the same conclusion. Rural North Carolina is ripe with superstition and always has been. From the flat plains of the Sandhills to the rolling muggy Piedmont area. From Crybaby Bridge to the Devil's Tramping Ground, the supernatural and unexplained grasps the very heart of rural North Carolinas. Now, I admit that the not deer may very well have been a hallucination, but my question for you is, can more than one person have the same hallucination? I am not and never have claimed to be an expert on the paranormal or the occult. Despite my skepticism and belief in my own ability to protect myself, I do believe that something lurks in these woods, and I don't think there's anything anyone or I can do to stop it. Growing up in rural NC, people were always superstitious. The community that I grew up in was a largely agricultural community that still to this day is pretty isolated, My hometown has one gas station, no grocery stores, a population of 161, and one caution light at the crossroads. To have fun, we did the typical things that you'd expect southern kids to do. We rode ATVs, swam in the local ponds, drank cheap booze, and yes, occasionally we'd harass the local cows. I still to this day have never seen some cow tip, but I digress. One thing we used to do growing up, though, is go snipe hunting. It's a prank that you always play on an outsider, or a new kid to the group who'd never played the game before. A snipe is a small flightless bird common, or to the story passed down claimed, in the Carolinas that's relatively easy to catch. The premise is simple. The group and the unsuspecting butt-of-the-joke player would walk as far as you could into the woods. The player being pranked would be given a trash bag to carry. That player was supposed to hold the bag to the ground for as long as it takes while the rest of the group chased the snipe into the bag. However, the catch was as simple as it was mean. The group, after leading the new player into the woods, would abandon him in the woods. Usually the player would get the hint and come walking back relatively soon. I was, unfortunately, the player being pranked on April 18th of 2005, my 11th birthday. I had been inducted into this awful game by 3 of my older cousins and their group of friends. I just wanted to be a part of these 8th and 9th graders groups so bad that I would have done anything, to be honest. Living there, I had one neighbor to my right who was my widowed uncle, and then not another house in sight. Really just tobacco and soybeans as far as the eye could see. These were my closest friends and the only kids that I ever hung out with. To give you a little bit of perspective on just how small our community is, my graduating high school class in 2012, it had 21 students in it in total. My entire high school, grades 9 to 12, did not equal to 1/20th of the size of my wife's graduating class. Anyway, so I'm standing in the middle of this swampy, muggy, moss-covered, dark forest waiting for my friends to chase a small bird into my trash bag. It's just past dawn and the woods are getting darker and darker every minute. We were never allowed to go into the woods at night growing up. I was no novice to the woods. I was a Boy Scout my entire life up to this point, and had traveled through most of the woods in my area. The woods, they can be a weird place though. Even during the brightest time of the day, take a moment to look into them as you drive. Despite the brightness, you can never see more than 15 to maybe 20 feet into the woods from the street before it gets dark again. When the sun sets, even if the moon is full, the woods become an eerily dark place very quickly. Have you ever heard a deer make a distress signal to another deer? It almost sounds like a loud sneeze with a slight whistle to it. It's pretty distinct and actually a little bit funny to hear. Like the deer is telling his friends, "Yo, there's a kid over here holding a bag, let's bounce." Anyway, I heard a quick 2 of these sounds and chuckled to myself as I kept holding that trash bag. Another thing I'd like all of you outdoor activists to keep in mind while I'm telling you this is, like I said, I grew up in the woods, did Boy Scouts, I've hunted deer, bear, bobcat, boar, coyote, and elk. It's not the sounds of the forest that should bother you, though. It's actually the absence of sounds that really should bother you. Animals like owls, other raptor species, crickets, beavers, cicadas, etc. are not inadvertently scared of humans. I mean, sure, if you walk within 3 feet of the crickets in that area, they'll definitely stop chirping. But the area all around you will still be louder than your TV at 50% with crickets, owls, and cicadas. Anyway, after about 3 hours in the woods, I began to get tired and sat down with my back against a large pine tree. I was starting to get the idea that this was a bit of a joke as I hadn't heard my friends yelling for hours at this point. The crickets chirping and the owl hooting were actually really relaxing and peaceful, and if I wasn't soaked and wet, I probably could have really just slept there that night. It's pitch black in these woods, loud as any night before, and I'm alone with a few owls, crickets, and cicadas. But at the drop of a pin, without a moment's notice, suddenly, there's just dead silence. No crickets chirping, no owls hooting, no cicadas singing. It took a few moments for me to realize how quiet it actually became. I looked around, but it was obviously useless. Nothing but really blackness in every direction. Growing up hunting with my grandfather, I was always taught to be quieter than your heartbeat, especially when the woods go quiet like this. It usually means that a predator is around, like a black bear, maybe a bobcat, or perhaps a coyote or something. I slowed my breathing until I could hear my heart slowly beat, and beat, and beat again. But I never heard a sound. No steps in the leaves, no bear marking a tree, no coyote huffing and puffing. I listened so intently to the point that all I could hear was the echo of my heartbeat getting faster in my own ears. But then, a whistle. This had to have been a human whistle, though. It was so clear and had rhythm. Like, imagine a cowboy calling in a herd. It was a bit like that. It was a quick whip whistle that was no more than maybe 25, 30 feet behind me. I assumed it was one of my cousins looking for me, but for some reason, every fiber in my being told me to not move and to not turn around. Do not make a sound was the only thing going through my head at the time. My brain was trying to protect me, I think, and if that was my subconscious going into prey mode to save me from pain, well, I'm thankful, but I don't know. Maybe it was my instinct trying to warn me. Again, I'm not really sure, but if it had been my cousins, I would have definitely heard them walking up at the minimum. In fact, most likely they would have been yelling for me to come back to the house on their way to retrieve me. The hair on my neck suddenly stood up and my heart began to race like I was running a marathon. Another whistle, this time less human, more screechy, almost mimicking a human like a bad parrot. Still no footsteps. Not a single other sound in these woods, in fact, besides my heart about to jump out of my chest. Another whistle, and this time no more than 10 feet behind me. It was congested, screeching, and definitely not a deer. A disgusting, putrid smell filled the air all around me suddenly, like a chain smoker's sigh after they come back inside combined with the smell of like roadkill. Then, dead silence again. I couldn't have moved an inch, even if you had offered to pay me $1 million at this stage. I swear my mind went into prey mode. I was already dead. No point in struggling and making it worse. I sat with my back against that pine tree for at least 45 minutes, taking as small of breaths as I could and being absolutely as quiet as I could, but dead silence still. I must have sat there for 45 minutes or so. And then the smell disappeared, the crickets began to chirp once more, the owl who had been silently observing what I thought was going to be my demise from above let out a single hoot, the cicadas began to sing, and my stomach finally settled back into my chest. I thought to myself that I've got to get out of these woods, so I drop the trash bag and stand up and begin my roughly 1-mile walk back home. As that bag hits the ground and I take my first step, dead silence again. I, standing at this point, begin the process all over of being dead still, but this time no whistle. This time just a single deep breath, probably inches behind me, and again that putrid smell. With every muscle in my body telling me not to, I still turned my head a little bit around to look at the pine tree behind me. Antlers were wrapping around both sides of the tree, only inches from where my shoulders sat. Then a single tone, the quietest, calmest, warmest, most enticing, welcoming, short, and sweet whistle that I think I've ever heard. Instantly, though, the crickets went berserk, like summer instantly became winter. The owls invited friends, and they were all screaming. The cicadas were no longer singing, they were just belting. At that, I turned, and I just ran with everything that I had in my body left. Every 10 or so feet, I'd glance over my shoulder. Not a footstep in pursuit. No antler moving, nothing. Just the absolute chaos and echo of the woods in utter darkness. I finally made it to the clearing of the pasture and hop under the electric fence. The woods are still screaming at me to run, but I've got to catch my breath. Then there's dead silence again. A single whistle comes from the woods no more than just beyond the first set of trees, and when I hear that, I run all the way home and I never looked back. I get home at around 7:30 a.m. and the sun is coming up finally. All my cousins and friends are passed out on the couch after an all-nighter Halo session. I sit down and lean my head back to try and forget and just sleep. I'm starting to finally daze off when I look out the window towards the woods. It's still just as dark in those woods as it was the night before. But out of the corner of my eye, I see something black, so I jump up and wake my cousin Daniel to get his rifle with a scope. He laughs his head off and he hands me the Ruger, because apparently the black trash bag that I had left in the woods somehow had made its way out. My sister and I went to the beach yesterday since it's still warm out in New York and we wanted to get some sun. Since it's after Labor Day and schools are back in session, there are no lifeguards there and really it's pretty isolated. We arrived around 11 in the morning and there was a couple sitting near us, as well as a man who was walking in the sand with his headphones in. Around 1 p.m., the couple who was sitting near us left the beach. The man who was walking in the sand was still there, and further in the distance were two women sitting on their beach chairs. My sister was sitting in her beach chair, and I decided to lay on my stomach to get the back of my body more tanned. When all of a sudden I hear my sister say in a very fearful voice to me, "There's a man coming toward us." But the man who was walking the beach with his headphones in came walking toward us, swinging his arms back and forth. I immediately got up, and he was now on the edge of my beach blanket. Both my sister and I panicked in the moment and basically froze. I asked him if he needed something, but he didn't say anything. He just stared at my sister and me. My sister said, "Let's get our belongings and let's just go." We got off our beach blanket and we exited the beach, but the whole encounter really had my sister and I shaken up. I mean, I don't know what he was going to do to us, or if he would have been waiting for us in the parking lot or what. But the look in his eyes is something I'll never forget. We immediately contacted the police after this and we filed a report. Back in 2009, when I was 19, I was dating this girl who was 21. I was in college and living at home with my mum. My girlfriend and I had been together for about a year at this point. She had been invited to a co-worker's party in a nearby town. I wasn't feeling well that night though, so I decided to stay home. Now, to get from our town to the co-worker's town, you had to drive through a long stretch where it was just woods on both sides of you. I think it was late fall at that time, so it was getting darker earlier. She was driving home at around 7:30 or 8 o'clock when she called me from that wooded road just to chat along the way. But the call ended suddenly. You might be thinking the call got dropped because, well, she was driving through a wooded area, right? And that's what I thought too. She called back almost immediately. I answered the phone, but it wasn't her. It was a deep voice, but it was completely clear. What I mean by clear is that it wasn't like staticky or anything. To this day, I 100% maintain that it was not radio interference too. Anyway, the voice was deep, clear, and sounded urgent and angry. It was speaking in a language I've never heard before. It wasn't German, French, Romanian, Spanish, or whatever. It might be dramatic to say this too, but the voice didn't sound, well, human. I wish that I could somehow record my thoughts so that I could post the memory of this voice for all of you to hear, because it was just indescribable. I remember sitting there, though. I was in my bedroom at the time, completely frozen, holding the phone to my ear. I eventually got up in a panic and ran to my mum in the living room. I handed her the phone and frantically said, "Please listen to this." But as soon as she put it to her ear, the phone hung up. Just like before, my girlfriend called back almost immediately. I hesitated to pick it up this time, but when I did, it was actually her. And the first thing out of her mouth was, "What the heck was that?" According to her, I'm the one that called her back, and when she picked up, she heard the same voice that I did. We're still on good terms to this day. We broke up maybe a year after this incident, but whenever we see each other, we're both like, remember that phone call that we had? Whenever I bring it up, people say it's radio interference or I picked up another call somehow. I'm willing to accept a non-paranormal explanation if it's a good one, but it was definitely not radio interference, so do you have any other suggestions or thoughts? So I don't encounter much these days regarding the paranormal. However, I remember a distinct day as a kid that I'll never forget. My grandmother of Vietnamese descent used to tell stories of her ability to sense the presence of unearthly beings dating all the way back to her childhood. The earliest story that she recounts is walking home from school with her friends along an abandoned railroad in Vietnam. She recalled an old tale of a lantern shining in the distance that will lure you into following it, and described it as a trap that would intentionally lead you far away from where you were intending to go. Long story short, she and her friends began following this lantern that never seemed to get closer to them. This went on until it was dark outside, and she realized that she had been following this light for hours. She was told as a child about this phenomenon when she was younger, as I mentioned previously. Her parents told her that apparently the only way to rid yourself of this is to wipe urine onto your face. I know that sounds questionable at best, but these were her words. Apparently once they did that too, they snapped out of it. Fast forward to my childhood though, and her later years in the States, she claimed that there was a dark portal in the room attached to my childhood bedroom. I'm not sure why she chose to mention this at a family dinner of all places, but our family was very open about these things as my entire dad's side was practicing Buddhism and believed in these things. Well, one day when I was 14 or so, I decided to ditch summer camp and walk home. About 2 miles, I think, and I got home at around mid-afternoon. I shower and start watching the show Weeds on Netflix when I see my mum walk outside of my room towards the air conditioning control panel. She never turned to look at me or anything, didn't even acknowledge the fact that I was home when I wasn't supposed to be, let alone the fact that she wasn't at work for some reason. There was no exchange of words or anything. She then proceeds to walk towards the living room, away from my bedroom and hallway, only to find out hours later that the garage opens and she got back from work. She questioned why I was home and I told her. Also, I told her I literally saw her a few hours ago outside of my room, only to be told that she was never home. The figure, though, was definitely my mother. I mean, without a doubt, to the point that when I initially saw the figure, I had no anxiety or any fear. I just assumed that she was home or something. I mean, I was cozy watching my show, so I figured she wasn't trying to bother me. But no, she wasn't even there to begin with. I told my grandma this story a bit later, and she told me that she saw a version of my deceased grandmother in that hallway as well at one point. I never really believed in the paranormal. I certainly didn't believe my grandma's story. I mean, urine on the face and all that. But this story, it seriously still gives me goosebumps and honestly makes me question myself. So I moved with my mum to her new boyfriend's when I was 11. I'd experienced a few weird things in my life by this point. The house was very run down and outdated before my mum redecorated, and I was put in a nicely sized room in comparison to my old one. Younger siblings get the smallest, right? But like I say, it was very outdated. I'd had a few nights here and felt uneasy, I guess, but I assumed that was due to the drastic change me and my mum went through. I'd heard banging, running up the stairs, you name it. Anyway, it was day. I often caught glimpses of something through the crack of my door and had a look, but nothing was ever there. I got into the habit of looking through the crack and then entering my room. So I did just that, saw nothing through the crack and then entered my room. But I froze in place because there stood a woman with dark, permed hair. She was facing away from me, but I could tell that she was old by her arms and posture. She was stood near my window at the right side of my bed. Naturally, I was terrified and glad that I slept on the left. I ran down in a panic and screaming and told my mum that I saw an elderly lady in my room. She didn't quite believe me at first, but was freaked out too. We left it there so that we didn't scare ourselves too much. A few days passed and I walked in from school to my mum in the kitchen. She said that she'd spoken to the neighbour about me seeing an old lady in my room. The neighbour said how there was a lady that lived there before my mum's boyfriend moved in, and her bedroom was the one that I was staying in. And apparently she had died in my bedroom and was discovered a few days later. So that was creepy. That didn't freak me out too much, I guess, as that is the case for most houses. What scared me, though, was when Mum asked me what colour was her hair. I thought that it was weird that she asked me, but I said, funnily enough, she had dark hair instead of grey. Mum's face instantly dropped and said the neighbour told her that she used to dye her hair dark into her later years. I didn't believe her and thought that she was just trying to freak me out, so I ended up trying to call her bluff. Mum tried to scare me most days for her entertainment, but she insisted the conversation happened. I was skeptical until my mum decorated my room. The wardrobe, it was full of old ladies' clothes and men's shoes, and under the carpet, and I swear that this is true, to the right of my bed by the window, there was a patch of decomposition staining. Gross, right? Safe to say my mum's boyfriend is gross, and I hated that room forever after. So I've been hesitant to share this, but I think it's time. What happened to me and my family in our old home, it still chills me to the bone. A few years ago, my family moved into a large old house that had been in my family for generations. It's a beautiful place with a lot of character, but from the moment that we moved in, something always felt off. The first sign was the constant feeling of just being watched. We would frequently hear footsteps when nobody was around, and doors would open and close on their own too. My parents brushed it off as the house settling or old plumbing and all that, but I certainly wasn't convinced. And one night, I was home alone while my parents were out. I was in the living room watching some TV when I heard someone calling my name from upstairs. Honestly, it sounded like my mum, but when I went up to check, the house was obviously empty. I called out but got no response. I checked every room, but nobody was there. A few nights later, while I was trying to sleep, I felt a cold hand touch my shoulder. I turned around to find nothing but the dark, empty room. My heart was racing, though, and I barely slept that night. The final straw came one evening, though, when we were having a family dinner. A picture frame fell off the wall and shattered on the floor, and when we picked it up, the picture was of a woman that we didn't recognize. We had never seen her before, and she wasn't a relative. My parents did some research and found out that the woman had lived in the house decades before and had died under mysterious circumstances. Since then, we've had the house blessed and tried to ignore the strange occurrences, but the feeling of unease just never fully went away. I still wonder who or what was trying to communicate with us there, and I'm wondering if anybody else has experienced something like this. I would love to hear your thoughts, or if you have any advice on dealing with a haunting, because, honestly, I have no idea. My 10-year-old daughter, well, she sleep talks. Sometimes she'll even sit up and look around a bit. And last night, she dozed off on the couch, and 15 minutes later, she sat up and said, "Where did it go?" I said, "It's okay, honey, go back to bed." She laid down and asked me again where it went. I said, "Go back to sleep." And then I immediately heard a man's voice right in front of me say no. I looked at my daughter and she was asleep again. My husband was in another part of the house in our bedroom asleep, and honestly, I'm still very shaken. There was a man who passed away in our living room in 2017. There was also a man who shot his wife in the head with a shotgun in 1986 in the driveway across the street. We also live by a cemetery, like next door, I mean. I never really felt spooked as well until, well, last night, and I haven't slept. The voice was so aggressive, and I just hate this so much. It was close, and it was real. I don't know how else to explain it. I've asked my daughter if she ever has dreams about ghosts or sees ghosts, but she said no. I asked if she thought the house was haunted, and she said, well, there are the dimes. I forgot about the dimes. Apparently they fall on her. She has so many dimes now because of this too. We rarely use cash though, and she has a reloadable cash card, so we have no idea where they came from. Like, for instance, she'll be in the kitchen and I'll hear a coin hit the floor. She'll say, thanks, Jeff, and put it in her bank in her room, and I honestly forgot about all that. I didn't tell her what happened last night because, quite honestly, I think it will terrify her. The dogs, too, we have 3 boxer dogs that heard it as well. When I told my husband about what had happened, he asked me if that's why the girls woke him up scratching at the bedroom door trying to get out. They usually all pile in bed with us. I heard them scratching at the door, but not until much later, and I had gotten up after my heart calmed down and decided to go pee once more before crashing for the night. The dogs, though, they never do this. They go to bed when he goes to bed, and they stay there all night. Also, just now my daughter actually said to me, do you think people can talk to ghosts? Do consider that we went to the new Beetlejuice movie after school yesterday, so that could be related, but I said, well, anything's possible. My grandpa always said, if someone said that they saw this or that, never dismiss it because, well, you just never know. My daughter then said, isn't he the grandpa that worked in the Air Force at Roswell's, the alien place? I said, yeah, Roswell. She asked, did he believe in aliens and ghosts? I replied, oh, yeah, he had an author that he loved that talked about supernatural encounters all the time. I cannot remember his name, but my grandma would say that he was crazy when he'd bring this sort of thing up. She said, well, she wasn't lucky enough to see that sort of stuff, I guess. I said, why do you ask? And she said, oh, I was just curious. Also, Jeff, the man who died in our house, he was a nice guy and a bit of a family friend. We've always said Jeff jokingly, and we've agreed that if he were to do anything, that he's obviously nice, if he's leaving us money. The voice I heard was forceful, though, and almost angry. Nothing has happened since then, and my daughter has seemed unfazed. I've also been sleeping a lot better. Well, after a couple of days, that is. So, a little bit of context is that, at the time of this, I was actually being pimped out by my partner. It was early night time, and I was getting ready for work. There were ad posters for me on a couple of different sites, and we had snagged what we thought could be a big fish. I messaged this John for about half an hour before agreeing on a house call. The house was completely across the street, in a very wealthy neighborhood. The John told me to let me know when I arrived. He was working on his PC in an upstairs bedroom or something. My partner and I got into the car and drove to the address provided. He always waited nearby while I worked, but when we arrived to this house, we both felt, well, really uneasy. I messaged the John once I was in the driveway, to no response. I got out and started to approach the door, and my partner came with me. The door was large and made of heavy wood, with a fancy frosted glass window in the center. When I knocked, I realized that it was actually ajar. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up as I slowly pushed the door open wide. The interior of the house confused me further, though. I was faced with a short hallway leading into a grand living space. There was a beautiful fireplace in the center, complete with a crackling fire going. To my left, I noticed a dark doorway. But the strangest thing of all was the lack of furniture. From the front door where I stood, I could see nearly the entire living room. There wasn't even a single chair. No photos on the wall, nothing but the fire in the fireplace. I stood frozen in the doorway for a moment. My partner stepped past me into the house. I started to flee, but curiosity and fear kept me locked in place. He stepped forward and looked into the doorway to the left. He recoiled a bit and shouted, "Hello, hello," a few times. He turned to me and shoved me out of the doorway, and at this point, I found my legs again and sprinted to the car. We drove in stunned silence for a moment until we stopped at an all-night pharmacy. I asked softly, "What was in that room?" He said, very slowly, "An air mattress with 2 people on it, sleeping. Well, I hope." This is something that I experienced at and below the age of 6. It's something that I still think about now as a 37-year-old and have some vivid memories of. So, in the first house I lived in, I shared a room with my older brother. It was a small house with tiny rooms, so we slept in bunk beds with me on the bottom. My parents are somewhere on the hoarder spectrum, and as such, there was a lot of stuff packed into our small room. One item in particular was a stuffed Afghan dog that my mum had made. At the time, it felt like it was huge, and it had a very distinct, pointy face with plastic eyes glued on. It was actually stuffed with old tights and made a distinct noise when you moved it. My mum called it Arabella Afghan, and she stayed at the bottom of my bed with some other toys. To add a bit more context too, I was born in 1987. My maternal grandfather died in 1985, and as such never met any of his grandchildren. I remember my mum speaking about him a lot as a kid, saying how old he would have been when his birthday came around and generally telling us about him. I know that she missed him a lot, and she said to me one day that she had regretted not telling him she loved him before he died. Now, I'm not suggesting that this definitely happened, as I know that the imagination of a child can be very active. However, the events that I'm about to tell you at least felt real to young me. So with all that said, here's what happened. Arabella, she would come to life in the night. I would hear the distinct noise of her moving and bury my head under my pillow so that I wouldn't see her, or she wouldn't see me, and just wait until the noise stopped. One night in particular, though, I woke up and felt like I just wanted to be with my parents, so I got out of bed, made myself as small as possible with my eyes shut, and waited for the noise to stop so that I could run to my parents' room. On this occasion, though, a man's voice said, "You're a good boy," then the noise stopped, and I was absolutely terrified, and I ran. Another night, I heard the noise and looked over the end of my bed. Arabella was looking directly at me, which terrified me, so I immediately hid under my covers. I can still picture exactly how it looked in my mind's eye, too. Her plastic eyes locked with mine. On one very distinct occasion, I remember playing in my room by myself and a man's voice saying something like, "Don't worry," or "You're okay," although there was no one there. My dad was in the Air Force too and spent a lot of time away when I was very young, and during this time I'm fairly sure that he was in the Falklands and there was no other man in the house. I also remember saying to my mum one day, "Sometimes I hear God talking to me," which must have been where my young brain went to make sense of it all. But it's not really something that I talk about to people. This place, though, felt like it was somewhere that I could talk about it from a neutral standpoint. I do like to think that it was connected to my grandfather in some way, not least because it would have come from a place of love for my brothers and mother, especially seeing as I never got to meet him, but to be honest, I really don't know. So I used to be a paranormal investigator as a hobby, and thought that I'd share my most memorable encounter with all of you guys. Now, there was a house in Corinth, New York that I investigated several times, partially because we got more interesting stuff there than anywhere else, but mostly because the woman living there was scared of her daughter. She thought that she might be possessed due to her change in behavior, sudden mood swings, depression, all of that. This family's home had been in their name for generations, and they knew of 2 people who had died in the home. They also believed that, many years ago, somebody had performed some type of witchcraft in the attic. Anyway, let me get to the specific encounter. So my team and I were in the kitchen with her doing an EVP session. We didn't feel much of a presence, and we're getting ready to wrap up the session when suddenly the temperature under the table that we were sitting at felt like it dropped 20 degrees at least. I had a one-touch thermometer with me, so I quickly scanned the air above and below the table, and sure enough, there was a stark difference in the temperature. This woman's mother was one of the people who had passed in the home. In fact, she had died right in the kitchen that we were sitting in, so I looked at the woman and told her that I had a feeling that her mother might be with us, and asked if she had anything she wanted to ask her or anything she wanted to say to her. She started talking. I don't recall much of what she said, but the things I don't remember are sort of irrelevant to this anyway, because what I do remember was when she suddenly paused, looked up and said very softly, "Do you remember that squirrel we used to feed every day? Do you remember what we called him?" Long story short, I reviewed the audio about a week later, after she asked that question. I could see that there was an audio fluctuation, so I queued it up and listened with headphones on full blast to see if I could hear what was said, and it sounded like Nuthead. It took me a few times listening to it to decide that that was definitely what I was hearing. And I went back to the house a few days later to go over the evidence that we captured with her. There was other stuff, but not as compelling, but when we got to this audio clip, I took out a piece of paper and wrote Nuthead on it and hid it so nobody could see. I played the clip for her and asked her to tell me what she heard. After playing the clip, this woman just literally broke down in tears. Instead of waiting for a response with regards to what she had heard, I put the piece of paper down in front of her for her to read, and she started bawling even harder. Because Nuthead was apparently the name that her mother had coined for this squirrel. We talked to her mother that day in that kitchen. It's pretty wild to think about, and I still get goosebumps as I write about it now. This was probably 20 years ago now, but it's something that has stuck with me all this time. I want to preface by saying that I'm definitely a skeptic. I've had a few different experiences in my life, but this is the only one that I can't definitively logic my way out of. And it's a bit of a long story too, so please bear with me. Now, before I joined the military, I lived in South Florida, about 40 miles south of Tampa. It was around my sophomore year of high school, and we just moved into a new house, and I was a very tired kid. I need to include as well that I was on ADHD and antidepressant medication, as that's the only way that I can explain part of this, but the side effects included drowsiness and, go figure, nightmares. It started with almost nothing, to be honest. My dog would walk into my room and I'd say hi, and she'd almost immediately sprint out. One time she just stared at my closet and sort of shook. She's a rescue, so I just assumed at the time that it was some form of anxiety. If she did stay in my room, though, she hated getting on my bed, and if she did, she'd get off after maybe a minute or two, even if I was petting her. After a couple of months, so maybe around Christmas, things started to change, though. I'd come home almost every single day and crash in my room for an hour or two, and during this time I started to have very vivid, even realistic nightmares. The nightmares would start like I was waking up or still lying in bed, and I'd feel my head was super fuzzy, like I was lightheaded all of a sudden. I'd try to sit up and feel crushing weight on my chest. If I wrestled free, I'd try to get out of bed, but all I could do was sit up, like my legs just wouldn't work. I even remember being able to shimmy my way forward like I was crawling out of bed, and something pulled me back into it rather aggressively. This continued for about a month or two, and that's when things got worse. The nightmares evolved to something much worse. So, you know how in dreams you often recognize a place, but it doesn't really at all look like the place? This isn't one of those times. In fact, every detail of my room was exactly how it was normally, only I wasn't dreaming from my perspective. I was sort of looking in. It was a out-of-body experience, I guess you could say, and I would be standing in the middle of my room seeing myself sleep. If my room was messy and, let's say, a red shirt was on the ground before I went to sleep, it was in that exact spot in the nightmare. Backpack by the door, posters on the wall, the whole 9 yards. Anyway, during these nightmares, I'd watch my comforter compress on my chest and feel my breathing become hindered. I'd watch my head on my pillow as it jolted and could feel something hit my face. This particular instance would go on until I graduated high school. Almost every time, my mum would ask why I was such a rough sleeper, because I'd always have red marks on my neck or scratches somewhere. One time, it was so distinct on my neck, I could count the fingers or the marks from them. Ever since I joined the military, and I've been on my ship or my apartment, I've never had any experiences like that, even when I visit my home. I will say this, though. I've noticed that my dog, to this day, will not stay in my room for very long at all. To give you some context, I'm a 26-year-old woman, best friend of S, also 26 years old. Since her childhood, strange things have been happening with her paternal family, and I have personally witnessed bizarre events on 3 occasions. My best friend S lives part of the year with her uncle on a piece of land where there is a mobile home. Surrounded by several houses and land belonging to her family, S is of Romani descent. She no longer has contact with her parents, who were abusive and abandoned their children, which explains why she's been living with her uncle for several years now. Now, since she was young, S has told me about strange occurrences happening at her brother's or grandmother's and uncle's and even her parents' house. A very tall man sometimes appears at night and regularly watches them. These appearances occur randomly, whether it's raining, windy, snowing in summer or winter. This man, whose face is always unrecognizable, seems to stand in certain spots to spy on them late at night. At first glance, this could be dismissed as a case of stalking, I admit, but what is truly unsettling is that this man has been around for not just 1 or 2 years, but since the childhood of S's aunts and uncles. This man has been tracking them for generations, it seems. The strangest thing of all, though, is that every time someone tries to confront him, it's impossible to get close. The man seems to move away very quickly without running, and sometimes he completely disappears when he's actively searched for. For instance, S's cousin once tried to catch him, but whenever he went out with friends or uncles, this man had completely vanished. What makes this situation even more disturbing, though, is that whenever he appears, there is an intense feeling of discomfort that affects everyone, even those far from the area where he is seen. Now, the first time S saw him, she was 6 years old, and had gotten up to drink a glass of water. She saw a man standing very close to the patio door. To give you an idea of how tall he is, she could only see his shoulders, not his head. She called her mother, who also saw him and was frozen in fear. The family dog at the time began whining. After several minutes, this man backed away and hid or, disappeared. The second time, she was at her grandmother's house when she spotted a very tall, motionless man looking in the direction of one of her uncle's plots. Her cousin, who started having a panic attack, also noticed him too. Her uncles and father tried to approach him, but he quickly moved away without actually running. They still couldn't see his face when they got close, too. And the third time was when I was with her at her uncle's place. She heard her dogs whining, and her uncle, who is usually a heavy sleeper, suddenly woke up, grabbed a baseball bat, and went outside trembling to confront this guy. But as soon as he stepped outside, the man seemed to evaporate into the vegetation. The land is a fairly wooded area. Now, here are some questions that I've received, and I'll try to give some answers to them. Why do they think it's the same man? Well, because of his height and the way that he flees. But what doesn't make sense is that it's been happening since the childhood of S's aunts and uncles, so this man should be very old by now. And that's really unsettling to think about, but he's never tried to approach anyone or talk or leave a message or anything. It's just really bizarre. What about the police? Well, they only called the police twice. Being from a Romani background, even though they are settled, they aren't always taken seriously by law enforcement. An investigation was opened at one stage, but it didn't lead to anything. Has no one ever managed to catch him? As mentioned earlier, never. And it's weird, too, that despite attempts to chase or confront him and his disappearances, this man still seems to linger around. Why consider something supernatural? Well, S and some members of her family are almost convinced of it. First, because of his apparent age, and then because they have never been able to catch him. And despite the investigation, there were no footprints, no DNA, no signs of forced entry, nothing tangible, I guess you could say. What about photos or videos? At night, on land surrounded by forest and without streetlights or city lights, they tried, but you could barely see anything. Even the installation of surveillance cameras was a failure, which reinforced the theory that this man might not be human, well, according to them anyway. Personally, I am a believer and have seen strange things before, but what happens at my best friend's place from time to time is really frightening. Especially the reactions of the dogs, who seem to panic as soon as this man is around. This leads me to think that it might be a spirit or maybe a jinn haunting the area. S's favorite uncle thinks that it might not be the same man, but if it is, he's one heck of a degenerate or a pervert, is what he says, because to stalk a family for 40 years requires serious determination. So my question for all of you guys is, do you have any idea as to what this is, what his intentions might be, anything? Because that too remains a real mystery. So when I was in my bedroom, my mum was in the living room with the lights off. This happened at around 8:30 p.m. and it's now past 10. My mum heard me come down the hallway and into the kitchen. She asked if I was okay, and she apparently heard a bit of a mumble back in my voice. She said that she didn't know what it said, but after that, the kitchen lit up as if I was using my phone flashlight to find something, and then it was gone. After that, she texted me to ask if I had been out of the living room, so I got up and left my room to talk to her and tell her that I hadn't. I had actually been in my room working on a project for at least the last few hours. So now, we're both freaking out. She kept asking if I was messing with her, and I swore that I wasn't. But we have been experiencing a few things here and there, actually, like strange noises, things moving around. My dad has also had a few of his own experiences. I think one was also about me, so whatever it is, it seems to keep impersonating me. I'm not sure if it's entirely related, but for the past year or so I've been feeling this very off energy around me as well. I've never been able to see ghosts, but I've been able to feel them, I think. Their energies and such, but this one is just off. The only way that I could describe it is wrong, and it's very inconsistent for when it shows up. Sometimes it's gone for a week and it comes back, or it's every other day sometimes, multiple nights in a row, etc. I also really only ever feel it in my room, sometimes elsewhere in the house, and it's always or usually at night anyway. I'm also not sure if they are related, and if they are, I'm not sure how to get rid of this thing, so if you have any advice, I would love it. I'm not a Christian or not religious or anything, so I wouldn't feel comfortable getting the house blessed or anything, which is part of the reason why I'm here. What does anyone do about the paranormal if they aren't religious? One rainy night back in my old apartment, the power went out, and so we bonded through conversations and genuine human interactions, just as we all should, really. One of my friend's demeanors, though, suddenly changed, almost as if he was struck by lightning that froze his soul, and just as instantaneously began to gradually melt away into something that looked like fear. Slowly, he walked into the kitchen, which required a glass door to be slid open to the left before the kitchen hall could be seen. It was a studio apartment. He stared at the direction of the cupboards near the sink for nearly a minute, and due to curiosity and a mix of irritation and anxiety, me and my other friend peeked in to see what he was looking at. We remained silent. I don't remember who went first, but we all eventually ended up chilling back in the room and carried on with our conversations. When we ran out of things to say, I finally said, "You all saw it too, didn't you?" No one spoke, and honestly, that was all the answer I needed. It was a shadowy figure of a man, presumably with a walking stick and a high hat. He was leaned against the countertop, and he appeared to be grinning, I would say. He didn't move an inch or display any hints whatsoever to whatever his intentions may have been, but he was just there. This was in 2002, and a month ago I saw him again. It was only me and a friend who were the last two people awake out of the group of around 7 people. I saw him, and the longer it went, the more the fear in my heart grew. The more he grew in size as well, it seemed. He didn't really grow in the typical sense of the word, though. He grew as, I believe, a direct manifestation of how much fear I perceived him with. My friend saw the terror on my face and told me that he believed me before I even said anything about it. In the afternoon, when everybody was finally awake, one of our friends revealed that another of our friend, a known and respected street dude, also had the same experience and was frozen in fear as a result of what he had seen. I'm wondering, though, is anyone familiar with this entity or what it could be? Why does it appear, and what is its usual agenda? It only ever disappears, too, every time I tell it that I'm not afraid, that I don't fear it, and I must mean it when I say it, too, it seems. This only happens at the sight of him, though, and then he disappears slowly into a sort of misty nothingness as he grins subtly and perhaps even sort of giggles, I think. Or at least grins in a giggly manner, I guess you could say. But has anyone else seen or heard of anything like this before? Because I'm wondering if maybe I'm going crazy, or maybe there's something going on in my house that I'm just not aware of. This experience is one that I've never shared with anyone besides my brother. When I was about 13 years old, I was living in rural BC. One night I was in the hot tub on the deck outside just watching the woods, taking in the silence. It was winter time, and we had just recently had a snowfall that left around knee-high deep of snow. It was around 2 to 3 in the morning, and out of nowhere, this large wolf, bigger than one that I'd ever seen by far, came out of the woods. I remember its coat being a shimmering silver and its bright piercing green eyes. As this wolf was walking along the fence of our paddocks, it sort of locked eyes with mine, and we just kind of stared at each other as he walked past me, both alone in the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere. But what happened next, till this day, always makes my spine shiver. As the wolf walked past, he walked towards our barn with our horses in it. It became darker as it entered the barn, but the other side of the barn still had a bright light illuminating the outside that I could clearly see. And this wolf, as it entered, halfway through it went from the shape of a wolf to a very large, broad-shouldered person. The horses didn't make a single sound, and this person, that now stood roughly 7 feet tall, rounded the corner towards the open field, but didn't emerge from the other side, and after that I never saw it again. My brother had his own encounter with this same wolf, I think. He told me that he woke up randomly one night from the feeling of being watched. He then looked out of his window to see a very large wolf walking away from his window, so I'm guessing that it was watching him sleep or something. This place that we lived at was old native ground. Our barn was an old schoolhouse where the Catholic priest would put the native children and teach them lessons on Christ and all that. It even had the old desk and chairs inside still. My brother and I saw children's faces in the panes of glass from that barn, and lights turning on randomly too. We had closet doors slam repeatedly for minutes at a time, footsteps and feelings of being watched. In my room, I saw glowing red eyes on the ceiling one time, and hid under my covers until morning. Anyway, the main reason why I'm sharing this and what I'm really seeking answers for is, what did I encounter outside in the middle of the night that night? After I looked around myself, the closest thing that I could find was skinwalkers or wendigos, but from what I've read of these creatures, they have deformed features or things that make them uncanny or straight up horrific. What I saw, nothing struck me as abnormal about this wolf besides its massive size, until it literally changed its entire form in front of me. I know that this is getting a bit long, but I'm not a great storyteller, and there's just so much that I experienced at this property that this is really just scratching the surface to everything else. The wolf incident is just something that I've never really been able to grasp and always wanted some kind of an answer for because it feels and sounds just so unbelievable. I know that. I also understand that the term skinwalker is Navajo lore and doesn't really correlate with the BC tribes, but this is just a representation of what I saw with, well, the closest accuracy that I can give you all. I've been living in this apartment for, well, almost a year now, I think, and I haven't had any experiences up until this last week. Things started up on Tuesday night while I was at work. My front door camera went off and there wasn't anyone there. Not that big of a deal, maybe an animal or something. But 15 minutes later and it went off again, but this time my porch light is on. So I checked back through and it was off when I left, off in the next video and then just comes on again. I checked all of my other cameras inside and out, but there was no one at the house. For the rest of the night, the light goes on and off randomly as I keep checking. About 3 a.m. I turn on the camera and hear what sounds like someone talking, and the light is back on. I continue checking it, and 3:23 the light is off, and my coworker points out movement in the shadow in front of my door. I turn the camera lights on, but nothing there. This continued up until about 4:30, and then the light went off and stayed off. I got home at 7 and my TV was turned on, and that was definitely off when I left. But otherwise, everything was pretty normal. I worked the rest of the week and everything seemed normal as I checked in through the cameras. I had an electrician friend come over and check the porch light out on Friday. It's all good. So tonight, Saturday is my night off and I'm home watching TV. I live alone, so it's just me and the cat sitting in the living room watching TV when I start hearing someone talking. It seems to be coming from my bedroom, which is at the front of the house. Knowing that there's no one here but me, I figure it's outside, so I check the cameras. I don't see anyone around, but it gets quiet, so I figure they must have just went on down the street or something. I settle back in for my movie, and there it goes again. I decide at this point to just sort of ignore it, thinking that it's somebody else passing by. But suddenly, I hear my friend L calling me from my bedroom, but he's not here. He's definitely at work. I mean, I dropped him off myself at 6:45 and he won't be off until at least 7. I went into the bedroom and double-checked, but it's empty. Since then, too, I've heard it 3 more times. My cats have also reached and gone to look down the hallway, but won't go any further. At this point, I've closed the door and am planning on sleeping on the couch tonight because this whole thing is, well, really freaky. This happened in Hungary, summer of 2024. I was at my friend's place for the summer with his stepbrother. Us three are pretty good friends, and almost every night we went out into the woods or just walking past them. We have strange minds that we want to see something strange no matter what, and that's why we were there. Well, one night we actually did. We were going home already. It was pretty late, probably around 11 o'clock or so. We agree on checking one last place and going home after that. We went to the place and it was an abandoned horse ranch, not far from my friend's house. We saw a random humanoid-like creature on the end of the road. It was full white and glowing, but it didn't light the ground nor trees around it. We wanted to go close to see what it was. We started walking towards it when it suddenly looked like it turned around. It wasn't walking away, it just sort of stood in one place. At that, we panicked and we ran home. At home, we started shouting and yelling at each other because none of us knew what it was, and everybody said different things than the other. But we agreed on going back and finding out what it was to see who was right. The second time we went there, amazingly, we saw it again, because it was still there apparently. This time we went closer, when all of a sudden we heard a dog barking at us and we ran away. The dog was white like the creature and stood on an empty plain on our right side. And it's really strange too because we all had the same experience, but we all saw completely different things. Like, I saw the dog, it was big and white, no fence between us nor chain on the dog. My friend didn't see it but heard it bark, and the others saw different things too. The strange part is that, obviously, we run at different speeds. There was like almost 10 meters to 15 meters difference between us, but we all heard it directly behind us, like it was on our heels. And when at the end of the street, we stopped and looked back, the dog, or whatever it was, had disappeared. My guess is that that humanoid thing was a, hallucination sort of image that was projected upon us. But what do you think? What could this creature have actually been? This happened in February of 2016 when I was 23 years old. I was living in northern New Mexico at the time and had driven up to Boulder, CO to visit a friend for the weekend. I had taken this route several times before, so I was comfortable driving the long distance alone. The trip home was uneventful until I stopped for gas in Alamosa. This was the last real town before home, about 90 miles to go and not a whole lot in between except for a few tiny rural communities and desolate high desert landscape. It was around 6 p.m. and starting to get dark outside. Now, as I pulled out of the gas station, I noticed a dark blue sedan pull out behind me and turn into the same highway that I was. I didn't think anything of it until the car started tailgating me. I was confused because they could have easily passed me if I was driving too slow, since there were hardly any other cars on the road. When I sped up, though, they did too. When I slowed down, so did they. No matter what speed I drove, the car stayed right behind me. I assumed it was a cop waiting for me to make a mistake to pull me over, but it just never did. I was starting to get uncomfortable, so in the next little town of Antonito, I pulled over onto the side of the convenience store, thinking to myself that if this was a cop, they would surely get out and talk to me at this point. They pulled up right behind me, but nobody got out of the car. I parked and waited for several minutes before driving off, with the car still following close behind. 60 miles until home now. As soon as I crossed the state line into New Mexico, I knew that this was definitely not a cop. My heart sank as I drove deeper and deeper into the dark mesa. I didn't have a real phone at the time, just an old iPhone that couldn't connect to Wi-Fi, so there was no way for me to let anyone know what was happening. It also feels important to mention here that this is a particularly sketchy area. A lot of eerie and sometimes downright frightening stuff happens out here on the mesa. I was so distraught over why this person was still tailgating me that I drove right past the last turn onto the long dirt road that would take me home. I was so distraught over why this other person was tailgating me like this that I drove right past the last turn onto the long dirt road that would take me home. Thankfully, just down the highway there was a popular and well-lit scenic rest area that I could turn around at. The sedan, of course, pulled in right behind me. But this time, feeling brave and a bit stupid, I guess, I decided to confront them. But behind the wheel was a totally normal-looking middle-aged woman. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it certainly wasn't that. The back seat was too dark to tell if anybody was sitting back there, but I asked what the heck her problem was, and she apologized, saying that she thought that it was her daughter's car, which made no sense because my car had a completely different state's plate and was also covered in very unique bumper stickers. There was no way that it could have been confused for anyone else's car, really. And also, why wouldn't she have just called her daughter instead of following for like close to 90 miles? It made no sense, so I told her off and she apologized again. When I got back onto the highway and turned onto my dirt dead-end road, she turned in too. I immediately pulled over and yelled at her, "Lady, stop following me. There's no out to the highway from here. It's dark and confusing and a very dangerous place to get lost. You need to turn around now." She apologized, but when I got back into the car and started driving, she kept on following me. Thankfully, I was close enough to home and knew my boyfriend was there waiting for me, but she even pulled into the driveway with me, this time getting out of her car, asking if she could please stay the night. She was so tired and to please let her in. I was screaming at her to leave when my boyfriend came outside hearing the commotion. Literally, the moment that she saw him, she ran back to her car and she just peeled out of there. The whole ordeal was so strange and so freaky, and to this day I have no idea what she really wanted or why she chose to follow my car for such a huge distance. To begin this story, it's important to understand that my dad was never a good father. He lacked all the qualities a normal mentally healthy father would, and we lived in very low-income housing. When he was in high school, he was told that he was unable to have kids due to a car accident. Unfortunately, he still could in fact have kids, and in his 20s to 30s, he actually managed to accumulate 13 kids. 15 now. I was number 13. Even though I lived week on, week off custody with my father, it feels like I never really got to know him, nor was I ever introduced to more than one of my father's other kids that were before me. My older half-sister was the only other person that I'd ever met. I don't even know her mum. A lot of this memory has been repressed into deep corners of my mind, so details might seem a little foggy. I'm 21 now, and I only recently fully acknowledged that it happened. I even confirmed it with my mum. So when I was 10, someone entered our apartment. I cannot remember what his name was, but he claimed to be one of my father's long-lost children. He seemed to be in his late teens to early 20s, and he asked if he could stay with us for a while he attempted to get back on his feet after moving up from California. I'm in Oregon. He didn't seem to have many belongings except an old laptop and was rough around the edges. Mid-length hair, light shadow on the face, fairly skinny and tall. My dad was always weird about him, though. He told him that this was my brother, his family, and will be taking my room for a bit while I sleep in the living room. What was weird, though, was that my dad would never let me enter my old room. I remember thinking, even though my new brother is kind of odd, he was a super cool guy. I mean, we played Minecraft together on LAN. He was a programmer trying to make some Skyrim-like game, and he showed me everything that he had made so far. He stayed with us for around a month. The day that he was chased out of the apartment, we were having a Minecraft redstone competition to whoever could make the cooler redstone build. And the next day, we would present what we made and decide who had the better build. Unfortunately, or maybe fortunately, who knows, that never came to happen because that night, I'm not sure what time it was, but at least past midnight, I heard screaming. It was clearly my father, and loud banging coming from the wall over in our apartment. After probably 30 seconds of banging, on the couch I witnessed my father, full rage, chasing out whoever my brother was as he ran out of the apartment holding a knife. My dad screamed and yelled, and he chased him outside, but as he ran away, my dad came back to make sure that we were okay. Much later that night, I went to sleep with my dad sitting in the living room until dawn guarding the apartment. It wasn't until months later that I did find out exactly what had happened that night. Mostly my father's words, and he liked to embellish things, so definitely take this with a grain of salt. Apparently, whoever was pretending to be my brother went into my father's room late at night and stabbed him in the chest while he was sleeping. My father woke up, and since he had previous military work in the Middle East, I guess sprung pretty quickly into action as my younger sister was about to get stabbed too. My father tackled the man and wrestled him for a bit, beating him senseless. After a struggle, he managed to get free and ran out of the apartment. That's about all I can really remember too. Recently, I asked my mum about it, and she basically confirmed the whole story and added in some bits that put it all together. My mum saw the stab wound herself and said that he never went to the hospital, but instead that she patched him up, and she's a nurse and he couldn't afford that anyway. It wasn't really that bad, she said, but I guess at some point after it happened, I also told her about it, which I don't really have any memory of, but the police at some point came by and took a look around. The impersonator was wanted in California, allegedly, Oregon and Washington for a multitude of crimes. I don't remember his name, so it's not like I could ever find out if he was caught or anything, but to wrap this up, and I don't know if this is really a good way to wrap it up anyway, but don't let random people in your house because, as I found out through my dad, that is really not a good idea. I was alone in a part of the schoolyard during the morning break. In the country I lived back in then, it was common for schools to have 2 breaks, a 30 to 45-minute break in the morning and an hour-long one at lunchtime. Now, there was a really tall tree, and I was sitting on one of the large roots that stuck out of the ground when I heard someone approaching. I turned to see who it was, and I saw that it was one of my friends. She said, "I bet you can't catch me." I told her that I could do it, and we started running around the tree while I tried to catch her and reach out for her. We were both laughing, and she was right. She was way too fast for me to reach her. Then one of my classmates called my name. I stopped running and turned around, and the boy who called my name asked, "What are you doing running around the tree by yourself like that?" I was about to tell him that I wasn't alone when I suddenly saw that my friend, who I thought was there with me just a few seconds ago, wasn't there anymore. It was really strange for me. So in the end, I just told the boy that it wasn't important and I just felt like doing it. Later that day, I saw my friend and she came and said, "How have you been?" And it was like she hadn't seen me that day. I didn't say anything about it or about what had happened earlier, but while we were talking, she mentioned that she had spent the break in her classroom talking with some of her friends, and it was true because I asked one of the friends later. This made me think that I was crazy or something, as it was impossible that she could be in 2 places at the same time like that. several years have passed since that day, and I really still cannot find an explanation for what actually happened, and I've really never told anyone about it too. I don't know if it was something supernatural, a glitch in the Matrix, or if I just imagined it, but what I do know is that I saw her. Also, I would appreciate if anyone could help me understand what this was and what actually happened, because it has had me perplexed for many, many years. So this happened just last night, and I'm really not sure if it's paranormal, but whatever the case may be, it's still pretty creepy. Perhaps even more so if it isn't paranormal. So my room is up against the front side of my house on the second story, and there's a window facing the front yard right next to my bed. I'm sitting there reading a book with my lamp on when I start hearing my name outside. At first it was so quiet that I didn't really hear it or pay attention to it. But then it got louder and louder, and I was really confused because it sounded like my old neighbor, who just moved out, but visited that same day, because it sounded like an 11-year-old boy's voice, although it sounded off from my old neighbor. I was confused though because he had visited my house that day and had already left to go back to his house in another town. Plus, it was really late at night for him to be trying to get me to go outside. I could tell from the tone of the voice, though, that whoever it was trying hard to get someone's attention. But right when I paid attention to the voice and thought all of this, the voice just suddenly stopped, and I realized that my shadow was being projected onto the window because of the lamp. I looked out the window, but I didn't see anyone there. But I did hear as if someone was opening and closing the downstairs window on that side. I went downstairs and checked with my sisters who were watching TV. I asked them if the TV was loud or if they heard someone calling my name, to which both of them said no, and the TV was actually really quiet. And then I went into my parents' room to ask them about it. Both of them had been asleep and they heard nothing. So in the end, I just went back to sleep at that point and nothing else happened. The thing is that this isn't the first time that I've heard voices at that window. You see, years ago when my house was severely haunted, I was opening the blinds in the morning and I heard a woman whisper right into my ear good night. I could even feel the breath on my ear, which was especially freaky. I smiled because I thought it was my mum at first messing with me and saying good night when it was morning. I turned around with a smile, and my smile immediately disappeared from my face because there was nobody else in the room. Everyone else was either across the hall or downstairs completely. Plus, I didn't hear anyone come or leave, and so that was definitely spooky. Anyway, if you have any ideas as to what this voice might have been, then please do let me know, because I'm hoping that it isn't a repeat of, well, whatever those voices were. So my roommate has two boys. One is around 2 and the other 4 to 5 years old. They share a room which happens to be right next to my boyfriend and I's room. Their door is often left cracked open, so my roommate can check on them throughout the night. The other night, my boyfriend went to go and use the bathroom, but was actually stopped short by the older kid talking to something in their room. He was facing the closet while in bed, saying something along the lines of, "No, I can't go, I'm in bed." His little brother was asleep and nobody else was in the room. My boyfriend went to turn on the light as he was a little bit freaked out by hearing this, only to be startled by my roommate's kid, now standing at the door saying, "I see you," then disappearing into the room. The next morning, I was sitting at the dining room table drinking coffee when my roommate's kid comes up to me and starts describing what he was talking to last night. He said that it was all black, had one eye and hands. When I asked if he was talking about what he was talking to last night and if he talks to it often, he then said yes. This morning, his grandmother, roommate's mum, told me that he often has nightmares where he wakes up screaming. I don't know if whatever or whoever he was talking to that night is attached to him or if it's something that's in our apartment. Whatever the case, it's pretty creepy, right? I've always had an odd feeling towards their room and never really felt comfortable going into it or even being near the door, really. There's been a few times my boyfriend and I have experienced odd things in this apartment as well, but this one, it definitely takes the cake for me. When I was 17, I worked construction for a small company outside of Kansas City. We did multiple jobs all over the city, from restaurants to stores. On this particular job, we got a contact to remodel a church. We went and gave bids and everything went well, and we ended up actually securing the job. The first day, the day that we arrived, nothing really was out of the ordinary. It was a typical Monday, and we unloaded all of the tools and took measurements and just sort of looked around and really admired the beauty of the place, I guess. We took all measurements and got lists of materials needed, and we just called it a day. The second day, we showed up and waited for our materials to be delivered, and while we waited, we got to tearing down some of the old rotten wood and broken flooring. Maybe when we were about, I don't know, half an hour to an hour into this, we heard walking in the back room. We thought it was the delivery guy coming in the back door, but when we went out to check, nothing was there, and the door was locked. We didn't think much of it and just shrugged it off, and soon enough the materials arrived and we started finishing up removal and we called it a day. On the third day, we show up and our supplies are absolutely in disarray. We call the owner and we ask if anyone has been there, and he informs us that the church is closed for the week for the construction. This kind of freaks us out a bit, but we just slap it all back together and we go back to work. But the entire day, when anyone would make a noise or remove something or add anything to the church, we would hear a bang behind the pulpit. We investigated it like 10 times, but there was nothing there, and it never would repeat or do anything unless we were actively working on the church. It starts to get dark, and we both leave a little early that day, and we didn't enjoy that day at all. On the fourth day, I'll be honest and say that I'm already not wanting to go, but of course we have to. We show up at like 2 or 3 p.m. and start going about it. And sure as heck, as soon as we begin, it's right back, and even louder this time. I didn't even want to work anymore. Well, we got so annoyed that we physically moved the podium to the back of the church in the end. The banging, it doesn't stop though. Doesn't stop coming from the same place, right under where it was. We just try to ignore it and we keep working. But again, I refuse to stay after dark, and we do what we can and we leave. Now, on the last day, we show up and first thing I clearly see is the podium. It's back where it started, and our supplies were messed up even more than last time. I am at this point completely over the whole job, and I clean up our supplies and tell my buddy to move the podium again and let's just finish this. He moves it and we start working. This time though, there's absolutely no banging, which was wonderful. This goes on for half an hour to an hour, and then, all of a sudden, we hear loud running footsteps in the back. We both go and check. We were scared. And there is absolutely nothing there. Like, there's not even a thing in the room. This happens about maybe 5 or 6 times in the span of a few hours. Finally, though, we both agree that it's time to just leave. We start packing our tools, and that was when we hear the most terrifying scream from what I guess was a girl, and running in the back again, but inhumanly fast. And that was the last straw. We ran outside as fast as we could. We left the tools and had the owner leave them outside, and we picked them up later. I never went into that place again, and all I can say is that there is something horribly wrong with that church. I never got paid for that job either because we didn't finish it, but to be honest, I didn't care. So I once babysat my two cousins, brother and sister, along with my little brother, at their house one summer. I was downstairs on the computer in the main room when the brother and sister just started fighting. It all began because the brother was snooping on his sister's phone calls with their mum or something, my aunt, using the other house phone or whatever. He quickly ran upstairs, though, and locked himself in the master bedroom, using one of those old-fashioned metal locks to get away from her. As I ran upstairs to stop him from getting a beatdown, the sister SWAT team kicked the door open, breaking the latch, and just about got to him, until I split them up and I told her to go to her room next door and dragged him downstairs to sit with me and my brother while I went back on the computer. All of a sudden, though, I heard a similar kick to a door and thought, what the heck is she doing up there? The boys looked just as confused because it was such a loud noise and we thought maybe she was still tripping out. So right away I ran to the bottom of the stairs to tell her to calm down, but she already was there at the top of the stairs yelling, "Tell RJ to leave me alone, leave my door alone." And my heart instantly dropped when I told her no one came up there. She turned her back to the wall and slid to the floor, screaming in horror. I ran up there shaking and brought her down slowly, trying to process how the heck that sound was made when she was the only one upstairs. Finally, when we got down, I told the boys to get outside and we all sat on the front steps waiting for our grandmother to show up. She investigated the house and tried to say that it was just a truck passing by, but we all knew deep down that there was no way that it was a truck. A few years later, when they moved out, my cousin's dad finally fessed up that the previous owner, who was an old man, had actually fallen down those stairs, broke his neck, and laid there for a week before anybody found him. To this day, I think my cousin ticked him right off for breaking his bedroom lock, and did the same right back to her. So I used to work at my ex-father-in-law's law practice. I was in my early 20s and I worked there for years at this point. The office, it was one of those old historical 3-story buildings that is over like 100 years old. My co-workers and I, we witnessed all kinds of weird stuff there too. Sometimes we would see it together, sometimes separately, and sometimes we'd find evidence of strange stuff too. One time during everybody's lunch break, I decided to stay and work. The kitchen microwave door kept opening though. I would hear it, get up, close it, and sit back down. This happened 3 different times within the hour as well. Another time, my ex-sister-in-law and her 2 kids were visiting. They were just hanging out in the waiting area, and I was in the room talking to them. But suddenly, the kitchen light in the next room came on, and at the same time, 2 wall photos in the waiting room fell to the ground. That was pretty insane. Also, there was this sort of heavy old-school timestamp machine that was in the kitchen, and we would find it on the ground all the time. The thing, though, was on the counter, sitting against the wall, and it was super heavy. We eventually moved it to one of my co-workers' office, and it would fall on the floor in there too. Sometimes we would hear it happen even, and there it would be on the floor with no explanation for how the heck it even got there. We have also heard upstairs footsteps, doors opening and closing regularly when nobody was upstairs. My ex-husband worked there too, and he said that he never experienced anything like that and thought that it was all in our heads. But he became a believer one evening when he stayed at work after hours. He was alone in his office, and a huge framed painting that sat above the old fireplace, the mantel, just crashed onto the floor, made a huge mess too. It honestly never felt malicious, I guess. We just sort of always laughed it off and said the ghost was up to its regular hijinks, and I don't even know what it was, to be honest. I never believed in ghosts, but I will tell you that there is definitely something in that office that I cannot explain. It was a typical Tuesday night, the kind where the darkness outside crept into the corners of the room, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. I was nestled on the couch, binge-watching my favorite TV series, oblivious to the horrors lurking just beyond my front door. The sound came faintly at first, a subtle creaking that I brushed off as the house settling, but then it grew louder, more pronounced, like the slow, deliberate steps of someone trying to be stealthy, perhaps. My heart quickened its pace as a chill raced down my spine, the air thickening with an undeniable sense of sudden dread. I glanced around, searching for reassurance in the familiar surroundings of my living room, but the silence that followed was honestly deafening, punctuated only by the pounding of my heartbeat in my ears. I convinced myself that it was just my imagination running wild, that there was nothing to fear. But then I heard it, the unmistakable click of the front door being unlocked. Panic surged through me as I leapt to my feet, my mind racing with adrenaline-fueled thoughts. Without hesitation, I crept toward the doorway, my senses on high alert as I strained to hear any sign of movement on the other side. And then I saw him, a shadowy figure looming in the doorway, his features obscured by the darkness. Fear gripped me like a vice as I stumbled backward, my voice caught in my throat. "What do you want?" I managed to choke out, my words trembling with fear. But he said nothing, his silence more chilling than any words could ever be, really. Instead, he advanced towards me, his movements slow and deliberate, like a predator closing in on its prey. I backed away, my mind racing with desperate pleas for escape, but there was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide from the terror that had invaded my home. With each step he took, the room seemed to shrink around me, closing in until there was nowhere left to go. And then, in an instant, he was upon me, a dark, menacing presence that enveloped me in its suffocating embrace. I fought back with all the strength that I could muster, but it was no use. His grip was ironclad, his intentions clear as he bore down on me with a ferocity that sent shivers down my spine as I fought. I screamed for help, but my cries fell on deaf ears as the darkness just seemed to swallow me. And then, just as suddenly as it had all began, it was over. The intruder got up, ran, and vanished into the night, leaving me battered and bruised in his wake. As I lay there, trembling and broken, I knew that I would never be the same after that. The horror of that night haunts me and will forever, a constant reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the safety of our own front doors. And although the intruder may have escaped into the night, the scars that he left behind, well, they'll never fade away. This happened a while ago, back in late July, early August of 2022, at around maybe 9 o'clock at night. I think maybe even slightly earlier than that. Anyway, me and my friend, we decided to take photos in the forest that evening. Yeah, I know, it's a bit of a dumb idea, but everything was going fine. Of course, slightly scary due to the dark, but all was well. We were two girls in the forest, and it's twilight, which is risky, I know, but at around 9:40, my friend's mum calls her saying that we should go back to her place because it's getting late. This was understandable, so we ended up heading back to her place. I ask her, can we take the shortcut out of the forest, and she says all right to this. And that was our biggest mistake. While going through the shortcut, I see some guy in front of us. I then notice that he's holding an axe in one hand and was wearing a horse mask. He was quite tall, being well over 6 foot, and he was slowly coming towards us. I suddenly take my friend's hand, because, well, I'm thinking that we're about to die, and tell her, do not go there, there's a dude wearing a horse mask up there. But she ignores me, continues walking towards him slowly. With no emotion, I just take her hand and just force her to run to the longer exit from the forest. While running, I'm literally not hearing anything she's saying to me because I'm in a complete panic. While running, I see a random woman walking with 2 average-sized dogs. Yes, I know I'm dumb for not warning her about the horse dude, but I was in a panic, like I said. And finally, we escape the forest and are about to go to her place. While walking to her place, she's asking me a bunch of questions like, what was that stuff back there? And she also mentions hearing that the guy was running after us. So yeah, we were petrified and we go to her place and we just talk about what happened. And to be honest, I genuinely wish that was the end of it, but it wasn't. You see, in October of 2022, I was casually browsing Latvian news and see some articles about a dead person in the same forest that me and my friend were in. So my question is, did we escape a murder via an axe dude wearing a horse mask? I don't know if I should report this or what, but I just need some guidance. I'll try to keep it brief. So, Saturday night, my boyfriend and I were heading home after a drinkless night out. I was driving and pulled up to a red light and told him keep an eye out for the green light for me, because I wanted to check my phone. Now, I always pull up on the white line. I hate when people stop short of it. I was fully aware and not sleepy at all when I said this, and for some additional context, I was going down a slight hill as well. I was up the hill from the light, so I would have had to have rolled backwards up the hill with my car in drive. I also have the auto parking brakes on when my car comes to a complete stop. But the next thing I know, I just woke up, car about 40 feet away from the line by the red light. Confused and a little bit panicked, I muttered something like, "What the heck?" And my boyfriend sat up and said, "What just happened?" I snapped at him. I said, "Let me know when the lights turn green." I don't know. And he said, "Wait, how long were we sitting here for?" I shrugged. He then says, "My video's been playing for 10 minutes. And went back through the video that he had just started and didn't remember any of the video in the time that had passed. It absolutely creeped me out, though. In fact, I barely slept all of Saturday night, and Sunday I joked about it with my sister. But today, on the way to work, my boyfriend and I passed the same traffic light, so I asked him, "What do you think happened Saturday? Weird, huh?" And he had no idea what I was talking about. I recounted the entire story as specific as I could, but he didn't even remember getting home or the ride home at all. So my question for all of you guys is, what the heck actually happened? Something supernatural? Was it an abduction case? And if so, do I report it? And to where? So, it was about 11:30 p.m. Kids are asleep, wife is sleeping next to me, dog is laying on the bed, and I was just gaming. Everything is quiet, lights are all off in the house for the night, and I'm chilling, playing some Halo, I think, when all of a sudden I start hearing some heavy footsteps walking up the staircase, coming upstairs. Our stairs are very creaky, so when you get to the top of the stairs, the last 4 stairs will creak, and they make a loud popping noise that you can hear pretty well. Normal stair sounds, right? Well, it wasn't normal to hear that at 11:30 at night when everybody else is asleep and accounted for. My blood ran cold. I suddenly got chills, and I feel like somebody is about to walk through the bedroom door I leave creaked open for our son to come and get in bed with us if he wants. I was thinking, too, I know for a fact that all the doors were locked, so it's not an intruder. It's not the dog because it's sleeping on the bed, and it's not our kids because one's a baby and the other is asleep. It's not my wife because she's asleep next to me. And I could just feel like something was watching me through the crack in the doorway from the darkness. I know that it wasn't the house settling because it doesn't make that sound when it does, and that distinct sound is only made when somebody is walking up those stairs. The only reason that I know that it was something weird is because my wife and I have heard the same sounds before when nobody was there. And again, nobody should have been there that night. We don't think that our place is haunted, but honestly, I don't know anymore. Who knows? Maybe we're wrong. So, a little over a week ago, I posted here with my story from this summer that had been sitting really poorly with me. I could share the whole thing, but the TLDR is that late at night, my friend in a very remote cottage went outside, heard a super close, super identifiable sound of a sort of honka-honka clown noise, but nothing was visible. My dog acted super weird all night while there. I didn't tell anyone. And a few months later, my buddy whose cottage it was told me that he had relentless nightmares of clowns while he slept there as a kid. There's more nuances to that, but yeah, that's the gist of it. But things have gotten so weird since then. You see, the night that I shared that, my boyfriend and I fell asleep on the couch. We went to bed, and while laying there I asked if he checked the doors were locked, and he said yes. I decided to get up and double check in case in our sleepy state he missed one anyway, but they were both locked. I must have woken up at around 2:30 to some weird noises that I chalked up to my downstairs neighbor having a late night. I got up to use the washroom to find the back door unlocked. Weird. I do a quick look around the house, but nothing's stolen, so I lock it and I go back to bed. Now, the following morning, I'm on my couch having a coffee. Dog is in her bed in my room still. There's like a sofa table and a couple of feet of space behind my couch. And I swear to you that I heard knuckles cracking, like one hand and then the other. The first thought that ran through my head was, oh no, the door was broken into last night, and someone's passed out behind the sofa, and I just didn't check here last night. I live like 2 blocks from a homeless encampment. Weirder things have happened in my neighborhood. And I jumped off the couch, naturally, but when I did, nobody was there. I decided that my best course of action is to just try and control my emotions, set intentions, and be firm. I have a smudge stick that someone gifted me ages ago, so I tear the house apart looking for that, open the doors and windows, and I walk around firmly telling that whatever it is, that it is not welcome here and that I only accept love and light in this home. It was a nice day, so I left the window right behind the couch open. An hour or so later, I'm sitting there and that window slowly closes, making this horrible squeaking noise, and then all of a sudden slams shut with so much force that it was hard to believe. The dog, who's now beside me on the couch, gets up all freaked out, goes and sniffs the window, and then just leaves to go behind my bed where she hides in the lightning storms. So, at this point, I'm completely over this. So I went to get out of the house, but at the same time, I have all this stuff from the thread the day before running through my head about not letting this thing control my emotions. So I resolved to leave, but still calmly get ready like I normally would. I'm in the shower and I just suddenly feel very all wrong. I turned my whole body so that I could see both edges of the curtain like I was sure that something was going to reach in. I decided to be brave and slam open the curtains to find my sink cabinet doors are open and I didn't open them. Last night, I woke up in the middle of the night to two bright orange dots on the wall, opposite wall and has no windows on it. I am weirdly obsessive about no light while sleeping, so there's no little electronics projecting light or anything. And when I kind of stared at them, they got brighter, but I kind of felt like it could be an optical illusion that the longer I stare at something, the more in focus in the dark it becomes. Anyway, as I'm considering all of this, I realize that a third one has formed and is now getting brighter. And so, now here I am, unsure if I'm going crazy or I don't know what's going on. I don't know how to describe the feeling I'm having. It's fear adjacent, but I think I have a grasp on the idea that this thing can't really hurt me if I don't let it. I just feel kind of crazy, I guess. I haven't told anyone about this in real life and just needed to get it off my chest. Maybe just to be validated that this is weird and I am not insane. Also, I should probably mention that I've been having crazy, wild, nightmarish dreams all week, and this is really significant because I haven't dreamed since I was a kid. When I was 9 to 10 years old, I was laying in bed and went to get off my bed. I put my feet down on the ground and a hand shot out from under my bed and grabbed my ankle. The hand was a dark green color. It also looked really wet and sort of slimy. There was what looked like foliage or something on it too, but I don't know if they were leaves or something else. Just weird small patches that kind of resembled leaves, I guess. It seemed like the hand was trying to pull me under the bed, though. It was definitely trying. As you can probably imagine, too, I was screaming and I absolutely freaked out. I ran right to my parents' room and was just completely out of my mind as I was trying to tell them what happened. I still get freaked out having my feet next to under the bed like that. In the same house, too, my brother had a similar experience. He said that there was a hand that grabbed his ankle, too. The hand that grabbed his was completely white, though, and he said it kind of resembled a Mickey Mouse glove. I often wonder if it was the same hand, and it was just changing its appearance or whatever. It does seem that that's how this kind of stuff manifests, maybe. The idea of their materialized state being dependent on their consciousness observing it. This world is way weirder than people like to give it credit for. That much is for certain. So my girlfriend and I went to pick up a pair of chairs yesterday from someone on Facebook Marketplace. We live in the Northeast, and it was about an hour away, but a pretty good deal. And we enjoyed a nice autumn drive anyway. I know Facebook Marketplace can be sketchy, but I didn't get any huge red flags from the seller. Their profile pic was a flower or something, but I know it's common for older people not to use a picture of themselves for that. I clicked into their profile and saw some photos of what seemed to be her, a middle-aged Chinese lady, with her family. She was also being extremely cordial and nice. Last Wednesday, we agreed to meet Monday at 9 a.m., but on Thursday night they texted me reminding me about our meet-up tomorrow, Friday. I reminded them that we were meeting Monday and they apologized. Again, I didn't think that this was that weird. The listing was for 8 chairs and we were just taking 2, so I figured that she was coordinating with more than one person. Anyway, we got out there and I noticed once we're close that the listing has been taken down on Facebook. This wouldn't be weird if we were buying all of the chairs, but we weren't. We pull up and it's this unmarked warehouse on a quiet street. I see one car in the way back of the warehouse, near an open garage entrance. I immediately ask my girlfriend if this seems kind of weird, and she says no. The person gave us a number to call, so she calls it. The person picks up, and we see a young, thin Chinese woman, clearly did not look like the person from the Facebook profile, come out and wave to us from afar. On the phone, she really quickly says to back up towards the open garage door and gestures towards us, and then she just really quickly disappears back into the garage. I drive over and start backing in toward the garage door, in this little area that is fenced in from the right side. It was a very tight space, too. I stop for a second and look in my rearview mirror, but the garage is pitch dark and also completely empty. No sign of anyone. Having not given us instructions other than to back in, I thought the seller must have wanted us to get out and walk back toward the garage with her, which I immediately knew I was not going to do. At this point, my girlfriend independently thought something was off too. Why did she just disappear like that? What was with this weird, creepy warehouse? And so, having waited long enough, we pulled out and we just got out of there. Now, maybe it was nothing, but it definitely gave both of us a really bad feeling. And my question for all of you is, what do you think? Did we overreact, or was this possibly something nefarious? My 3-year-old son suffered from chronic ear infection last year, which led to him having high fevers. I slept with him on this particular night because I needed to give him Tylenol throughout the night to keep his fever down and keep him comfortable. I set my alarm to wake me up at around 2:30 in the morning. When I woke up, I went into the kitchen to get the medicine, and it was then that I noticed a bright light shining into the apartment from our back door, which also illuminated part of the woods behind the apartment. When I went over to see what it was, it turned out to be a car with those bright LED headlights in the parking lot to the far back right of the apartment. I figured that they must have just been dropping someone off. I saw the movement of what resembled a dog walking around near the woods. I started to think that the lady who usually walks her dog, a cute little corgi, in that area, purposely faced her car in that direction so she could see while she walked her dog. As I got closer, though, I realized that there was nobody out there walking a dog, and in fact, there was no dog. Now, I don't know what it was that I actually saw, but I'll describe it in the best way that I can. At first, it looked just like a dog, corgi size, but as it walked closer, it looked like your average house cat. Then, all of a sudden, it began to look like a black bear, and then it looked like a koala almost. I live in North New Jersey, farmland and lots of woods, and I can assure you that there's no wild koalas here. At this point, my heart was pounding out of my chest, and I am a bit scared. The fear I felt was like a primal type of fear I have never felt before. So I ran to my bedroom to wake up my boyfriend, and I shook him awake very roughly. I said, "You gotta come and see this." He was a bit annoyed with me, understandably, but when we look outside together, we see this thing getting closer, and it looks like a skunk now, white stripe down the center with perky, fluffy tail. I then said, "Oh, it's just a skunk," with a little bit of a chuckle. I felt a bit embarrassed, to be honest, that I woke him up over a skunk, but at that moment I also felt a bit relieved. However, I was mistaken. As it walked, it looked as if it was struggling to find a form almost. I thought it looked like it was falling apart, but also sort of coming back together again at the same time. I know that doesn't make sense, but it's hard to find the words for what we saw. After the skunk formation, though, it looked like a person crawling on the ground with some type of fur or skin attached to them around the leg. Then it changed again and looked like a raccoon, a groundhog, black bear, cat, koala, deer, and skunk. But the part that stuck out to me the most was that whatever it was seemed to be coming apart or shedding, but at the same time it was growing. Whoever had their headlights on turned them off as it went deeper into the woods. This happened pretty quickly, and I'd say it was only about a couple of minutes from start to finish. He ended up going back to bed, but I just couldn't sleep after that, so I grabbed a flashlight and shined it into the woods to see if I could see it again, but whatever it was gone. I also opened the door to see if I could hear anything, but I couldn't. It was very quiet. I had a very hard time going back to sleep that night. My boyfriend wasn't scared, but he was confused and stunned. He didn't know what to make of it. I, on the other hand, was scared and really creeped out. I know that if I hadn't have woken him up to see it for himself, he most likely wouldn't have believed me and would have chalked it all up to me being groggy from just waking up or it just being an animal or whatever. Unfortunately, though, I know what I saw and I will never forget it. So I'm from a small town known as Bettyville. Blink and you'll miss it. Everyone here has some kind of ghost story, and I do mean everyone. The ones that always stuck with me, though, were my dad's stories. He was always out in the backwoods. My family lives pretty much in the middle of nowhere, so the woods were the only entertainment, really. There's a place known as the Old Grade. It's a notorious ghost sighting spot for my family now, at least. But back then, it was just a hunting spot for them. That's where they encountered the white thing. No one has a clue what it is. It's just this white creature with big black eyes about the size of a grown man's fist. My dad's first encounter was whenever he was about 16. Him and his younger brother had gone out hunting in the Old Grade. They had been walking for a couple of hours, and dusk had taken over the woods. They saw something walking on 4 legs. It had a snout and looked to my uncle like a fox or coyote from a distance. He started calling it to bring it closer, and that was when it stood up. It stood up on its 2 legs and just stared at them. My dad threw a gun on it, and it hid behind a tree instantly. I don't really have a visual to describe why this was weird, but just imagine something that's 4 foot wide hiding behind a 2-foot tree. It makes absolutely no sense, right? The chittering noise that it was making is really hard to describe. In fact, my dad said that it was too hard to describe for him, but it gave him chills talking about it. Upon seeing this, though, they started backing out of the woods and stayed in the light. It didn't seem to want to get any closer if they were in the light, but was sort of moving towards them when they stepped into the shade. They made it home, though, and they tried to tell my grandma what they had seen, but she just brushed it off. My dad and uncle know that they had seen something, though. You can just read the dread and fear all over them when they talk about it, too. And this story has always been the one to stick with me. I don't go in those woods once it gets dark. I don't even really go in the day, to be honest. I feel like whatever is haunting those woods, or whatever is in there, just doesn't want us there, and to be honest, I'm happy to oblige. I went to Colombia for a vacation. I have always liked South American countries, more than anything because my parents almost always went there to spend some short vacations. So you could say that I followed their tradition, I guess. I had already rented a house to stay there when I was away. It wasn't the best in the world, but it worked. Anyway, I slept in a small room with the television pointed directly in front of my bed, just as it should always be. And behind the television there was a window that I always opened when it was very hot. I closed it when I was going to sleep at about 12 at night. Now, I remember that night I was watching YouTube videos and other nonsense on the internet, just sort of killing time while waiting for my food to be ready. However, like the sound of an alarm, I started hearing a sound that I could only compare to with the sound that a sort of didgeridoo makes. It immediately threw me off. I put my cell phone down and took a quick look at my room. I thought for a moment that it was just some random person who, for incomprehensible reasons, was playing an instrument in the street. but it only took me a moment to notice that there was a face that was shamelessly peeking out of my window. His face seemed to be sort of partially melted, something that was noticeable more by the shape of his head than by his skin. The latter, with a mud color, seemed to be worn out and almost in a state of decomposition. What I mean is that he had no nose and his eyes were completely circular and also black. His mouth seemed to have a small smile on the right side, but on the left side, it seemed to be broken almost, but perhaps unintentionally showing an extension of his mouth on that side, forming a smile up to his cheek. His mouth had nothing inside either. It was only black. The sound of the didgeridoo that I could hear only increased all the tension and fear that I had at that moment, but I stopped trying to understand what that thing was and suddenly began to think about my safety. I ran as quickly as possible to the kitchen and took out a knife, and I returned. I stared at it. I was pretty terrified, but that didn't prevent me from at least preparing for any attempted intrusion in my house of that creature. His face remained static, although the sound didn't stop. After maybe 4 or 5 minutes of looking at it and sweating, the creature finally moved its face, turned to the right, and then it left. And the sound it made also disappeared. I ran towards my door and I saw its shadow under my door. At that moment, the lights outside of my house were already on. I was almost paralyzed by the entire encounter. I've always believed in sightings of impossible things, but seeing or reading about them on the internet is something completely different from experiencing them in your own life. I knew that what I saw was not natural. The window, with all the fear running through my body, was closed by me minutes later. Obviously, I couldn't sleep after that, nor could I really concentrate on other things. I was just thinking, trying to give an explanation to what I had seen, and if he really was just a messed up tramp who wanted to spy. That theory, although disturbing, I preferred it. But it just wasn't possible, since the place behind the window has no way for someone to lean on it to look, because it's about 2 meters off the ground. In that park, there were cracks on the ground too that had left an unfinished construction. So what I mean is that there was just no human way a normal person could look into that window from there. This is the first time that I've shared this publicly. I don't really like talking about it because I know it makes me seem a bit crazy, but I just felt like I had to share it. And who knows, maybe someone out there might know what this is. So one day, me, my parents, my sister, my uncle, my aunt, and my 2 cousins were out at the park or something. I don't remember what place exactly this was, but we were walking, talking, etc., until we got to a part where there was a rocky beach, and I was following my older cousin while my younger cousin was behind me. We were jumping from rock to rock while talking. I don't even remember what we were talking about, and as we neared the end of the rocky beach, I looked down to see where I was going to jump next, and when I looked back up, they were just not there anymore. What I mean is that they just vanished, both of them. So I yelled out their names, but nothing. There was no one there. Not my cousins, my parents, my sister, my uncle, or my aunt. I looked around, and after maybe 2 minutes, I left the rocky beach and tried looking for them. It looked like they were nowhere near me, though, and I didn't have my phone with me, so I couldn't call them. So there I was, lost and with no idea where the rest of the group was. Thank God that I remembered where the car was parked, so I walked all the way back to the car and waited almost an hour, and they came back. Everyone was apparently worried about me, and everyone was okay, but even my cousins were there, and I asked where they went. I told them what we were doing, and my cousins told me that they left the rocky beach way before reaching the end, so I was just there, dumbfounded, like, what the heck was that then? Who was I talking to? Why did they look and sound exactly like my cousins? Why did they suddenly disappear like that? Were they trying to separate me from the group? And if so, why? Does anyone have any idea what actually happened that day to me. When I was about 18 years old, I was living at my mother's house, which was 2 houses down from my grandmother's. One day I was biking to my grandmother's house and I rode into the driveway, got off my bike, when I just felt something. Note that I'm pretty sensitive to things. When I sense something, I see a sort of image of what it is in my mind's eye. Anyways, I turned around and I saw a glimpse of a humanoid body with a deer head looking straight at me with my physical eyes. I then see someone who was also curious going over to it, where I saw it, that is, but they found nothing. I then went over and looked around the stone wall, but there were no signs of tracks or anything. I spoke to this person briefly and asked them, "Hey, did you see that?" And they were like, "Yeah, what was that?" So I know that I wasn't going crazy. But does anyone know what this could have been? I don't think it was a Wendigo or a skinwalker or anything, but I have heard that there's a Native American lore of them being called not deer or like the deer people or whatever, so I don't know. But if you have any thoughts on this, then please do share. This first encounter took place in the summer of, I believe, 2016 in Ontario, Canada. Although it was a while ago, I'll admit, I still remember every detail like it was yesterday. If I'd been alone, I would have chalked it up to just something else, but the fact that both of us saw this thing is what really puts me off. So, a friend and I were walking along a trail that runs alongside the main river that cuts through the city. There are some great wooded trails along the river, and some of them even lead to neighboring cities, but I digress. The sun was setting. It was at that time of the evening where it was insanely dark under the tree coverage, but still fairly light beyond the leaves. I turned on my phone flashlight to light the way and put on some music for the two of us to listen to while we hustled home. The bugs were starting to bite at this point, and being so close to the river, they were pretty nasty. I'd paused to change the song on my phone at some point, and my friend glances to our left into the woods. She asks me, "What's that?" And instinctively I turn the lights to where she was looking. In the darkness of the bushes and trees, we watch as this thing takes off running deeper into the brush with its back turned to us. It was making a ton of noise, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. It really didn't seem to care. Now, there are lots of deer on this trail, and I've seen a few on my walks during the day, but this was absolutely no deer. Even in such a short amount of time, the image of this thing running from us is burned into my mind. It was on all fours. It had a sort of awkward gait like a human trying to run on its hands and feet, meaning that its arms were far too short compared to its legs to be running like that. This thing was white, and the light reflected off of its leathery-looking skin. It was skinny with thin arms and legs. The two of us didn't stick around much longer after that, and instead chose to run the rest of the trail until we hit the end that led out into a set of soccer fields. Now, we never really spoke about it after that, and if we ever did, it was sort of just in passing. That was until yesterday. You see, I was scrolling through a subreddit for my city and paused the minute that I saw a title informing people to stay away from the river trails. Curious, I checked the post out, and the post, it described exactly what my friend and I had seen that night on those exact sets of trails by that river. I broke out into a cold sweat and immediately texted her, despite not even speaking for a while, as adulthood had kind of caught up to us both. She told me, though, that she still thinks about that encounter and does so at least once a week. I linked to the post, and she was floored by it. I won't be giving the link as it gives identifying details and, the internet and all that, but reading through the replies, it was what you would expect from Reddit, I guess. People chalking it up to the guy being mentally ill, joking about him doing drugs, and people who genuinely took him seriously were being downvoted and mocked. Someone mentioned that it was all bull and that the stories of these things had been going around in the area since 1972, meaning that this probably wasn't a one-off experience from the beginning. I'm always a little bit hesitant to share this story, out of fear that I'd get the same reception. I know what I saw that night, though, and knowing that it's possibly still in those woods along a set of trails that I still walk to this day, well, it is kind of unsettling to me. In the summer of 2022, my last camping trip with my family, we went to a popular camping location in Ohio. If you can figure it out, well, that's a bonus to you, but my sister and I, me 17 at the time, and her 14 at the time, shared a tent, so we stayed up giggling and messing around quite a bit, like or talking about boys that she liked. And mostly for week 1 in the 2-week trip, it was fine. We slept and talked like normal, until the second week where things took a bit of a turn. Now, I have a really hard time with sleeping, so when week 2 strolled around, my sister would be passed out asleep, and I would be sitting there, wide awake for hours at a time. While these hours where I sat awake just passed by, I heard noises, crunching, shifting, growling, howling even. The basic outdoor noises, though. For the next 2 days of week 2, I heard a lot of walking and talking in the woods, though. Things like "come here" or "help me." Sometimes I'd even hear faint whispering near my tent. Honestly, it began to scare me, and on the last 2 nights, which probably had been the worst, my sister was awake, both of us playing with her phone dead, and mine on a cool 20%. At around 2 a.m., my sister went to lay down, and so did I, until I heard thick footsteps around the tent. Much too heavy for deers or wolves, but way too light for bears or elk. Honestly, it was almost like a person was walking around my tent. My sister was awake and quietly watched as someone or something pressed on the tent sides and door. Now, my sister and I move all of the little tent zippers into our tents at night to keep people from trying to get in. Clearly, this person or thing was looking for said zippers as well. So, while we were scared, we felt pretty smart about it too. This was night 4 of week 2. Now, obviously we spoke about this and told people and all that, but they said that we probably were just hearing things. And on the final week 2, night 5, the same heavy footsteps, the same touching at the walls, and the same whispering to "come here" and "come out" were all around us. I was terrified and waited until 5 a.m. where I sat outside waiting for my grandma. While sitting out there, I then heard whispering and then screaming, the scariest, most blood-chilling scream that I'd ever heard. It sounded like some kind of a mixture of animal or person or something, but it was so loud that I nearly wet myself. I was glad that we left in the end, and even happier to not go back for 2 years. But my question for all of you is, does anyone know what this is? Or was it just some dude lurking on our campsite and trying to creep us out? Also, I talked to my grandparents about this, and they said Tater Tot, their little American shepherd at the time, had been snarling at something outside the tent walking around. Whatever it was got scared and let out a sort of husk or a growl, and it ran away. It was about 3 a.m. for them, and it scared them too. So they heard some things as well. Anyway, like I said, if you have any information on what this could have been, then please do share it with me, because I have trouble just not thinking about this. Right after dinner, my parents were laying on the couch as usual, scrolling through their phones, while me and my youngest brother were watching TV. I urged him to make some fruit salad, which he agreed to, and we both moved to the kitchen. He cut the fruit, bananas at the exact point, and do all the hard work while I was looking for the strawberries in the fridge. From where I was standing, fridge wide open and box of strawberries in hand, I saw someone exit from the front door, and even heard the distinct noise that my old door makes. At first, I thought that it was my other brother going outside to retrieve his clothes that were hanging on a rack on the porch. But since the door closed and you can't access it from the outside without keys, I stepped into the living room, strawberry still in hand, with the intent of letting him back in. I casually asked my parents on the couch if my brother got locked outside, and they both said no. At this point, I finally settled down with the strawberries and told them that I saw someone, wearing dark clothes, exit through the door. There was no knocking, which meant that it was in fact not my brother as well. My mother claimed that she heard a noise too and thought that it was me and my brother in the kitchen, while my father said that he also saw a dark figure swiftly getting out. Both my brothers said that they only heard the sound of the door. Our dog in our garden started barking too, but since my father didn't really feel like getting up and checking, it took a few minutes for him to get up, and anyone that could have been there would have been gone already. We started brainstorming all the options. It could have been the wind, but that meant that the door was ajar to begin with, and that's unlikely because my indoor cat would have sat there sniffing the door the whole time and we would have noticed. Also, our door is very old and it takes a lot of force to close it. Now, I don't really trust my dad since he was distracted, leaving me as pretty much the only witness. And I don't really trust myself given that I'm a pretty paranoid person. But was I just hallucinating? I don't know. Also, if you have any tips on calming my paranoia, then that would be much appreciated. Thanks. This happened back in 2013 when I was only 12 years old. I was home alone when this happened. I was sitting on my computer, and we had one of these old phones that had a cord attached to it at the time. Now, I grew up watching horror movies with my older brothers, and I hated being home alone at the time, so whenever I was home alone, I would open every door in the house to get the sunlight in and feel less scared that way. I had been sitting on the computer playing League of Legends when I suddenly get a phone call from my mum. I thought that it was a bit weird because she never calls me this early, so I decided to answer it. And what happened next is something that I'll never be able to understand. I answered the phone call and heard my mum whispering my name in a very low voice. I freaked out for a few seconds. I could feel my heart pounding. I started saying, "Mum," but there was no reply. So after a few seconds, I just ended the call and I sat down crying while playing until my mum got home from work. She could see right away that I was anxious and asked me if something had happened. I told her, "Why would you prank me by calling me and whispering my name like that?" And then she said, "I never called you." We even decided to check her phone, and there was never an outgoing call to our house's phone. To this day, she swears that she never called me, but she remembers me being freaked out. My only theory is that it's either something supernatural or it was potentially one of my brothers pranking me, even though they all told me that they didn't. And none of us knew how to spoof a phone call back then, so to be honest, I'm not so sure. My grandpa was born in the last years of the 19th century and spent his entire life living in rural Idaho as a farmer and rancher. He had tons of old cowboy stories that he would tell us as grandkids. Most of them were funny, some were cautionary, but a few were, well, just downright creepy. When my grandpa was 6 years old, he, along with his older brother and a gang of kids from nearby farms, decided to go ice skating for the day. At that time, my great-grandpa was working as a ranch hand, and the family lived near Chesterfield, Idaho, mostly a ghost town these days. But back then, it was a bright and sunny January day in 1902, and though the temperature was low, the sun kept things somewhat warm. They had hitched sleighs to their horses and headed down to the river to ice skate. There were 8 kids altogether, and they were excited to show off their new skates from Christmas. Along with my grandpa and his brother, there were the 3 Robinson kids, Tommy Bayer and the Gooch twins. The best spot to skate was next door to the Gooch's ranch. The river there was broad and shallow, so the ice tended to be thicker, and if they did fall through, they would just get their legs wet. Now, the kids spent a couple of hours skating when a loud scream came from a willow bush on the riverbank opposite them. The kids could only watch as what they said a giant man covered head to toe in thick black fur came lumbering out of the bushes. It was carrying a large tree branch and was screaming in a rage at the kids. They obviously fled towards the sleighs, trying to scramble up the riverbank in their skates. My grandpa, being the youngest, was at the back of the rush. He couldn't get a good foothold because of the skates and also fell backwards towards the ice. The giant was now crossing the river towards them, screaming and swinging his branch. My grandpa was sure that this creature was going to eat him. As my grandpa tells it, Lady Luck smiled down on him that day by the river, because as the giant was midway across the river, the ice finally gave way. It only submerged its shins, but it was slowed down considerably as it tried to get back up on top of the ice. This gave my grandpa's brother just enough time to jump down and cut the laces off of my grandpa's skates. They left the skates and dashed up the riverbank, jumped onto the sleigh, and as they looked back, the giant man was cresting the riverbank. To their relief, it didn't chase the sleighs. It just stood there, hollering at the kids and swinging his tree branch. The kids were able to make it back to the Gooch Ranch, where they told their encounter to John, the twins' grandfather. Word spread quickly in the tiny farming community, and soon a posse was formed to hunt down the beast. Where the kids had been skating, there was found footprints almost 2 feet in length. My grandpa's skates, they were found near the tracks, and to many people's surprise, they had both been bent in half like horseshoes. The tracks, they headed west into the nearby mountains. The posse followed them as far as they could, but deep snow prevented their travel any further. The creature, it was never sighted in that area again, but this story captivated the small community, and soon word traveled across the country of the Idaho wild man. That spring, my great-grandpa decided to buy a ranch in the Little Lost River Valley farther north in Idaho. My grandpa had many other weird and creepy backwoods stories, but he always said that this encounter frightened him the most. He was sure that he would have been killed if the giant hadn't have broken through the ice and given his brother a chance to cut his laces. The story is a little bit old, but I think it's still worth telling. I think I was about maybe 10 or 11 years old when this happened, and at that age, I used to go to church with my sister and come back at like 8 or 9 p.m. The church was close to my house. It was on the street facing the street where I lived, and I could see it from my front door, in fact. Me, my older sister, and 3 of our friends, who were also like sisters, went back together. They lived in front of a football field, and next to this field there was a sort of small path whose entrance was a big tree. The girls' house was right at the end of that path, but they could also get there by crossing the field. When we arrived in front of the path, we stopped to talk a little bit. The street was lit, and some neighbors and a guys in a bar were a little close to where we were, but it was no problem. But suddenly, the youngest of the sisters says that she saw something move in the bush under the tree, and her older sister throws a pebble to see what it was. The moving thing appeared, and it was just the most bizarre thing that I had ever seen. I'd say it was literally the standard description of an alien, with the exception that the skin was a sort of pale yellowish white, big black eyes, a big head. The mouth and the nose were practically stripped, and he seemed to be breathing heavily, or maybe panicking or something. It's also worth noting that he was crouched in a way that We only saw his face among the bushes. We were obviously terrified and screamed. The creature also looked scared and looked like it wanted to get out of there. He looked around scared and seemed restless. When we tried to approach him, he just jumped out of the bush and moved like absolute lightning. We could barely see his body, in fact. He was skinny, though, and also had a white head. I swear that it was so fast that we lost him instantly. The girls didn't want to go through the path anymore across the field, which was understandable given everything that just took place. My sister and I, though, we went back to our house. It was on the same street as the one in the field, really close. And we were even stopped by neighbors asking what had happened, but we didn't answer. When we got back home, we told our mother, who was the only one awake, and to our surprise, she actually believed us, and even went there to see if the thing was still there. Obviously, it wasn't. Now, I don't really mind if anyone doesn't believe this, but to this day, I know what I saw, and I swear by it. I was 10 years old and visiting my grandparents in Spain, as they owned a villa there. In the evenings, we would go out to the same complex-type place that had places to eat, bars, and activities for kids. One evening, my family were finishing up their meal when me and my two siblings wanted to go off to play. It wasn't far, and as parents do, we were told to stick together. So we're having a great time with the other kids playing, and I decided to walk back to my family for a drink and left my two siblings there. But as I'm walking back, the power goes out. The complex is outside, and this was late in the evening, so it was dark already, and all the music had stopped. Everyone continued what they were doing. Maybe the noise level raised slightly because of all the power had gone out, but nothing was lit apart from the slight dim glow of the streetlights across the road. Anyway, I'm walking through like a connection alleyway from one side of the complex to the other, so no one is around this part of the complex, when I notice a man walking behind me and start to get a sinking feeling in my chest. I didn't turn around and I just continued to walk, but I could feel him getting closer to me. He just keeps repeating hello and wait with an accent. I pick up pace, and thankfully the lights turn back on as I'm briskly walking, nearly running at this point, and I reach the more populated area of the complex. I feel safer now, and I turn around as I'm walking and see the man make eye contact with me and then puts a phone to his ear. Luckily, I make it over to my family. I look at the man again, thinking that I'm just being irrational and he probably had good intentions. But the man dips out behind one of the restaurants and looks really shady all of a sudden. To this day, I still wonder whether it was an opportunistic thing that the lights went out, or whether it was part of an organized crime. This happened about 1 year ago during the summer. Something that you should keep in mind too is that the house that I lived in had 1 acre of land surrounding the house. Where I had lived was near farmland. So, I had woken up around 8 in the morning on my living room couch, having fallen asleep the previous night, as well as my mother and sister who were sleeping beside me. I had planned to watch this movie that I had finished the previous night on my laptop, as well as eat breakfast in the dining room of my house. I had sat down at the end of the dining table, which was the closest chair to the kitchen. Keep in mind that if I had leaned back on my chair, I could see into the farther side of the kitchen, where the door that led to the deck was, which had this huge window right next to the door, so I turn on my movie and start to eat my breakfast as my dog trotted over to me and sitting next to me. I believe I was about maybe 45 minutes into the movie when my dog had switched a spot, now sitting right under the archway that led to the kitchen, staring at who knows what. But I felt her move. I didn't really think anything of it, to be honest. I mean, if it was serious, she would have been barking like anything. Maybe about 10 to 20 minutes go by, and I glance over at my dog, noticing that she's still staring at something. This time, though, I heard sort of, I don't know, like shuffling or scratching over the kitchen. I called out her name, but she just wouldn't move. So when I had walked over, I followed her trail of vision and noticed that she was staring at the window in the kitchen that leads to the deck of the house. And I nearly wet myself when I saw something or somebody behind the window outside peeping through the blinds. I forgot to mention, too, that there was a chair on the deck right under that specific window, so whatever the heck that was had to have been balancing on the chair to look inside. It looked bald almost, though, and white with pinkish tone. It had been holding onto the window frame, peering at my dog and I, while scratching the screen on the window with this horrible heavy breathing. I remember thinking in the moment that it was a person trying to break in, because whatever it was wanted to get in so desperately. The thing was sort of small, though, and it seemed as if it didn't want me to see the rest of its face almost, only its eyes. This whole time my dog had been watching whatever this thing was and not barking. I'm saying this because something as simple as dropping a cup will send my dog into a fit, barking like crazy. Even a voice coming from the TV would cause a great couple of minutes of barking from her sometimes. So this behavior was truly unlike her. Now, as I said, I believed someone was trying to get in, so I ran over to the couch in the living room, shaking my mother awake and bringing her to the kitchen. And of course, whatever the heck it was had simply disappeared at this point. I would have thought that I was losing my mind too if my dog hadn't have been seeing the same thing as me. I peered out another window, checking the driveway in case it was a person and they had drove a car here or something, but there was nothing of the sort. My mother went out onto the deck and looked around, but there was nothing there, except fingerprints on the window frame. We checked through the whole yard and nothing was found except for the prints, but I'm quite traumatized still to this day, knowing that whatever had been there was watching me for quite a while and I didn't even know. And also the fact that if it was a person, it would take a while to get off of the land. Even if they tried running away, we should have caught them, because the yard is quite huge. I'm not living in this house where this had happened anymore, thankfully. I have other weird experiences in that house, but those stories are for another day, and this one certainly takes the cake. I, a 15-year-old male, am a firm believer in ghosts and whatnot. I moved into my house when I was 8 years old, and it seemed like a normal house, but I don't know, I just felt like I'd been there before. I knew where and what everything was, and everything was just super familiar, even though I've never set foot in that house. A few months later, I also had dreams of me wandering the house. These dreams probably don't mean anything, but every couple of nights I would get a dream of me wandering the house, and they just felt like they took hours. In these dreams, I never felt alone too, and whenever I turned my head, I would see something peeking at me from like around the corner or around a door frame or something. The dreams, they eventually stopped after a while, but I don't know, I always felt like I just wasn't alone in a room. My dogs would bark at the corners in the house, and my older sister claimed to feel something living in her room. Weirdly too, nothing ever really happened in the house until a couple of years ago. When I was 13, I always thought that I heard whispering whenever I was alone in the house. I've always been paranoid, so I thought that it was just in my head. But then I saw shadows when no one was around. Objects like balls would roll on their own. I thought that it was just the wind moving them, but the dogs would come up and bark at something next to the ball. Other objects would be in a different place too, like a stuffed animal or a TV remote. I also heard running and footsteps sometimes, always running to my location in the house, which was weird. I would try and tell my family about, well, all this stuff, but only my older sister believed me. The stuff that I was seeing never really happened to her, but she could also feel something in her room at times. But one of the weirdest things happened when I moved into the room downstairs. The room in our basement is the biggest room in our house, and since I'm the last kid living at home, my parents decided to give it to me. There's a back door down there that connects to a dog area that I always keep locked because it makes me feel safe. Sometimes I'll exit through that door to pick up dog poop or something different. Most of the time, though, I'll lock the door back up, but perhaps like maybe a dozen times I've forgotten. When I do forget to lock the door and I'm getting ready to go to sleep, I'll always hear this sort of tapping noise, though. The tapping only happens when the door is unlocked, mind you. And at first, the tapping sounds like it's sort of outside, but when I get up and I go to the door to investigate, it sounds like the tapping is coming from somewhere else. When I lock the door, the tapping stops immediately. I don't know if this is some reminder telling me to lock the door or something else entirely, but it definitely freaks me out, that's for sure. Keep in mind, too, that most of this stuff happens when I'm always alone. It only ever happens to me, and if I am with someone and I hear whispers or footsteps, nobody else seems to be able to hear it. I don't know if this is something friendly or something malicious, but it hasn't hurt anyone yet. But if it is, either it's targeting me since I'm the only one that this happens to, or something else is going on. I do know that this house is fairly new and has only ever had one other family in it, but no one that lived in it has died or anything. My sister says that it could be the ghost of my biological dad. I'm adopted and he passed away when I was a baby, but I don't know. I don't think that it's him. But if you have any thoughts about this whole ordeal, any sort of info on this would be much appreciated. Sometimes I also wonder if, I don't know, maybe I'm going crazy. So just a bit of quick backstory. I grew up in Providence, RI, and everyone who's lived there knows that it's a very busy and noisy place all day. The RIPTA buses, traffic, businesses everywhere. But at night it gets very quiet, and even very eerie sometimes. This story is about an incident that happened to me when I was 15 and I got my first job at McDonald's. So I was 15, like I said, and I just got hired down the street from where I live. It was perfect because I could get to and from work without worrying about getting a ride from my parents. And while working there, I met some kids my age that I became close with. Unfortunately, they weren't the greatest friends of all. They were very rebellious, they would clown around at work, act disrespectful to customers, typical sort of 90s punks if you catch my drift. Slowly, too, I started to become like them. I began disrespecting my parents, which was totally not like me, but I was always the nerd that didn't have many friends, so I wanted to fit in. Side note, too, I was very sheltered growing up, and didn't really get around much because my parents were very overprotective of me. But anyway, one night at around, I would guess 10 p.m., I finished watching Monday Night Raw and went downstairs to grab something to eat. I opened the fridge and heard my dad's footsteps. He wore those slippers that sort of tap loudly on the tile floor. "Chris, I've asked you all day to take out the trash. They come tomorrow, so do it now." Now, normally, I would have taken it out the first time that he asked me, but now that I was getting older and becoming, well, a bit of a smart aleck, I didn't think it should be my responsibility anymore. "I work now and I go to school. You take it out," I replied. My dad's eyes got wide as I had never spoken to him this way before. He leaned in and said softly, "As long as you live here, you will help out. Now take out the trash or leave." I called his bluff, and rather than just simply taking the trash out, I rebelled like the dumb teen that I was. Fine. I'll leave. You're going to kick me out for that? Don't bother looking for me. I'm done living in this stupid house, I said, as I opened the door and slammed it. I walked towards McDonald's to see if any of my friends were there, and they weren't, just the maintenance guy finishing up the cleaning. And of course, of all nights, it was raining, so I had to go and find somewhere to go and stay dry. There was a bridge with an overpass a little ways down the street that I knew of, so I started walking towards it. The whole time I'm regretting what I did, and I wish that I had just taken out the stupid trash. But I finally get to the bridge, and I climb up the hill to the little section in the corner to stay at a view. I remember in school learning to go here in case of a tornado, so I knew that it was safe. I patiently and stubbornly waited, assuming that my parents would call the cops, which in my mind would show me that they cared. An hour goes by and nothing. No sirens, no cars were even on the road. It was getting pretty cold though, but I promised myself that I wouldn't give in. I crossed my arms over my legs and eventually I must have fallen asleep. But then I woke up violently from a semi-wailing on his horn over the overpass. I sort of looked around all confused. How long was I out for? I looked towards the McDonald's and saw an old man in a grey suit sitting at the bus stop. It was weird too. He was sitting still, facing forward. I assumed it must have been like 5 a.m. since he was waiting for the bus at this point. So I stood up, very upset that my parents never tried to find me, and began walking to the bus stop. Now, I'm a pretty outgoing person and I trust my gut. And as I walked closer to this old guy, I didn't get any negative vibe as I approached him. He slowly turned his head and looked at me and smiled. Not a creepy or uncomfortable smile, a sort of genuine peaceful one, I guess. I smiled back and decided instead of going home that maybe I can vent to this guy and get some advice. I asked if he minded if I sat down. He smiled again and gestured towards the seat. "Is everything okay?" he said with concern. "Yeah, I just ran away from home. My parents don't respect me anymore and how much I do all day," I said. I began telling him the story, and I noticed as the time went by that he was becoming more and more anxious, and his smile began turning into a frown. He began to start breathing loud, and eventually he even cut me off dead and said, "You need to go home now," with a really stern voice. Obviously, I was really confused by that. I figured that maybe his bus was coming soon and he wanted to say that before he left. I looked down in sort of frustration because that's not what I wanted to hear. Suddenly, though, I felt a strong grasp on my arm. He grabbed me and looked me dead in my eyes. His eyes were terrifying at this point, too, bloodshot and wide, and I was shaking in fear, totally thrown off guard by his complete switch in his persona. He was literally shaking like he was afraid of something. He kept looking down the street and then back into my eyes, and "You need to go home now," he screamed at me. At this point, this guy was starting to scare me, so I stood up and nodded, and he let go of my arm. Nervously, I started walking back to my house. I figured that my mum was already making some coffee, so my plan of sneaking back into the house and hiding in the basement was not going to happen. And just to see if she would be up, I looked at my watch, and it was then that I realized that it was only 1:30 in the morning. My heart stopped and my throat became dry, because why was that man at the bus stop at 1:30 in the morning when the buses aren't even running? I turned back towards him to look at him, but when I did, he was gone. Now I'm scared, confused, and I needed to get home. I used my spare key to get into the house eventually, and I opened the door quietly. Everyone was asleep. I slowly opened the basement door and made my way downstairs to the storage area in the back. I buried myself under the bags of clothes so that they wouldn't find me. I figured that I could get some sleep there, but The image of that guy kept popping in my head, and I was just so freaked out by it because it just made no sense. As I was sort of shifting around getting comfortable, just then I began to hear loud sirens passing by, and not just one, two, but multiple bursts of sirens coming every 10 seconds or so. I smiled, thinking that I'd won. My parents called the police to look for me after all. My plan had worked. And now I'll make them worry until the morning and regret kicking me out. I made myself a little bed and covered myself up to stay hidden and fall asleep. I woke up in the morning to hearing my mother sobbing upstairs. I looked outside the little basement window and saw daylight, so I figured that I'd go upstairs and get my apology at this point. I opened the basement door and walked into the kitchen. My mother was sitting at the dining table with her head in her arms. She immediately looked up at me and gasped. She stood up and ran over to me and hugged me more tightly than she ever had. "I thought you were dead," she muffled into my jacket. I slowly pulled away and looked at her confused. "What? Why would you think that?" I asked. What she said next genuinely sent chills throughout my entire body. She said that last night at around 1:40 in the morning, a drunk driver crashed into the bus stop in front of the McDonald's. It was allegedly completely destroyed. I started breathing heavy and realized that that man at the bus stop, he had saved my life. If he didn't tell me to leave when he did, I would have been sitting there for sure, and I would have been killed. So many emotions were running through me. I didn't know how to handle it, so in the end I just hugged my mother, and I immediately began to cry too. I apologized and realized that I missed the old me. In fact, I almost got myself killed from my own stubborn stupidity. I dropped those friends, and I got into a new crowd at school at that point. And from that point on, any time the trash was full, I was happy to take it out. Now, I don't know who or what that was at the bus stop, but whoever you are, thank you for saving my life that night. Whether it was just a lucky coincidence or right place, right time kind of thing, all I know is that if it wasn't for him telling me to go home at that point, I would have been sitting on that bench for the rest of that night. So, I don't know how this happened, and I'm still very perplexed by it 5 years later. But I was starting out in practice as a healthcare provider in a private practice. Our practice had set up cameras to monitor front desk activity outside hallway for security and emergency reasons, as we're in a large metro area with moderate to high crime rates. So, utilizing a very well-known yellow booking software, some will know, I received an appointment request. The appointment request had no insurance listed, only a name. It was JD for short. The appointment is never confirmed via phone, and JD had an international number. JD shows up, and for the most part it was a standard visit, normal workup, etc. Think of it as an unusual physical, but without abnormalities. I did my usual banter. What do you do for work? Where are you from? Etc., etc. They were pretty blunt and short in answering, and again, given the location where the practice was, I was not taken aback by this by any means. I will say, though, that I was confused about the lack of accent that this individual had. It seemed pretty standard for the area, yet where they claimed to be from wasn't how they sounded. There were no distinctive markings or features other than the person's height, which was well above average for every sex. But the appointment ends and they pay in cash and make no follow-up. The standard, don't call me, I'll call you sort of thing. The day was pretty busy though, so I wasn't able to do the note then and there, and so at the end of the day I sat down to do my notes and noticed that JD was not in the note tally, meaning that there was one patient missing from the total. So I checked the system thinking that the FD might have, forgotten since it's a cash note. These tend to not be as pressing to smaller practices as they do not need to submit this to insurance companies for reimbursement. But when I checked, the appointment was just not there. So I decided to check the booking app to pull their info up, but the appointment was not there either. So I asked the front desk what happened, and they said that they didn't know what or who I was referring to. Now, we had seen over 50 people collectively that day, so obviously I just let it slide. I did the note, but did not add any info other than the one told me by the patient, and I made note of the international number but couldn't remember the code. But flash forward to maybe 2 or 3 days later, I was still thinking about the situation and remembered the cameras, so I told the front desk to look at the video with me. I just needed to know that I wasn't crazy. And to my astonishment, there, clear as day, is the patient talking to me in the hallway and checking out in the FD, with the FD writing the transaction on both the cash ledger and the digital ledger. Needless to say, all three of us were and still are very confused by this. The FD did some snooping, as young people tend to do, found no record of anything or anybody by what they thought was their name. We called the booking company and nobody had made an appointment for that day, at least under my profile. So how did the appointment disappear from both our EHR and the booking software of all things too? I'm still rattling my brain over this, and any takers of explaining this, is this a glitch or is this something weird? This happened a while ago now, but I've heard a lot of stories here, and they always make me think of this encounter because I guess they're so similar. A friend and I, 22-year-old female at the time, attended Outsidelands in San Francisco back in 2021. This incident didn't actually happen at Outsidelands, but at the Airbnb my friend and I were staying at in Oakland. I am originally from California, and I know that Oakland can be a little sometimes, but accommodations for that weekend were pretty scarce by the time that we got around to getting our tickets and plans together. The neighborhood and particular place seemed nice enough overall, and to be honest, it probably was. Neither of us lived in California at this time, but we really enjoyed travel and road trips, so we decided to drive to the festival. Not only do I have out-of-state plates, but I also feel that at the time my car gave off a potentially solo female traveler vibe. I have since worked on toning it down a bit when traveling, so I can get a bit more inconspicuous, I guess. But after the second night of the festival, my friend and I got back to the Airbnb pretty late, around 1 a.m, and I was having trouble sleeping, so I decided to go out to my car to smoke and call my boyfriend and whatnot. I've been sitting in my car for maybe 5 minutes when I see a car pull up and park behind my car. This was all street parking in a residential neighborhood, so at first I thought that it would have been a neighbor or something. But another few minutes passed before I realized that the car was still on and nobody had ever gotten out of it to go into a house or whatever. At this point, I began to feel a bit uneasy. Luckily, I was still on the phone with my boyfriend. Initially, he and I agreed to that since the entrance to the Airbnb couldn't be more than, say, 10 feet from where I was sitting in my parked car, I should just run inside real quick and make sure to lock the door. So I went to open my driver's door to get out, and I haven't even gotten 1 foot out of the car when I see the car that was parked behind me start to pull forward, but not all the way out into the road to leave. I immediately got super uneasy at that, and was legitimately scared in a way that I quite haven't felt before. I too thank my lucky stars every single day for this feeling, because I immediately got back into the car, locked my doors, and sped off pretty quickly. I spent the next half hour driving around Oakland, making sure that nobody was following me, and after I was sure that I wasn't being followed, I went back to the Airbnb. The car that had parked behind me earlier was now gone. I was definitely relieved and felt safe to go inside and go to sleep, but I also felt sad and uneasy because I knew that whoever was in the car couldn't have had great intentions. That much is clear. I did let the owner of the Airbnb know of this situation, and I learned my lesson about going out to my car alone at night in certain areas. I've also seen this book mentioned here in the comments, but I wanted to mention that I'm currently reading The Gift of Fear by Gavin DeBecker, which talks a lot about things like intuition, trusting your gut, and knowing when things are out of place. This particular memory has come up a lot for me recently when reading this book, and I guess the moral of the story here is trust your gut. I'm a new mum, and my daughter just means the world to me. This happened when she was almost 1 year old. We were in the fruit or veggie sections of Fred's. It had been a normal day. Some people waved at her, some smiled, a few others sent kind words her way. My daughter was enjoying interacting with passerbys as she normally did. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I see a man trying to communicate with my daughter. He made sounds loud enough to get her attention, but quiet enough that I wouldn't hear. I only saw because he was making some weird sort of kissy face at her as he did it. Something about it, too, just felt terribly off. Usually, people will interact with her while making it very obvious to me, but this guy was making an effort to stay just out of my eyesight while keeping his eyes on my daughter. I'd never experienced anything like this before. I was alone and unsure of what to do, so I just left that section of the store and tried to forget about it. Later on, checking out, I saw once more that man. He was right behind me in the checkout lane next to mine. But the freakiest thing was that he was staring, wide-eyed with a blank expression at my daughter. I froze, and I recall the lady checking me out asking me if someone was making me uncomfortable. It was pretty hard to miss what this guy was doing, but I was so shaken up I just couldn't get the words out. She called an escort for me, and an employee walked us to the car as I manically scanned the rows of the cars, looking for this guy anywhere. He loaded my car up as I buckled in my daughter, and patiently waited until I locked my doors and drove off to go back inside. Now, perhaps I was just overthinking things, but I don't know. That sense of horror is something that I'll never forget, and something was telling me that something was wrong. So, I believe that I've only ever really had one paranormal experience, and it was when I was 10 and spent the night at a friend's house. I wasn't super close with this girl, so I only ever stayed the night once. She was a relative of my neighbor who was a family friend. But anyways, her and her mum were aware that their house was haunted. The story that the girl told me was that a 14-year-old boy was apparently murdered on the staircase. There was a cold spot on that stairs that her dog would always lay on, and I felt the difference in temperature myself when I moved my hand from one side of that stair to the other. I tried to Google a news story or something recent to substantiate that story, but could never find anything. But I also don't know how long ago it would have been when it happened, so I could have just not been looking in the right places. She also showed me, though, that when you would open her bedroom door, which opened inward into the room, a cold burst of air would come back at you, which I felt like I felt at the time that she showed me too. Another thing that often occurred in their home was the TV changing channels by itself, and even the voices of people talking would change. When I was there, the TV channels did actually change by themselves, but the voice thing didn't happen. I don't believe she was messing with me too with the channel changing, because she didn't have the remote in her hand or anything. But the next part was the main aspect of the whole paranormal experience that has really stuck with me throughout the years. I should mention too that I'm 23 now. So the next day after spending the night there, I was sitting in the living room talking to her and her mum, and in between the dining room and the living room, there was a shelf that was built into the wall that I was sitting perpendicular to, and this plastic duck figurine was sitting on the shelf when, all of a sudden, it literally flew off the shelf and hit the wall in front of it. It was honestly as if someone had just smacked it off the shelf, and it definitely didn't just fall. I was absolutely gobsmacked, while her mum was just like, "Oh yeah, that's the ghost," and they were both completely not fazed by it. It's also worth noting too that my aunt lived in the same house prior to them living there, and also claimed that the house was haunted too, although I don't really remember what she had told me about her experiences. I don't see her very often, but the next time that I do, I think that I'd like to ask her more about it. I haven't had any significant experiences that I would claim to be paranormal since then, and I'm kind of curious as to why not, but I am a firm believer in the paranormal, just from this one night in that house. I, a 22-year-old female, was 18 years old at that time. In those days, I was a party girl, going out 3 times a week and drinking a lot too. That time was really wild for me, and at some point I decided to host a party. It was my first party, and I rented a space in my village. It was a cabin on location for events, very cheap for locals. I organized everything with my 18-year-old female best friend. Her name was Mary, and another friend named Rose, same age. We were having fun decorating and preparing the party and whatnot. I remember that I was really stressed about the party being lame at the time. I decided to cope the stress with alcohol at some point, and when the party started and people arrived, I was already pretty tipsy. I had invited unrelated people that I knew from middle school to high school and some friends that I made in college. Even though no one knew anyone, the party was great and people were meeting each other. I had a boyfriend, 19, who was coming with his friends. We must have been around 30 people in total, but it was late summer, so the weather was mild and most people were outside talking, laughing, and dancing. Now, I had this middle school friend, her name was Luna, who binged drink and threw up at the entrance of the cabin. She even hurt her foot, and so she had some difficulties walking. I was at that point pretty drunk, but I wanted to help my friend. I asked her if she wanted to be put to bed, and she said yes, so I took her arm and guided her to my house. I live in a small village in the countryside, so it takes less than 5 minutes to get to my house. It was a pretty safe place, and I used to wander alone in the streets late at night at like 1 a.m. to 4 a.m. when I had insomnia and nothing ever happened. But anyway, it was pitch dark that night. We were the only ones outside, and as we walked, we saw a white SUV, but I didn't think much of it. I came home, gave her some water, and let her sleep in my room. I was alone with my sister that night. I warned her of the presence of my friend and headed back to the party. I wasn't walking straight since I was so intoxicated, but I saw the white SUV parked near the farm. As I continued walking, a black car stopped next to me and opened its window. I looked at the man. I still don't know what age he was. It was too dark to see. But he said to me, "I've seen this white SUV following you for a while. It's dangerous. You should come into my car." I was drunk, but I directly felt that something was wrong instantly. I just answered that I was okay and my friends were nearby. He insisted, though, and he repeated to come to his car for my safety. My inner alarm went off at this as I was trying to walk faster and answered again that I was okay, when suddenly I heard the car doors open and I realized that he wasn't alone. I didn't think twice and I just ran for my life as I heard two men running from behind me. I arrived quickly to the cabin. My friends were all drunk. One of my drunk male friends was complimenting Rose. They saw me coming at them in a hurry. The male friend looked at me and started to compliment me, and I told him someone just tried to abduct me. He stared at me and told me that I shouldn't have left alone, that it wasn't safe. The party lasted until 4 a.m. People who didn't drink took their car and left, and the few others were inside the cabin, started to talk, and one of my boyfriend's friends was mad on Snapchat group because he forgot his knife at the cabin or something. Why did he carry a knife with him at the party? I told them about what happened, and we were all definitely spooked. After that event, I stopped wandering in the village late at night, but I hosted a few other parties. I never did see that man again, his black car or the SUV either. And while most people keep telling me how great the party was, a couple who met at the party are still together, in fact, I still wonder to this day what would have happened to me if I didn't react that spontaneously, or even if I had drunk just a little bit more. June 30th, 2014, Calcutta, India. My dad had been in the ICU for nearly a month at this point, in a semi-conscious vegetative state, owing to tubercular meningitis. It was a private hospital, and so it became very difficult to continue with the treatment for financial reasons, and the doctors there had told us that there was no hope either. At that point, we decided to shift him to a renowned government hospital and had to go through a lot of hassles to get him not only admitted to the hospital, but directly into the ICU. So on this very day, we were all set to move him from the private hospital to the government one. The hospital discharge formalities took several hours, and by the time that my dad was put into an ambulance for the shift, it was evening and it started to pour really heavily. My sister and a cousin accompanied my dad in an ambulance, and me with my uncle followed them in a car. After traveling for 45 minutes or so, there came a junction which usually had heavy traffic jams, and we decided to let the ambulance go in that direction, as cops would let the ambulance pass anyway, and once they get past that signal, it would be a relatively quick drive to the next hospital. Me and my uncle took a U-turn to take a different and slightly longer route, which would have less traffic so we could reach the hospital before or at the same time as the ambulance. After taking the U-turn, we continued down the road, and that was when I saw her. An old lady, standing almost in the middle of the road, skin as white as paper. She was wearing a white sari and was holding a thick walking stick. It looked more like a branch from a tree, but staring in the direction where the ambulance went, she didn't have an umbrella with her, and all the shops were closed because of the rising level of water in the street. The water had risen to the point where our driver couldn't take his foot off the accelerator, lest the water might seep in through the exhaust. But me and my uncle, we both saw her, but didn't talk about the experience until a couple of days later. My dad, unfortunately, passed away on the 13th of July, but to this day, it still baffles me what that lady was doing in the midst of torrential rain like that, in the middle of the road, holding something like a tree branch. And I have never seen someone have such pale and white skin like that. Something was really off about her, and I don't know, she just didn't look right. As a kid, I had a few paranormal encounters that I thought significant, two of which included a black-eyed child that resembled the Ring Girl or the Grudge, but has bangs and looked exactly like a friend that I had in elementary school, only pale white and black-eyed. The first time that I saw her, maybe 50 yards away in the rear view as my dad drove me away, The second time, she was in my room as I went to get something, on her knees on the opposite side of the bed. Anyway, I never paid too much attention to it, and I'm not saying the next encounter was the same thing or related, but I have started wondering if, I don't know, perhaps they are. And while the last one could be dismissed as hallucinations, this one I know for a fact to be real. It was almost 3 years ago, at 5 to 6 a.m. I was being nocturnal at the time, and me and my girlfriend were getting ready to go to sleep, but I went to check the kitchen to get a snack as she followed. I wasn't clear what I was doing, so she asked me, "Where are you going?" Then she said, "What is that?" And I spun around, right as she flicked on the light in the hallway that was right above her. Immediately after she turned it on, just in time for me to see as I just turned around, the light bulb exploded, and a skinny figure resembling the ring girl appeared, only very small. Whatever it was, it disappeared with the flash of light from the exploding light bulb, leaving me and my girlfriend absolutely speechless. She said that she exclaimed, "What was that?" because she saw a white mist beside her, which is also why she turned on the light. It is the realest experience that I've ever had, and definitely the most chilling because, well, somebody else saw it this time. Me and that girlfriend broke up now, but the whole 2 years that I was with her, creepy phenomena happened constantly, from the one that I just mentioned to us hearing voices, rhythmic tapping on windows, apparitions, dogs growling at nothing, and one time I even heard stomping running up to me from behind, despite being alone. But nothing like the skinny light bulb figure. Almost all experiences were in the same house, and we both experienced them together and apart, but it was way worse for her, especially when she was alone at the house and I was at work. There were also times in 2 other houses that she claimed to see someone laying beside her, facing her, despite being alone. I will also mention that I never experienced things so real, even in that house, until I got with her, and weirdly enough, everything ceased when we broke up. Not had many things happen since then, and it's been about a year now. But any thoughts? Was my ex haunted? Can people even be haunted? Is the ring girl or figure like her from folklore or something? If you have any information, then please do share because I'm still scratching my head. My friend and I are both young females, small petite builds. We had been drinking at a hotel and decided to walk to the main strip, maybe about a 20-minute walk, at around 9:45 p.m. We are laughing, listening to music, and just having plain fun at this point, when out of nowhere, a lady pops out in front of us. She obviously looks like she's on something. She's twitching, walking super funny, and she's on the phone. So my friend and I step around her, because she was initially going the opposite way of us. When all of a sudden she walks past us, and while she's getting ahead of us, she's looking back and speaking into the phone. I, for some reason, was already feeling kind of uncomfortable, so my friend and I slowed down to let her stay in front of us, but we decided to go to the other side of the street because, why not, right? The lady sees this, speaks into the phone again, and crosses with us all of a sudden. I was trying to give her the benefit of the doubt, thinking that maybe she's uncomfortable and feels unsafe, and is trying to use us as cover, but my gut was telling me otherwise at this point. So, while she's walking in front of us, she's still frequently looking back and talking into the phone, but we cross the street again to put some distance between us. This time, the lady almost turns down a street, where a man wearing all black walks out, and in the same direction that we are going. The lady stops at this cross street and just stares at us. Then she steps behind some kind of bush all of a sudden. The man, he went about 300 feet in front of us on the opposite side of the street, and then turned around and walked back to the same cross street the lady was at. We were still speed walking, so where they supposedly stepped off to was now out of sight. My friend, though, was a local to the town that I was staying in, so she was already calling a friend who lived 2 blocks down to come and get us. Around this time, I look back and suddenly see both of them speed walking toward us. At this point, I'm trying to make obvious that I noticed them by turning around, pointing and yelling. Luckily, when they're about 2 blocks away, her friend arrived and we got in the car and we just sped off. This was all years ago in 2019, during the summer. I was 15 and I was staying at my friend's house while my family was traveling because it was my first summer job. The house that I was staying in particular was at the end of a moderately dingy neighborhood on the top of a hill next to a church. I was sleeping in a spare room, and between it and the rest of the house was a large room with an office, a sort of nook facing the living room on the other side of the wall, and a kitchenette with a big window above the sink on the other side of the room. Well, one particular night, after my work, I was doing laundry, and as I set the basket of clothes on the counter of the kitchenette, a really cold chill went up my spine, and I suddenly felt goosebumps rise all over my body. As I felt this, I looked up at the window, and in the reflection of the room, because it was dark out and the windows act like mirrors, I saw a pitch-black shadow almost to the ceiling with a distinct head and shoulders dart right behind me from the bedroom that I was in and straight through the wall into the living room where my friend's mum was watching TV. I stood there, dumbfounded, and while still with goosebumps and that chill, I went to the living room and his mum looked like she felt something too. I told her what had just happened, and she replied that she believes the house could be haunted, and my friend's younger sister felt that someone was watching her in her room often as well. A few years before that happened too, I have a memory of my friend and I in that living room watching TV. His living room was interesting, where one wall was sort of made of framed glass that was warped into a pattern, and slightly frosted, so, you couldn't really see perfectly through it. It was night, and I remember we both looked up from the TV and saw a dark mass through the glass that really shouldn't have been there because there was never anything on the other side of that wall that could cast a shadow like that. I also remember me saying, "Is that your dad?" But unless his dad took a bath in black paint, then I don't know what it could have been. They have since moved to a nicer area, and I haven't had any other weird happenings in my life, other than a possible UFO when I was younger. But I still think about what I saw, and I know what I saw, and I felt something that day. So this happened quite a long time ago when I was just 20 years old. At the time, I was living alone in an apartment in a notorious building near the center of my city. It was a Saturday night, and I'd been going out with friends and my now partner. Because it was past 4 a.m. already, he and his friend drove me and my close friend back to my building. She lived near me, so she only had to walk about maybe 1 minute home, but it was difficult to get by car. We said our goodbyes, and my friend started walking towards her place, while his friend stayed in the car. We made out for a few minutes until some guy started hollering from one of the balconies of my building. I felt a bit embarrassed by the publicity of our make-out session, so for me, that was the cue to say goodbye and go inside. I walked to the entrance, and as I entered the building, a guy walked down the stairs. I didn't think much of it, so I just pressed the button for the elevator simply because I didn't feel like taking the stairs to the 6th floor, where I lived. The man, maybe a few years older than me, asked if I had a cigarette. I told him no, sorry, to keep it short and simple. He just nodded, kept staring at me, and stood next to me waiting on the elevator. I felt a bit creeped out by this, but decided to still wait for the elevator and just get home as quickly as I could. At this point, I naively thought maybe he would have just left once the elevator arrived, but he didn't. Once the elevator doors opened, he stepped inside and just waited for me. I got inside the elevator and noticed he didn't press any buttons. I got a weird gut feeling too, so I excused myself and told him that I needed to call a friend. He grabbed my arm at this point and tried to pull me back inside the elevator, saying, No, come here. I told him louder, let go, I really need to make this call, and I pulled my arm hard to free myself. I almost ran outside, but I really didn't know where to go at this point. I was afraid to go back inside, but it was so late that I didn't feel safe outside either, so I just started walking away from my complex and called my friend. She asked me where I was so that she could come to me, but her phone died before I could answer. I didn't know my partner well back then, so I felt really uncomfortable and almost embarrassed to reach out to him, but I did anyways. The need to get somewhere safe was bigger than my embarrassment, and I didn't know anyone else who would still be up at this time. I had just enough juice left in my phone to text him, and once he got to know what I was going on, he and his friend came racing towards me. They were there within 5 minutes, parked the car, and escorted me back home. By the time that we got to the building, the guy was nowhere to be found anymore. They still decided to escort me home to my apartment, and they stayed with me for a while too, until the sun came up, and I felt comfortable enough to go to sleep again. I had 3 locks on my doors at that time, so as soon as they left, I locked myself in and I went to sleep. I did report it to my landlord, but he couldn't help since the security cameras often didn't work and happened to be offline that evening too. I told him about the guys on the balcony as well because I didn't know if he was one of them and therefore saw me going back alone or something, but the landlord told me that no one with that description lived on that side of the floor, so that was odd. Looking back, I'm really grateful for trusting my gut instinct and just getting the heck out of there when I did. I don't know if he would have done anything, but it was a weird situation regardless, and it definitely could have ended badly. August of 2022. I'm up with my daughter in the nursery in the middle of the night, and I hear the distinct sound of someone coming from downstairs, opening the drawers in the kitchen, and then what sounded like they were cutting veggies or something. My parents are staying with us for a few weeks to help with the new baby, and the guest room is downstairs, so I figured that it's my mum getting snacks. But all of a sudden, my hair stands on end, because something just doesn't feel right. Now there's this overwhelming sense that someone is in the house. I got up to walk to the kitchen. It's just out of sight from where I was sitting in the nursery, and as soon as my foot crosses the threshold of the nursery doorway, the noise abruptly stops. I go to the kitchen, and when I do, there's nobody in there. Then I get this weird feeling that whatever was making that sound may have been trying to lure me away from my little girl. I walked straight back into her room and checked on her, and she was fine, but I'm freaking out by this point. I went to check out our cameras to see if anyone had gotten up, and both upstairs cameras had been turned off. But I know that I 100% heard someone in the kitchen. I'm still sitting here with my daughter, and I'm not sure what to make of all of this, but I'm definitely freaked out. January of 2023. Well, things have really died down a bit, and I haven't noticed anything for a while, but recently some new things have started happening. Namely, items in her room have been falling off shelves. I would notice things were strangely on the floor, like a stuffed animal or her white noise machine. I know that this seems rather innocuous, and it seemed that way to me too, until I actually saw it happen. I was standing in the nursery holding my daughter when the baby monitor fell to the floor. In fact, it would probably be more accurate to say that it looked like it was pushed off the ledge on its own. and it hit the ground a few feet away rather than directly underneath where it sits as you would expect something falling on its own to do. And just now, I heard a loud noise on the baby monitor, and on the corner of the video feed you can see a large package of formula in her closet fall to the floor. The package is of tins of formula, not something that tips over easily, and the way it was sitting, there's just really no way it should have fallen. I'm getting concerned that whatever was happening before is back in some way, and it scares me that my baby seems to be at the center of all of this. March of 2023. So, today, while I was feeding my daughter, she choked on her food, like full on. My wife ran to get the de-choker, and I ripped her out of her high chair and gave her back thrusts until she got it out. I held her and calmed her down, and just as she gets quiet, my wife and I both distinctly hear a child laughing from somewhere in the house. When I heard it, I looked up at her and she was giving me the same look, and we both whispered in unison, "What the heck was that?" I haven't told my wife about the other things that I've been noticing. I still don't know what's going on, truthfully, but whatever it is, I don't think that it caused my daughter to choke on her food, but I do think that it enjoyed it. We purchased our first house April of 2020, me a 32-year-old male and my wife 27-year-old female. The house, it was built in 1922, and the thought crossed my mind that we may see or hear things, but it has never really bothered me in the past, so I didn't worry too much. But the first thing that happened to me here was definitely the most extreme experience that I've had. My wife likes to collect those limited edition Starbucks cups, and they open at 5 a.m. the day that they were being released, and it's always first come, first serve, so she leaves the house a little after 4 a.m. to go and get them. As soon as she left, I hear her driving down the driveway, and I get this very weird feeling that I wasn't alone and felt like something was watching me. I laid there for a bit and brushed it off as me getting into my own head and managed to fall back asleep. Now, I have a habit of lucid dreaming or having extremely real feeling dreams, and this time my dream starts as me sleeping in bed, in our bedroom in the new house. There was this very angry dark figure with a lady's voice that starts yelling at me. I woke up and I couldn't move. I can't recall anything that was said, if it was even intelligible, but I remember feeling this strong force pushing down on my entire body, dragging me off the bed, feet first. Once I was on the floor, I was in a position where my head and shoulder were against the wall and the rest of me was on the floor, still with this same pressure, like someone was holding me down on the ground, and I couldn't move, all while the yelling was occurring. Then I just remember waking up thinking that I was on the floor, and I took a few seconds to realize that I was actually still in my bed, shaking and out of breath. I think that I was yelling in my sleep or something, but still, with that strong weird feeling that I wasn't alone, I was freaked out. Luckily, it was almost dawn at this point, so I got up for the day. Once it became light out, the feeling went away. We burned sage that day, and everything seemed to be fine after that. My second experience here, though, was about a year later. A combination of things happened. The first bit is that my wife witnessed one of our cats hissing at what appeared to be nothing. A few days later, she had left for work on a Saturday, and I was home. I walked down into the basement to check out how much oil we had left because it had been cold for a couple of weeks. And when I go back to the center of my basement, heading towards the stairs, I hear 3 very loud knocks, almost like someone was knocking very loudly on the front door, but it sounded like it was directly above me, which, where I was, would have been in the main hallway upstairs, right by the living room. I headed upstairs and checked both doors, but when I did, nothing. All the cats were on the bed or cat tree, Plus, a cat couldn't have made those sounds by any means. But again, that night we burned a lot more sage throughout our entire house, and everything has been quiet since. I guess the only common factor here is that we're alone for every encounter, never have experienced anything together. Either way, I'm not too worried about it. This stuff doesn't bother me too much, I guess, but if it takes some sage once a year or so, then that's fine by me. But that's my experiences so far, and here's hoping that it doesn't get worse.
Creature in the Springs, from Dead Wisp 99. I live in Central Florida, specifically Crystal Springs in Pasco County. Around here, there isn't much to do, other than roam the dirt roads and backwoods. But there is a river that everyone goes to for either swimming, fishing, or to get together and party, called Crystal Springs River. The most well-known spot there is called the Rope Swing, obviously due to the old rope everyone uses to play in the river. In order to get there, you have to go down beside the bridge and walk half a mile along the river through mud, trees, and sidestep the occasional water moccasin. Along the way, there are landmarks to identify how far away from the rope swing you are, such as fishing spots, which are close to the bridge in front, the washout, which is about halfway, and finally the rope swing itself. The entire walk, you're surrounded by thick woods. I've had only one other bad experience at the river that involved damaging the depth perception in my right eye, but that's not really important for this story. My encounter takes place at said river. It was me, my friend who's like a brother to me, his older brother, and another friend. Let's refer to them as T, M, and C respectfully. That day we were all bored to death and didn't have anything to do, so T said we should go to the rope swing to hang out and smoke and do some fishing. That sounded better than nothing to us, so we gathered up our poles, tackle box, and bud. T also brought some firearms. As we got there and began unloading everything for our hour-and-a-half trek through the mud, I checked the time on my phone. I checked beforehand because the signal sucks deeper in the woods. The time read somewhere around 6 p.m., if I recall correctly. We walked the path around the concrete barrier and past the two fishing spots where everyone else usually fished at. We always went to the rope swing because we hated people walking up on us while we were smoking. As we got closer to the washout, we started feeling like we were being watched. M actually spoke up and said, "Y'all feel that too, right?" We looked at each other and agreed that we did, but T, being the leader of our group, said, "Dang, man, you're paranoid. We haven't even smoked yet. It's probably just a hog. You're not scared of Miss Piggy, are you?" We knew hogs were all over these woods. That's why we brought the firepower. So we just agreed and kept walking, and after about 20 minutes or so, the feeling went away. As we made it to about 15 feet past the washout, I was talking to him about wanting to build a hardcore base in the ruined castle on the Ragnarok map in Ark, and before I could finish my sentence, we all smelled something horrible, like mildew and wet mold. We scanned our surroundings, trying to pinpoint the source. Then C shouted, "What is that?" He pointed up the trail, and we looked the way he was pointing. And up that trail, about 10 feet away from us, we saw this, well, it was some creature, crawling out of the woods going across the trail towards the river. This creature was terrifying. Its skin was a horrific shade of gray. Its legs were long and angled in awkward ways. Its arms were human in shape, but they were too long, too skinny, and at the ends, it had claw-like fingers. As I looked closer at the claws, they were covered in a red-colored liquid, which I assumed later was blood. I could not see its face, because by the time we saw it, its head was hidden behind one of the trees next to the river. All four of us watched in shock as it got to the river's edge and began to squat low to the ground, kind of like a bullfrog. Then, in an instant, it sprung up and leapt across the river. Keep in mind, this part of the river is about 16 feet across. The thing was able to clear that in one jump, landing safely on the other side. Suddenly, I was shaken out of my horrified state by T firing his .38 revolver at this thing, followed by M unloading the .22 at it. The thing stood there facing away from us, until T and M had fired all their rounds. After the last round, the thing slowly stood all the way up, reaching nearly 7 feet tall. That's when it turned to face us. We finally saw its face, and I'll never forget it. It had a flat-looking face with 2 giant grayish-white eyes. It had no nose, but rather 2 slits where the nose should be. Its mouth is what scared the living heck out of me. It had huge razor-sharp teeth that were stained red, and 2 giant fangs that reminded me of snake fangs in the front. We all watched in horror as this thing that had just been shot by 6 .38 rounds and about 17 .22 rounds let out a terrifying sound, which was similar to a mix between a gator's snarl and a snake's hiss, before turning and charging into the woods. I looked at T and said, "We need to get out of here, right now." We booked it back to T's truck. As we got to the truck, the sun was beginning to set. T and M hopped into the cab, while C and I hopped in the back. We tore out of the trees and towards T's house. But before we left, I looked back towards the river. I swear to Odin that there, right inside the tree line on the other side, I saw that thing again, staring at us and bearing those terrible fangs. After we got back to T's house, we ran inside and locked the door. The sun had already set, and we wasted no time smoking to relax ourselves. Now, T's house, which was in reality a fifth wheel mobile home, was situated on the edge of a swamp. That swamp bordered his house and the woods that surrounded the river. He was paranoid and didn't want to take any chances with that thing. C told us that he had to go home to his girlfriend and son. His truck was parked just outside T's gate, so we stepped out with him and watched as he got in his truck and left. The whole time, T held on to that revolver really close, and M still had that rifle. We went back inside and began to smoke again. As the night went on, midnight came around. By then, we'd forgotten about what we'd seen. Now we were just sitting at the table, talking about random stuff. I think we were talking about the show Vikings. Suddenly, we hear it. The same creepy sound that creature had made, only this time it was coming from the swamp. That freaking thing had tracked us down. When we heard this, we all became sober pretty quick. T's dog, a pit bull named Athena, perked up her ears and went into protective mode. She stared at the door, snarling and baring her teeth. We grabbed the guns which we had kept next to us, turning off the lights and hunkering down in the small kitchen as T held tightly to Athena's collar. All our guns were aimed at the door. From outside, we heard as this thing began to make small, weird clicking sounds. We listened as the clicking circled the house and made its way up onto the roof. Eventually, it came back around to the front door. We listened as the thing began to make that hissing sound again, but this time in a lower pitch. It stayed there in front of the door, hissing and clawing at the door with its giant claws. To our horror, we watched as the moonlight showed the silhouette of one of its claws being scratched down the window on the front door. This hissing, clicking, and scratching went on all night. When we at last saw the sun trickling through the window, everything had finally stopped. We smoked again to calm ourselves down and headed to sleep. I was awakened by M shaking me at some point. "What is it?" I said to him in a groggy voice. "Dude, you need to see this." I got up and followed him outside to T. "Look at my door, bro," T said as I walked over to him. M closed the front door to the house, and that's when I saw them. Giant gashes covering the door and huge scratches all across the glass of the window. "Is that That's from the freaking thing from last night, Im said, before I could finish my sentence. A few days later, I went back to T's house and noticed he had changed his front door. As I walked into the house, I noticed the old door, still covered in gashes and scratches, was leaning against the wall. I walked over and sat at the table next to T. I asked him, "Hey, you think it'll come back?" "I pray it doesn't, 'cause anything that can walk away from getting pummeled by all those rounds, it's something I don't want to mess with," he said to me as he stared at the old door. We never really mentioned it again after that. I don't know what that thing was, and I hope I never see it again. To anyone going to Crystal Springs River in Crystal Springs, Florida, be careful. There's something out there, and it can find you. Ghost Stories from G. Sov. I have had several unexplained moments in my life. I'll share a few here. When I was 9 or 10 years old, I had my cousins come over. One was a girl my age, and one was a boy a year younger than me. I also have a sister who's 5 years younger than me, and for this story, we'll call her Sarah. My cousins and I were in my room. My younger cousin was asleep on my bed, and my sister was sleeping on the couch that's connected to the kitchen. It was late at night, 12 to 1 a.m. We were talking about something, I don't remember exactly what, until a certain sound cut us both off. It was a whisper that seemed to have come from the kitchen. It wasn't a normal whisper, though. It was loud and raspy, and it wasn't any voice that we recognized. But it wasn't that was scariest. It's what we heard it say that really terrified me. I'll never forget it. It said,
"Psst, Sarah, come here."
This voice did say more than that, but I wasn't able to catch all of it. But I did catch that. And I do remember it calling for my sister as well. That's when my cousin and I looked at each other with wide, terrified eyes, asking one another in unison, "Did you hear that?" Worried about my sister, we looked out my door to where the sound came from, but there was nothing there. I ran across the house then to my parents' room, opening the door to see they were both asleep. Then I ran back to my room, terrified, and I didn't leave that room for the remainder of the night. This second story happened when I was 13, about to be 14. It was summertime and we had recently moved. The house needed to be repaired, so we stayed in a trailer in the back. My sister was 8 at the time. While at this house, I've had gravel thrown at me. I told my parents and they said it was just acorns falling from the big oak tree that was near the trailer. I believed this explanation until one time in broad daylight, I saw a big piece of gravel hurtling towards my face. I was able to move out of the way, but the oak tree wasn't there, and the direction it came from was our open field, which was about the size of a football field. I looked around to see if it was my sister doing it, but no one was in the field. Then what happened in the house later is what made me feel really sick. You see, when we lived in the trailer, we had to go inside the house to use the bathroom. One night, my sister needed to use the bathroom, but was scared, so my parents made me go with her. I grabbed the flashlight and we went into the dark house with nothing but the moonlight and a flashlight lighting it up. Across from the bathroom was the room that was going to be my room when the house was complete. While waiting on my sister, I needed to go to the bathroom too. Once she came out, I went in, asking her to wait for me this time. I gave her the light, so she didn't hurt herself in the dark. When I was done in the bathroom, I came out, and my sister wasn't there. Annoyed, I looked around to see if she was trying to scare me. Then, in my would-be room, I see her short silhouette in front of the window that's on the back wall of my room. "Hey, I can see you," I said to her, but she didn't respond. I then say, "Come on." And still she didn't come towards me. She just stood there, She was only slightly moving. Because of that, I knew it wasn't just a shadow I was looking at. I then got this uneasy feeling. I shouted out to my sister, "I'm gonna leave without you." Then I ran out of the house as fast as I could. When I made it back to the trailer, I waited at the door a little while to see if she'd come out, but she didn't. I opened the door to the trailer, and I see my sister inside. I knew she couldn't have got there before me. I would have seen her pass me. I asked her if she was hiding in my room, and I knew what the answer would be. She said no. With many thoughts in my head, I went to bed. The following morning, I looked over to my room to see if there was a ladder or something at my window, some way for my sister to beat me back to the trailer. But there wasn't. My room was empty. A bit later, a few weeks or so, we go into the attic and see what the old house had left in it. When looking around, we found an old military suit, which was small enough to fit my sister. In my brain, I was thinking of that shadow I saw in my room, which is about the same height, and I figured those two things are connected. Demon at Old Gun Church. My fiancé is from a little coastal town in South Carolina. One summer, we went to visit his mother and our friends for about 3 weeks. It was a fun time, with lots of sun, sand, and great memories. I'm from up north, so spending time in the South is a treat for me, and being a big history buff, having friends who knew the area was like having my own living history book. One thing that's important to know about the South is that every nook and cranny of every town is haunted. Whether by dark secrets, history, or religion, the South has it all. The one particular big draw in this area was an abandoned church known as Old Gun. It's an old Civil War era church with a trauma-rich history. It had been burned down twice, rebuilt once, and the preacher is said to have fallen from the bell tower to his death. Now it sits a husk of its former self, decrepit and decaying, with untended sunken graves in the back of it. Did I mention this church sits in the middle of the Carolina swamps? Anyway, it was a late summer evening and my fiancé, Silas, our friend Tara, and I were driving out to pick up our friend Lapis. Lapis lives in the boonies of Silas's hometown, and of course we had to drive to go get her in the pitch dark. Once we arrived at Lapis's house, we began to make our way back when the four of us got the idea to visit Old Gun. It was a new moon night, and well, 3 of the 4 of us were witches, so it seemed like a fun idea at the time. "Hey May, take a ride at this gas station to Exodus Road," Lapis said to me as we made our way down the country road. Exodus Road? Geez, that doesn't help with the spooky aspect. I laughed. As soon as we took the turn down Exodus Road, a wave of anxiety rippled through the car. Our boisterous laughter was changed to nervous chuckles. We began poking fun at the idea of any of this creepy lore being true. We all believed it, of course, but we wanted to pretend to be strong, just a little longer. It seemed the longer we drove into the night, the louder we all got, hoping our false sense of joy would press back out on the encroaching fear and darkness. A few more bends and winds in the road, and a rough left turn, we finally arrived at our destination. The facade of the church loomed high into the dark night sky, behind an old chain-link fence and sign posted in the nearby pine tree. The sign read, "Warning, trespassers will be prosecuted. Smile, you're on camera." "We're here," I said cheerfully, hiding the unease I felt as I peered into the illuminated front door, then to the blown-out stained glass window. The only light around were the headlights of the car and the few stars illuminating the sky. We all sat there in the car for a moment, unsure of what to do, what to expect, or how to proceed. I turned off the car, forcing us all to make a decision. Lapis and I were the first ones out of the car. We stood nearby, just looking around. "Did you guys see that?" Silas asked, pointing to the doorway. "I think I saw like a black mass slink from one side of the door to the other." he informed us, and we all turned to look. Then a loud grunt came from nearby and right behind us. "Nope," Lapis and I exclaimed. My heart picked up. "That's a wild boar," Lapis continued. "It's mad and it's close. Don't know about you guys, but I don't feel like getting gored tonight," I replied. "Same," said Silas. So we all climbed back into the car. I turned the car back on, put the headlights on the church, and we rolled down our windows. There was another grunt, and one shortly after that didn't seem quite right. Suddenly I get this sensation that something just isn't right, and I began to feel as if my left arm had electricity coursing through it. My heart sank into my stomach, because I knew that there's something here with us, and whatever it wasn't good. To further my fear, the night had grown unbearably still and quiet. I've always seemed to be a magnet for the paranormal. It started when I was 6 and I saw the spirit of my recently deceased grandfather in broad daylight. I think I'm sensitive to others' emotions and energies, and in the past year or so I've been harnessing this as a way to connect with my craft. So I know when a spirit or things are bad or good, by which side of my body feels it first. If the right side of my body feels it first, it's usually a benevolent entity. But if my left side feels it first, it always means whatever it is bad. Another grunt, and the rest of our party mentions that they heard the boar. By then, my head is beginning to swim, and I'm too afraid to look to the left of me. I knew Lapis was already looking in that direction, but I felt as though if I looked over there, I'd see something I did not want to see. "That's not a boar. That's something pretending to be a boar," Lapis said. That's all the confirmation I needed to know my feeling was right. My arm began to feel stiff now, and my mouth went dry. Silas jokingly tried to guess what it was, but Lapis was staring intently out the window. I could see her in the rearview mirror. I waited, staring into the doorway of the church, hoping and praying that I wouldn't see whatever Lapis saw. The silence became deafening, and ringing filled my left ear. My grip on the steering wheel tightened. "We have to leave now. Don't turn left," Lapis spoke with intensity. I threw the car into reverse. A sense of urgency and panic coursed through my body at her words. "Sure thing. We're leaving right now, and I'm not turning right," I said to her to let her know I got the message. "Whatever you do, do not look back," she spoke with an authority that I knew wasn't false. I locked all the doors, rolled up the windows, and I hit the gas. Against my better judgment, I took a moment to look into the backup camera, and I wish I hadn't. In the dim light of the brake lights, I saw something I'll never forget. About 6 feet back was a large rolling mass of what seemed to be thick black smoke, with the occasional glint of red eyes. It seemed to move towards the car. Without hesitation, I slammed my foot on the gas. We threw gravel from our tires as the complete and utter sense of terror and dread filled me. We then sped off into the night. When the church was out of sight, I slowed down only a bit as the area was crawling with deer. I didn't feel like totaling my fiance's mother's car in the process of getting away from this thing. "What did you see?" Silas and Tara clamored. I didn't want to answer. My focus was on the road. "I'll tell you when we get somewhere inside without any windows. It doesn't want me to talk about it right now," Lapis said in monotone. She was trying not to frighten the group, but I could feel it. Without looking, I knew that I would have to keep my eyes forward and keep driving, otherwise it was going to get us. Looking behind me would let it in, then we'd all be doomed. The car grew silent after a while, and Silas insisted on playing music that added to the mood. Of course, my lovable idiot of a fiancé didn't see a thing, so he thought everything was fine. But it wasn't. It really wasn't. But I didn't want to alarm anyone. I could feel it, though, creeping through the third row to the middle row where Lapis sat, and a chill ran down my spine. Lapis was unusually quiet, and I knew something was terribly wrong. A flash outside my window in the ditch of the shoulder drew my attention, and my blood ran cold. In the darkness, I could see skulls, hundreds of them shimmering and rolling in the dark, like they were being carried by the mass I'd seen before. Lapis would later tell me she saw this too. I felt it again, the stiffness in my left arm, now a shock running up my left leg as the skulls seemed to multiply and fill more of the darkness. I get this sense of pure anger, just unbridled malevolence, coming from these skulls.
Get out,
it urged with its presence.
Get out. You do not belong here.
I wanted to tell it that we were leaving, to please leave us alone. I felt the need to speed up and put my eyes back on the road, to be ever vigilant for a renegade deer. Even my line of sight in the front of the car wasn't safe. As I drove, I saw a swirling black mist on the inside roof of the car. I felt the ice form in my veins, and I knew we had to book it out of there. It was at this point Lapis would inform me she felt 2 sets of hands on her, pulling her into the seat and keeping her from being able to speak. "Babe, slow down, the 10-mile curve is coming up," Silas warned. I slowed up just in time to take the narrowest, sharpest curve I have ever taken in my life, and of course, whatever this wasn't done with us. Sitting in the shoulder of the right-hand side of the road, my headlights illuminated my final straw for the night. A thin male deer with glowing blue eyes and an abnormally large mouth stood there looking into the car. It felt as if time stopped as I made eye contact with this creature, and every hair on my body stood on end.
Get out, or I will get you,
was the phrase that crossed my mind as I stared into its glowing blue eyes. I let out a scream and floored the accelerator so hard I almost redlined it. For the rest of the ride, I kept my foot on that accelerator, praying that it wouldn't catch us, knowing it could have gotten us if it wanted to, that nothing we did, no matter how fast we drove, it could have gotten its hands, if it had any, on us. Eventually, we crossed the river that separated the boonies from the more populated part of town, and it seemed after we crossed the water, that oppressive presence was gone. The air felt lighter, and my body didn't hurt anymore. As we pulled into the driveway, Lapis said, "Silas, when you turned around to look at me, I tried to warn you not to look behind, but I couldn't. It was like I couldn't control my own body to warn you." Later, after we all settled down, we did a major arcana tarot reading, and this is what it told us. You encountered chaos. Be thankful you are still alive. Do not return. After the message of that reading, we properly cleansed ourselves. Lapis and I made a pact. We would never go back to Old Gun. To those of you reading, I know this sounds fantastical, but I promise it's true. I swear it's true. To the demon or spirit of chaos living in the swamps of Old Gun Church, I got your message, and I promise we will not be back. House of Horror, from Stephanie B., 1975. I had a friend since the age of 5 named Sherry. At the time of this occurrence, we were just entering our senior year of high school, and we had known each other a good long time. I'd been to Sherry's house numerous times over the years, and always had an odd feeling whenever I walked in the door. Granted, her father did give me the creeps, and her mother was flighty, to say the least, but the feeling really had nothing to do with them. It was the house. It was just off. One fall weekend, Sherry had asked me to spend the night at her house. Her parents were going away and she didn't want to be home alone. So I packed up my overnight bag and waited for her to pick me up. Her home was only a few minutes from where I lived, but on the other side of a highway on the outskirts of town. The night started off like any other teenage girl sleepover. We were gossiping, munching on snacks, listening to music, and playing with her dog, Donatello, named by her little brother after the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle. Her older brother, Ray, came home from work, and we decided to settle down for the evening, turning on the television in her bedroom. After a few minutes, The television began to flip through channels randomly on its own. Sherry smacked the side of the television, hoping to cure it of its random channel flipping. What was weird, though, was that it was stopping and showing programs only of the worst kinds of things, such as death and chaos. It looked random, but it didn't seem random, if that makes any sense. As the channel flipping continued, a coy smile appeared on Sherry's face. "What's up?" I said. "Shh, I bet it's my brother screwing around with the remote," she answered, jerking her head toward her bedroom windows. You see, Sherry's father had built a workshop on the back of their house to repair TVs, radios, and VCRs, so her bedroom windows looked into the workshop, not outside. Since it was dark in the workshop, she surmised her brother could be on the other side of the window with a TV remote, making the channels change. Sherry jumped up, flinging open her bedroom door and yelling, "Ray," only to trail off suddenly. As I ducked under her arm, she was quite a bit taller than me. I could see why she stopped mid-sentence. Ray was sound asleep on the living room floor. "What the heck?" was all we could say. Giving each other an uneasy look, we settled once again onto her bedroom floor to watch TV. All of a sudden, the channels began to flip wildly. Sherry reached behind the TV to unplug it from the electrical outlet, but to our horror, the TV stayed on. With that, she picked up the television, ran through the house with it, and stuck it in her father's workshop. "Well, on that note," I said. "Yeah," she agreed. The two of us decided it was best to just call it a night. Sherry slept on the floor and I slept in her bed. Donatello, the dog, lay between us. After several minutes of neither of us saying a word, still too freaked out about the TV, we began to hear a low growl. "Dawn, what's wrong, dude?" Sherry asked her dog. Dawn whimpered in response and growled again. I looked up at the window, which was behind my head, only to see two red eyes looking in the window just as Donatello exploded into a frenzy of barking and growling. "What was that?" I screamed. "What did you see? I didn't see anything," Sherry yelled back. The commotion woke Ray from his slumber on the living room floor. He ran to Sherry's bedroom, bursting through the door. He asked what was wrong. I told him what I'd seen, and that apparently Donatello had seen it too, because that was when he started going crazy. Ray, who was at least 6'2" and 350 pounds, not a small guy by any stretch of the imagination, hung his head and very quietly said to us, "Yeah, I've seen those eyes too, looking in my bedroom window. And my bedroom window is 2 stories off the ground." I can honestly say I've never stayed the night at Sherry's again after that incident. I can only think of one more time I was in that house after that. I still tell this story to this day, as it's ingrained deep in my mind. I'll never forget the television, or those eyes peering in through the window. Zvolenik, from Dax. Zvolenik, translating to the follower, or the pursuer, was a well-known myth in my town. It was a short and simple tale. It went like this. If you were ever alone in the woods, especially after dark, you might attract a spirit. It would become infatuated with you. To it, you represented a world different than its own, and as such, it would pursue you. When the spirit, your Zvolenik, had chosen you, it would make itself known by a whisper and 3 claps of its hands. If you were to be chosen by the Zvolenik, it would protect you from any beasts prowling the woods, and it would always ensure you would make it home before dark. It sounds rather pleasant, right? As expected, though, there is a clause. It would always follow directly behind you, and should you ever turn around while it was following you and look upon it, it would steal you away and drag you back with it into the realm beyond, from where you would never return. That's how the story goes, anyway. I never looked much into it. Little tales like this enriched our small town, but they were supposed to be taken with a grain of salt. On occasion, a friend might joke about attracting a Svolanik if we were ever walking through the woods, but that was about as far as it went, at least for the majority of my time growing up. In my last year of school, my country's equivalent of high school, I was walking home one day. I remember it being fall. The air was crisp and cold, and leaves were crunching beneath my feet. Often I would cut through the forest as it saved a good amount of time to and from school, and I'd rarely see anyone else. That day was no different, until I reached about the middle point, from where I would enter and exit the forest. I heard a strange noise. It was loud enough to pull me away from my music, so I took my headphones off, and I looked at where it had come from. It sounded like something shooting over my head, and so I gazed up. But I saw nothing. Then another noise sounded just behind me. I turned, seeing nothing beyond a few upkicked leaves, as if something had landed that I couldn't see. More leaves were kicked up, as it seemed to take off again. Then I heard something else. Children's laughter, echoing from it into the woods and towards me. Odder still, there were so many voices. It sounded like an entire class of children laughing ceremoniously, in unison. And just as whatever it was moved off, the sound lessened. The ordeal only lasted a few seconds, and yet I stood there, perplexed. I could not rationalize it. I was positive that something had been ripping its way through the forest. But how could I not have seen it? And how could it have possibly been laughing in such a way? I didn't have a clue. Still confused, I continued my walk at a hurried pace, making it out of the woods without incident. That strange encounter occupied my thoughts for most of the evening. I remember telling my partner at the time about it. He seemed convinced it was a group of children playing in the woods, but I was positive it was no bunch of kids. Of course, I had no other suggestions as to what it could have been, and so the topic was left alone. The next morning, I left home earlier than usual. If you were in my place, you may have decided to avoid the woods altogether, but I wanted to know more. The forest was very familiar to me, and the unique experience made it seem alien, despite all my hours inside of it. So, if not to make myself more secure, I wanted to go and see if I could find what I'd seen the previous day. I walked through the woods, returning to the spot where the encounter had happened. This time, though, I was actively watching my surroundings. The entire area seemed devoid of movement. Even the few leaves left on the branches were holding still. I saw nothing out of the ordinary until I neared where I'd been the day before. It was like I stepped over an invisible line. As I crossed a point between two large rocks, a chill washed over my entire body. Despite my long coat, I shivered. With the cold sensation came another feeling. The distinct sense of being watched grabbed hold of me, and I hurriedly scanned the woods around me, entirely positive a mountain lion, or another predator, was preparing to pounce on me. There was nothing, though. No animal in sight. No signs to indicate any danger whatsoever. And yet, an alarm was still ringing in my head, indicating to me that something was out there. I took a step forward, and as I did, an impact sounded from up ahead. The unmistakable sound of something landing on the forest floor captured my attention. I looked up, seeing nothing immediately. As I focused, though, I began to see something strange. Leaves were being disturbed on the forest floor. It was like something was walking on them. I could even hear a crunch as each imprint formed. I watched on, utterly confused. It seemed an invisible creature was walking towards me. It soon became clear that this is what had been watching me. Instinctively, I paced backwards, stumbling as I collided with one of the large rocks I'd previously passed. I fell over it, landing on the leaves lining the ground. As quickly as I could, I regained my footing, hopelessly searching with my eyes for something that I could not see. It seemed that it was gone, though. No more leaves were being stepped on, and there was no inexplicable sounds. I relaxed, my nerves calming down. I remember laughing to myself, immediately trying to brush it off as something that I'd imagined. As if to argue against me, though, I suddenly picked up on faint laughter that sounded again as if it was coming from a group of children. Of course, I left after that, giving one more curious look to the 2 rocks I'd passed through. I didn't bother telling anyone about it. If I had, I certainly would have been chastised. For the next few days, I wondered about what I'd seen. I am a logical person, and I tried my best to explain it as a trick of the senses, a trick created by a very rare environmental phenomenon. But I never truly believed any explanation I came up with. What stuck with me the most the next few weeks as I opted to avoid the woods was the sense of malice I felt. Despite not even being able to see what it was, I felt as if I'd been staring down a predator who had the singular intention to hurt me. This was reason enough to take the long way to and from school for the next while. Eventually, the calendar had rolled into December, and we had experienced our town's first snowfall. It was light, only dusting the ground and chilling the air. I was a hobbyist photographer at the time, and I loved capturing scenic photos of the trees during the winter season. I wrestled with my past experiences in the woods for a little while, still not entirely over what had happened. Ultimately, I decided to go, but only because I would be accompanied by my partner. Not being alone made it much easier. I no longer felt at risk, and if I did see it again, so would another person. As we entered the forest, I felt a little on edge. Not quite the polarizing sensation of being watched, but still a strange sensation. I brushed it off, intent on snapping a series of lovely photos. And I did just that. We went on a scenic tour, though I insisted on avoiding the general area where the 2 encounters had previously taken place. Nothing strange happened, and I finished with a camera roll of 20 or so lovely shots, even being lucky enough to capture a bird in one. When I told him I was ready to leave, he suggested we should go and get some coffee. It was cold out, with the sun already beginning to set, and so I agreed. Without much thought, I followed him as he led us out of the forest. Not quickly enough, I realized we were nearing the area I'd had the strange encounter in. I wanted to say something, but I thought it foolish. After all, cutting through would save us a few minutes, and I figured I'd be just fine with the company of another person. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as the familiar pair of rocks came into view. They sat innocently, dusted in snow. For some reason, I found myself fascinated by them. They lacked any reason to capture my attention on their own, but even so, I approached them. Idly, I wondered if they were related to what I'd encountered. I got no answer as I passed between them, continuing to walk up the now white trail. Only a few seconds later, however, that sensation of being watched returned. It was the exact same from the previous encounter. Immediately, I looked towards my partner, but to my horror, he was no longer there. He had left my field of view for only a handful of seconds, and yet he had completely disappeared. I called out his name as I walked forward. No response. My walk turned into a run as I looked up and down the near dark forest, but still I found nothing. No one. The terrible feeling of being stalked became overbearing, and so I took off, running in a random direction. I kept going and going, but no matter how far I went, I could not escape it. Suddenly, As I stopped to catch my breath, I heard something cut through the air above me. From sound alone, I heard it impact on the floor. I glanced over, seeing leaves disturbed, but of course, nothing that could have done it. The woods had grown quiet, and over my labored breathing, I heard the crunch of steps being taken. From small visual cues, I could tell it was no more than 10 feet away from me. It came closer, and fatigued as I was, I did not run. Instead, I only watched where I assumed the invisible thing was as it approached. I remember falling backwards as the wind seemed to pick up out of nowhere. It was loud, heavy, almost warm, even despite the chill of a winter night. Within a few seconds, it died down. And then, terrifyingly, I heard my name whispered right into my ear.
Dax.
3 sharp sounds followed, as if there was something large and hooved stamping the ground just behind me. The invisible entity, now only feet from me, took one last audible step forward before it, too, stopped. There I sat, convinced I was going to die, because I foolishly returned to these woods, waiting as it seemingly stood still. Then, without warning, I watched as leaves were suddenly kicked up in a flurry. It was no longer walking. It was as if it was being dragged, away from me, no less. 2 thick lines in the frosted dirt were created as the invisible entity was ripped backwards, further into the woods. A sound emanated from its direction, not of children's laughter, though. It was a child crying. A single male child crying. It quieted just as the disturbance of leaves disappeared. I do not know how long I waited there. Eventually, I did stand up, finding it hard to keep my balance as my freezing legs struggled to hold up the rest of my body. I had no idea what had happened, and though the feeling of being watched had left me, I realized it had been replaced with something else. The familiar presence of support. It was as if I wasn't alone. Not like there was a threat, mind you. Something kind, like a friend was there with me. Then, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I wanted to turn around, believing it to be my boyfriend, but it soon became clear it was not ordinary. There was a heat emanating from the hand that seemed to cleanse the cold out of my entire body. Before I could make a move, I watched frost in front of me beginning to melt from the ground. It was inexplicable, as it was most likely below 0 at the time. Not all the snow was melting either. I watched as it formed a path, a 1-foot-wide path, being slowly cut through the snow, the fresh colors of healthy grass and leaves contrasting with the icy white of the rest of the woods. Somehow totally trusting this, I followed the path. It wound and wove seemingly all about the woods, but within minutes I knew where I was again. It led just between the 2 rocks, the same 2 I'd passed through before the affair happened. The warm hand on my shoulder encouraged me as I walked forward, and finally I felt it disappear as I passed between the 2 rocks. Just as I did, I fell forward. The warmth and comfort I'd felt had vanished so suddenly I lost my balance. Quickly I recovered, and wanting to find out what had guided me back, I spun around, but of course, there was nothing. Looking past the rocks, there was no pathway of healthy grass, nor any entity that could have been responsible for the hand on my shoulder. I stood there for a moment, perplexed, when I heard footsteps behind me. I turned, smiling as my partner ran up and hugged me. He began to ask me where I'd gone, telling me he had panicked and was searching all around for me. With no valid explanation to give, I hugged him back. We stayed like that for a few minutes, before we both opted to leave the now dark woods. That is where my story ends. I've dwelled on it for many years, and I have a few theories as to what exactly occurred. I think the twin rocks served as some kind of barrier or gateway into a different place, for lack of a better word. I can only guess as to the identity of the invisible thing that seemed to pursue me, though I do not doubt for a moment its intentions were hostile. As for what protected me, what warmed my freezing body and guided me to safety, I firmly believe that it was a Zvolinik. Why it chose me that night, I will never know. Of course, I often find myself wondering what would have happened had I turned around and faced it with its hand on my shoulder. Perhaps I would not be here to write my story. Remember to be careful when you're in the woods. Beyond dangerous animals and landscapes, there may be other things we lack the ability to understand. Ghost hunting gone wrong. From Mama Bear. This happened around the time I was 15 years old. My cousin, who was down on his luck, was staying with us for a while. He had just turned 21, so of course I thought he was the coolest person ever, and I wanted to do everything he did. We would oftentimes walk 3 miles or so to the nearest gas station once my younger brothers were settled in bed, so that he could get a beer if we had nothing else better to do. The two of us were both night owls, and this was the summertime, so I didn't have to worry about school. My dad also worked nights, and my mom had passed away by this point, so it wasn't hard to keep it a secret, as it was just the two of us. One night on our way back from one of these trips, my cousin wanted to stop by the small church cemetery that we passed on our way to the gas station and see if we could pick up any weird activity. I live in a small town in Georgia, so there wasn't really much else for us to get into at this point, and neither one of us had a car. Needless to say, it didn't take much convincing, because again my cousin was quote-unquote older and cooler than I was, so I wanted to do whatever he did. When we got to the cemetery, I felt a weird vibe, but because it was such a small church cemetery, I didn't think we'd get into any trouble. After all, I'd been in a cemetery many times after dark, including on Halloween to visit my mother's gravesite. I was trying not to psych myself out too bad, but I could tell my cousin felt it too. This is going to show my age, but this was also a time before smartphones. The highest quality phone available at the time was a Razr, BlackBerry, or Sidekick, and my dad was definitely not going to spend money on something like that for me. My cousin wanted to see if we could get some orbs, but neither of our cameras were really good enough to amount to anything. So after a little while, we were about to give up. We weren't supposed to be out this late anyway. By then, it was between 3 and 4 in the morning. As we headed back to the road, I felt the air change all of a sudden, and the hair on the back of my neck began to stand on end. Now remember, this was the summertime in Georgia, so even though it was night, it was often warm and muggy thanks to the humidity. I then saw my cousin stop a few feet ahead of me, so I stopped too. Dusty, what do you see?" I asked, my voice cracking slightly and barely above a whisper. He held his hand up to indicate I should be quiet. I remember biting my lip and just freezing in place. All of a sudden, the temperature in the air around me dropped significantly, and I began to shiver slightly. "Dusty, I really don't like this. We should go home," I breathed as I started to creep closer to him. I wrapped my arms around myself, attempting to warm myself, and I remember thinking that I should have brought a jacket, even though I'd never needed one for these adventures before. As I waited for my cousin to move, or say or do something, I felt something tickle the back of my neck. At this point, I was already starting to freak out, so I jumped and turned around as fast as I could to see what it was. There was nothing there, and I chided myself for getting scared in front of my big cousin, but I couldn't shake the feeling that it had felt like fingers that had tickled me. Before I could react further, I heard my cousin let out a breath that I don't even think he even realized he'd been holding in. "Jess, when I say go, you need to run as fast as you can. We need to get home now," he said firmly, but there was an eerie calmness in his voice. I followed his gaze, and I had to do a double take. In the woods across the street was what looked to be a hooded figure walking away from us further into the trees. "Dusty, this isn't funny," I mumbled, my anxiety beginning to increase with every passing second. Before I could react any further, he said to me, "Now," and we started to sprint out of the cemetery, back onto the road. Now, I was never in any good shape, and I was not a fan of running at all, but I somehow stayed with my cousin as he ran towards our house. We were still a good mile and a half away at this point, though, and I wasn't sure I could make it the whole way at this pace. I did it, though, and as we made the last turn towards my house, we were just about to pass the horse farm on the corner, and then we would be home free in my yard. We both stopped dead in our tracks. In the middle of the road was a figure that was maybe 6 or 7 feet tall. It was just standing there in the middle of the road, its back to us, and it was pure black. I couldn't believe what I was seeing, and I was afraid that if I turned to go towards the woods, it would see or hear us. Before either of us could react any further, the figure turned slowly and lifted its head to look at us. All I saw under the hood were 2 piercing red eyes that felt as if they were staring directly into my soul. The rest was completely pitch black. I couldn't make out any features despite the streetlight not too far away from us. After a few seconds, which felt like hours, none of us moved. Eventually, the figure did turn, and he walked the rest of the way towards the street, disappearing into the woods. From there, my cousin and I double-timed it home. I remember grabbing the poker from the fireplace when we got back and sleeping with it that night, even though I didn't really get much sleep. We never did see that figure again, but I remember that was the scariest thing I've ever encountered. We lived at that house for several more years after that, and I never did experience anything like it again. I'm not sure if we upset a spirit by going to the cemetery that night, or if it was something else, but I hope to never go through anything like it again. Figure from the woods. From Russell the Menus. My grandparents have a couple of 100 acres of land in a little town called Castleton, Vermont. My friends and I go up there almost every week to ride four-wheelers or even play airsoft in the woods. Nothing out of the ordinary has ever happened until around a dark, cold night in November of 2020. My friends and I were just wrapping up our last game of airsoft, noting that it was pitch black and that we decided to get out of the woods. As we were leaving, we stepped out of the tree line into a massive field, where even in the dark you could see everything. We put our guns away and we started up the vehicle when one of my friends I'll call John pointed something out in the distance. I was thinking it was a deer or a coyote. I looked in the direction he was pointing at, and I didn't see anything. "Bro," I said, "there's nothing over there." He insists and tells me to look next to the camper. As I'm squinting my eyes, trying to see what he's talking about, my other friend Sam said he saw it too. This camper can't be more than a football field away, so I'm getting frustrated not being able to see what they're talking about. Sam then said, "Oh my God, it's moving." Finally, I was able to make it out. It stood tall next to the camper, almost peering around it like it was trying to hide. Us being daring teens, we started to walk closer to it, thinking whoever it was, we could take them on. But as we get closer, so does the figure. We stop and let it move, and now it's more visible, This thing had to be at least 7 feet tall, with long arms that looked to be almost touching the ground. It just stopped and stood there, swaying back and forth, until silence took over the field. Nothing but wind, a slight breeze, us, and this thing that was still swaying. Then there was this terrible scream that sounded like someone was constantly being stabbed without dying. We booked it back to the car and slammed the door shut. When the lights inside the car went out automatically, as they're supposed to, we were able to better see outside again. I quietly said, "Wait, guys, look, it's not over there anymore." As we all stared out of the right side of the car, trying to locate it again, we heard a tapping sound. We looked at each other in shock, trying to find the exact source of the tapping. John began to scream suddenly, and he pointed to the back of the car. We look, and we see the figure standing there, its face inches from the window. I call it its face only to describe that area of its body, because it didn't actually have any face at all. It was just a dark, human-shaped silhouette. Then it screamed. It was so loud we had to cover our ears. It wasn't a normal scream. I recognized it. It sounded like John. The scream that he'd made only 2 minutes ago. It was now coming from this figure, just 10 times louder. I yelled for Sam to step on it and get us back to the house. I quickly turned around to look outside the window to see what its next move would be. It was hard to make out, but it looked like it was waving. Not like a goodbye wave. More like it was saying, "See you next time." We got back to my grandparents' house, shaken and scared. My grandma asked us, "What's the matter, boys?" We all began to tell her the story of what we saw and what happened, wondering how she didn't hear that scream. Her face turned very serious, and she told us, "You boys probably should stay the night tonight." Taking her up on the offer, we agreed. There was no way we were going to drive out on that road in the middle of the night with woods on both sides of us. Trying to forget about it, we all sat down and played some Monopoly. At about 10 o'clock, we'd been playing for a couple of hours when we began to hear a tap, tap, tapping. All of us jumped up and booked it to the window. We turned on the light outside, and there it was. The figure from before was back. It was standing next to the car now, clearly towering over it. It began to walk away, facing us the entire time, clearly showing us he was still there. Then it turned around and ran on all fours. Our minds were blown, each of us thinking this isn't possible. We cracked the window just a little bit to see if we could hear anything else, and all we could hear was the distant sound of John's screaming. We shut the window and agreed never to play airsoft at night again. Not out here. It's been a year now, and nothing else strange has occurred. But I know it's out there. Maybe it's watching us in those woods, hoping we stay till nightfall again. The following story is that infamous 4chan story from Korea that I removed a long time ago, but viewers have kept asking me to bring it back. So here it is for all of you to enjoy. Also, it is very much a haunted woods kind of story too. Hi, X. Long-time lurker, first time posting here. Anyone interested in Far East spooky stuff? Be me, German descent. Parents moved to Korea before I was born. Because Dad's going on business trips all the time and general parental conflict, my Korean friend's family pretty much raised me as their own. My new family is crazy superstitious, which is weird since most of the country now believes in Christianity, or at least at the time they did. I live in the mountains with Korean family for most of my childhood, then moved to the city around high school age. I honestly didn't even consider this all to be creepy when it all happened to me. It was just a part of life. Recently, I moved to the US, and whenever I mention the stuff that happened in my childhood to my new friends, they lose their crap. I guess I'll post a few and see if you guys might be interested. Here's a little background. My Korean foster family is from North Korea. They all came down during the Korean War. There's a superstitious grandfather, Christian grandmother, both maternal, the mother and father, who are friends with my parents, who always wanted to get the heck out of the mountains. There's a daughter who was my age, and was pretty much my only friend. The grandfather is the patriarch, and what he says goes. This includes all sorts of weird traditional ceremonies and rituals, and a lot of creepy hiking fishing trips. Generally, it's a pretty chill family. Lots of conflict about grandfather's superstitious bullcrap, though, and you can kinda see the mom losing her mind over the years for some unknown reason. We lived in the middle of nowhere. You have to drive like 30 minutes to reach the nearest town. Sorry if this is all jumbled. This is my first time rationally looking back and writing it down. This is about a ritual we used to do a few times every year. Apparently, there are families in the city that also perform it, but none of my other Korean friends have gone through quite what I was used to. On the death day of his ancestors, grandfather would set up a mini shrine and prepare a crapload of food. It always had to be specific kinds of dishes and had to be arranged according to color and size. After setting up the food on special tables in the living room, grandfather read a handwritten letter, generally following the lines of, "Everyone misses you. Rest well. Please take this offering of food in peace." Then burns it. He sometimes added a line about me, something along the lines of, "Please excuse the blonde boy. We're taking care of him," as the ritual is usually only performed by family. Everyone took turns bowing in a special ceremonial way. When everyone was done bowing, grandfather turned off all the lights, and everyone hid in the kitchen for about half an hour. You always have to clear your throat before walking out again, as to not startle the ancestors, grandfather says. The food was always partially eaten, utensils would be dirty, and the seat cushions would feel warm when we entered the mini shrine again. This one time, when I was about 6 years old, the mom got tired of making these specific dishes. They were very time-consuming. They took the whole day for her to make. So instead, this year, she made easier ones. Grandfather flies into a fit of rage, but we don't have time to redo everything. "Do you realize what you've done?" And all that. We finish bowing and hide in the kitchen as usual. But we hear rattling and banging from the living room where the shrine is. The kids are scared, so me and the daughter hold on to the grandfather while he swears under his breath. An hour later, the noise stops. Grandfather clears his throat. Then he leaves the kitchen and goes into the living room. What a mess. The dishes are overturned. Candles have been blown out, and something that looks like either dried blood or watery fecal matter, I can't remember which, is strewn about on the shrine. After that, the mom always made the correct dishes. So, nine-tailed foxes, man. Those things are creepy as heck, but the media always portrays them as some kind of busty cutie pie furry's wet dream. So, I was 13. Up in the mountains, we didn't have access to anything, risque. But that didn't keep me from discovering how to pleasure myself. One day I go into the mountains with daughter, who we'll call Jean, to find some mushrooms. I bring one of the family Jindo dogs, just to be safe. Those things are protective as all hell. We're having a good time, playing around, when Ogu, the Jindo, starts to bark like crazy. We turn and see a teenage-looking girl just kind of standing there, wearing old-fashioned clothes. But since this is a rural area, we didn't even think twice about it. We go over to say hi. We were just happy to find someone else around our age. The new girl says her family moved into the empty lot about 15 minutes away. Ogu is still barking at her, but we brush it off. He's just being protective. We hang out with her a bit, and she keeps touching me, commenting on my hair and eyes, saying I look exotic and cute. I was totally flustered. The sun starts going down, so we ask her if she wants to come over and have dinner with us. No, she says, but only Anon can come over to my place to see my room if he wants. It's getting dark, and my brotherly instinct kicks in, so I tell the new girl I'll drop by later, but I have to take Jean home first. Later on, we tell grandfather what happened. Idiot boy. That empty plot isn't for sale. From then on, he tells us we have to take a Jindo wherever we go. But we do meet that girl again a few times later that week. She progressively gets more and more seductive to me. The dogs bark at her, so we just go home when we see her. We would go home and tell grandfather that we saw her again. A few days after that, Ogu, the dog, brings home a fox he had killed, and not once ever again do we see that girl. Basically, nine-tailed foxes, Gumiho, shapeshift into women whose corpses they eat. They seduce and kill men, and they eat their livers. Once they eat 1,000 livers, it is said they will turn into real humans. Grandfather said there are 2 types of ghosts, Yuryong, which are docile spirits, and Guishin, which are malicious spirits that usually just want closure. There was a small lake near where we lived. Grandfather always told us to take a white Jindo when we went near the lake, as there was a Guishin who lived there. Guishin who live in bodies of water are called Muo Guishin, but this one was also a Chunyo Guishin, a virgin who had been wronged. Occasionally, from far away, you can make out a youngish-looking woman who looks soaked as heck just sitting on the dock. I always thought she looked lonely, sad, not at all angry. She didn't do much but kind of hissed almost like a cat and disappeared whenever she saw the white Jindo, named Jingu. This one time when I was 9 years old, I got brave and walked out to the lake. It was still pretty far away, but I could see the Guishin sitting on the dock again. Being the oddest that I am, I call out something like, "Hey lady, are you okay?" The Guishin gets up and starts walking towards me. When I say walking, it was like a cross between walking and gliding, kinda like when you stand still and look at someone going through one of those moving runways in an airport. The Guishin keeps coming closer, and suddenly I realized that I forgot to bring a white Jindo. Oh crap, I think. The Guishin is close now, and I can see that her facial features are all kind of dark and melted together, like ink mixing in water. I scream now, and she screams too, but stops when I stop making noise and just sort of studies me. She makes a weird gurgling sound, like someone trying to laugh underwater. Your head is yellow. She walks/glides back to the dock. I run all the way back home, fresh pee cooling on my pants. The next day, grandfather makes me bring some food as an offering to the lake, to thank the Guishin for not harming me. I like to think instead that I made her day. Here's some info on the Jindo, the dogs we had. They're Korea's national dog, kinda like a Shiba, but taller, leggier, and more brutal. They come in 3 colors: white, tan, and a sort of black tan. They're hardy little guys, skinny, but they can take out your legs like it's nothing. They're very protective and territorial. They're stubborn too. You can't train them like a Labrador retriever to do cute tricks or sit for their food or not bite annoying children, but they'll give their lives to protect you and your home. In Korean superstition, white jindos chase away evil spirits, tan jindos can fight their way out of anything, and black jindos make spirits accept you as one of them. Grandfather rarely had black jindos. He was a fighter, so he had a bunch of tan jindos and a few white ones for the kids. And I'm pretty sure the shotgun he had in the closet was illegal, because you can't own guns in Korea. Now, anyone up for a Korean troll? I was 11 years old. Our toughest tan jindo died, so grandfather got another one. He's a hard one even when he's a puppy. He becomes loyal to grandfather and Jean. By the time he's 1 year old, he's bigger and brawnier than the other dogs by far. We name him Suk-gu. One day, Jean wants to go down to the creek and catch some fish. Grandfather tells her to take a white jindo, but instead she takes Suk-gu. I'm contemplating going with her, but I was helping grandmother out with some chores, so I stayed behind. Besides, I got the feeling that her mom hated me being around her daughter too often. A few hours later, we hear something that sounds like a tiger from the mountains. I ask grandfather about it, as tigers are probably extinct in Korea. Might be dokaebi. The dokaebi are pretty much Korean trolls. They don't really mean serious harm, but they're very strong, and they do like to mess with people. Sometimes they'll unwittingly drive someone mad, or outright kill them. The sun was going down, but Jean and Suk-gu aren't home yet. Grandfather was getting worried. Sometime later, we see Jean running home alone, but she's screaming. She says that a human hand with claws on it came out of the bushes. She ran home, but the last she saw was Suk-gu jumping into the bush to fight whatever was there. Her parents try to reason and say it was probably a lost person. Grandfather brushes that off. You two were raised in the city and know nothing. Why would a lost person be far away from a town? Then we see something run towards the house from far away. It's Suk-gu. He's got a freaking leg in his mouth. It looks like a human leg, but it's completely covered in thick hair and was way bigger. It's gnawed through the thigh, but there's no blood. Just a weird watery splatter all over it, and there's a bit on Suk-gu as well. Grandfather confirms that it is a dokaebi and throws out the leg deep into the mountains. We put out food for the next week as an apology to its clan. They leave human-like crap in our yard as a sort of screw you for the next month. The thing about growing up in rural Korea as a foreigner is that if you run into a spirit, they're either going to be extra hostile towards you, or they're going to be so busy laughing at you, they don't even bother to try harming you. The closest school was half an hour away, so grandfather would drive me and Jean to school every morning. There were only 7 kids in the grade. Only 3 graduated. The rest either died or moved to the city. The kids were pretty cruel and ganged up on me a lot, calling me names like Yellow Monkey, or Yankee, or Yankee, which was funny because I'm German. Grandfather thought school was crap, so he let me skip school as long as I showed up for exams and passed them. When I was 10, he got me my very own white jindo named Baekugu. One day I went exploring the mountains and eating mushrooms. I hear something rustling in the bushes, and Baekugu starts whimpering and cowering. A black dog-like creature slinks out from the bushes. I freeze in my tracks, not sure if he was friendly or malicious. But Baekugo was clearly scared and pissing himself. The thing looked like a cross between a big dog and a leopard, but it had a long, almost trunk-like snout, fur that looked ablaze and smoldering, although there was no fire or heat. The thing makes a snarling, growling motion, but no sound comes out of its mouth. I was convinced then that I was going to die. But then I hear a gunshot go off in the distance, and remember that grandfather had an illegal gun. Another shot goes off, this time so close my ears, my whole skull feels like it's ringing, and I swear I see a bullet whiz by. The thing chases after the bullet, and it's gone. I hightail it out of there with my dog and grandfather. What I ran into turned out to be a bull gasari. They eat fire and metal, and they're highly hostile. As this one had claimed the deep mountains as its home, we were forbidden to go that deep from then on. One thing about Korean ghosts, both docile and malicious, is that they're very much like people. You can reason with them most of the time, trick them, scare them, and even make friends. Of course, if you just want them to leave you alone, the best thing you can do is start singing, although grandfather said this could potentially attract do-kai-bi. I was 14, going to school one day because screw it. When school ended, I left my book bag in the classroom. Then I go out with Jean to throw the trash away. The school had no janitors, so the kids had to help with the work. I go pick up the bag while Jean waits outside. The teacher's standing with her back to the door, just kind of staring at the wall. I say goodbye to her, but she doesn't respond to me. I get slightly nervous, so I go up and ask if she's okay. She turns around, and I nearly soil myself, because her face is gone. Dal Gyal Gui Shin are malicious spirits that act like people, but they don't have faces, hence the name Dal Gyal, which means egg. They'll usually leave you alone, as long as you don't point out their lack of face or act disgusted. Anyway, the spirit acts just like the teacher, and it's just heading way too close to the uncanny valley now. I'm creeped out, but also kind of mad, because I was a moody teenager and I just wanted to go home. The thing started talking, and even its voice sounded like my teacher. Anon, do you think I'm pretty? You don't even have a face, I thought, but I don't want to anger it, because these ghosts can get vicious when they're mad. If I say you're pretty, it will say I'm lying because it clearly doesn't have a face. But if I said you're not pretty, it will say I'm disgusted at its lack of a face. I just wanted to go home and play with my goddamn dog and go fishing. So I started singing the Korean national anthem really loud. The thing began screaming, sounding equally angry. I hear the classroom door open, and the screaming stops abruptly. Anon, what are you doing? This time it's the actual teacher. She's in the doorway. I then run home, complaining about the Gui Shin with Jen. Things started falling apart by my mid-teen years. I believe this was because grandfather was getting old and weak, but it might be because I was pretty messed up emotionally, and particular spirits could sense it. I was 16, doing some chores around the yard when I hear familiar voices. Voices I hadn't heard in a while. My own mother, my own father. I walk towards their voices, kind of tearing up. I haven't seen them since I was 4 years old, and the only reason I remembered them were from phone calls that came only every few months. I was angry, but mostly glad. My parents were standing at the edge of my grandfather's property, calling out to me, Anon, it's us. Let's go home now. So many things I wanted to yell at them about, but it's like I'm too choked up. But then I remembered my grandfather didn't tell me that my parents would be coming. I'm gonna go get grandfather first, I called out. Oh, but Anon, aren't you going to let your mother hug her own son? I noticed something was wrong about it, but I was too emotionally shaken. I began crying and kinda stood there. The dogs were barking like crazy, and I could hear Jean calling me for dinner from the house. But my parents kept urging me to come over and give them a hug, to go home, to talk to them. Come on, son. It's going to be a long drive home. I waited for a second. But where's your car? They go quiet, but soon try to play it off as a joke. But I kept asking. They grew angry, began threatening me with punishments, telling me I'm breaking my mother's heart. I'm still crying, hyperventilating, not sure whether to go with them or run back home. I think Jean must have seen me and told my grandfather. He came out with a dog on a leash, who began growling. Then the old Korean man began to bellow like an ox. Leave my grandson alone, freaking creatures. My parents let out something like a cross between a bird screeching and an old door creaking. Then they disappeared in the tall grass. For some reason, grandfather never spoke of this again, and that crap still chokes me up a little. Now here's the story of how our toughest dog died. Some relatives came to visit for the weekend. Jean's cousins come too. One is a guy about 5 years older than us. The other guy is about 2 years older. There's also a girl, but she just sits in the kitchen and does Bible study with grandmother all day, so we just ignore her. We try to get along with them at first, but the cousins are just too boisterous. They're yelling cuss words in the mountains, throwing rocks at deer. Eventually, we just let them do their own thing. It turns out while Jean, grandfather, and I went fishing, these idiots went into the mountains and found a small family graveyard. Korean family graveyards are tiny, with 4 or 5 bodies buried at most, especially if you find one in the rural areas. Anyway, these guys trashed the place, kicking down shrines and littering everywhere. They came home after they heard someone crying and got scared. Grandfather was seething, but he doesn't say anything. He doesn't expect city kids to understand. For the next few days, we see angry ghosts at the edge of our property hissing at the dogs, but unable to come any closer because of our white Jindos. We leave offerings around the property, but they're mad and they won't stop trashing our vegetable gardens. Grandfather genuinely looks stumped. One day our most prized tan Jindo disappears. We think he may have gone hunting something, but he doesn't come home for days. Eventually we go out to look for him. A warning in this section, as it contains explicit depictions of violence against animals. You've been warned. Skip ahead about 30 seconds. So, we find his body, ripped to shreds, strewn around the trashed graveyard. His intact head is in front of the damaged shrine. Grandfather quietly covers his dog's head with a towel. He doesn't talk to us for a few days, just smokes his pipe out on the patio, staring into the mountains. I still miss that dog. I like to think he sacrificed himself as an offering to save us all. In Korean mythology, magpies are harbingers of good luck and prosperity. It's said if you hear a magpie cawing in the morning, it means you'll have a friendly visitor later in the day. I like to think that magpies acted like a sort of guardian angel to me. My room was on the 2nd floor, right next to the persimmon tree in the garden. Magpies freaking love persimmons, and there are always a bunch of them near the house. Grandfather and I made a habit of leaving the persimmons at the very top when picking them from the tree, so that the magpies can help themselves. That happened to be at the level of my window, so I guess the magpies kind of associated my face with food and general good vibes. I come home from school one day, and for some reason I'm tired as heck, so I take a nap, but the magpies won't stop cawing. Some even banged and pecked at the window, which was unusual for them. Like an autist, I yell, "Shut up, birds!" and try to sleep, but they're way too loud. Cursing, I get up and storm out of the room to sleep somewhere else. As I turn to close the door, I catch a glimpse of something stuck to my ceiling. It's a person, no, a spirit of some kind. As I stare at it, its head turns towards me and gives me the ugliest look. But before it can react to me leaving the room, the magpies start cawing and banging at the window. It turns its attention to the birds. I run out and I alert my grandfather. He grabs a pot and pan, runs up to my room, flinging open the door and banging them together while yelling, "Get out!" The ghost hisses and slithers into the cracks of the wall. We knew someone died in that house before we moved in. We just didn't know the guy had hung himself in my freaking room. We leave out an offering that night and I sleep on the couch. The next morning, the offering is gone, and we don't see the spirit again for another 3 months. But when we do see it, the magpies do their squawks and I fetch grandfather. Feels pretty good having a personal army of magpies. Now, on to the last story. I was 17 years old, and I was starting to have a thing for Jean, but we didn't show it, because A, it felt like incest, and B, her mother was completely off the hook at this point, and would kill us both. One day grandfather goes to tend to his berry patches and doesn't come back. We look for him, and a few hours later, we find him on the ground, looking peaceful and composed, like he just laid there to take a nap, but never woke up. Doctors tell us he died of a heart attack. We're stunned. The man who took me in after my own family put me aside, taught me all my values that I ever held dear, kept me alive all these years in a patch of mountain crawling with unknown creatures and spirits. He was gone, just like that. Jean was inconsolable. We spent a lot of time out by grandfather's favorite fishing spot, not really saying much. We buried him in a private plot. Jean and I go to his grave every day to clean the shrine. A few months later, grandmother sells our house, and we end up moving to the city. All the dogs are sold too, including mine. I'm too shocked to pretend nothing happened, to continue living with my adopted family, too angry to live with my biological family. So grandmother gives me enough money to rent a small apartment, barely larger than a closet. I couldn't focus on anything, so I ended up failing my college entrance exams. I barely scraped by, flipping burgers, working at gas stations, convenience stores, stocking warehouses. In a way, it's more peace than I'd ever known, as there were no ghosts or spirits in my apartment. Sometimes I wonder about what happened to Jean as we grew apart, and I knew her mother was off her rocker and sometimes even physically hurt her. Meanwhile, Jean herself was accepted to a good college. One day we decided to go to grandfather's grave and show him the acceptance letter, as well as perform the ritual, the one mentioned earlier about the food and the thanks. And we don't talk to each other. For some reason, the whole family followed us there. It was getting dark, and just before we left, Jean placed her acceptance letter on grandfather's shrine. Suddenly, her mother starts screaming like mad. "He's dead, you crazy kids. Can't freaking hear you or see any of this crap." She accuses grandfather of being crazy, yelling at Jean for being stupid enough to believe all his bullcrap, she said. We tried to argue back, reminding her that she had witnessed a lot of the stuff we'd seen, but she was raving at this point. Eventually, she calmed down enough for Jean's dad to take her back to the car. We just sat in front of grandfather's grave for the longest time. When we finally head back, I swear I can see a bluish flame-looking thing flickering above the grave. Weeks passed by. I was getting paid just enough to get by and trying to forget everything that ever happened in my childhood. One night, I hear incessant tapping on my window, almost like how the magpies used to tap. But that's weird, because I lived below ground level. There was no window. I then feel a deep shuddering cold in my guts. I always thought it was alerting me to a spirit nearby, but now I realize it's fear. I run wildly into the street and catch a taxi to Grandma's house. I can hear screaming inside the house. The door bursts open and Jean runs out, blood on her arms and her face white as paper. You see, something in her mother's head snapped, and she had grabbed a knife, slashing at Jean. If you're wondering about her dad and grandmother, her dad was visiting his family, and the grandmother was too afraid to come out of her room. Jean swears up and down that just as her mother was about to seriously stab her, a blue flame flickered out of nowhere and lit her skirt on fire. I tried my best to calm her down and called 911. Things settled down from there. Jean and I realized nobody else would understand us as well as each other. Well, we're getting married next winter. Her mother was diagnosed with schizophrenia. Grandmother goes to live with Jean's aunt. And I just want to say thanks to Grandpa for teaching me everything, for raising me to be a good guy. I wouldn't be here today without him. Dancing in the Woods. From Lots of Turtles. La Ciudad Muerta, the City of the Dead. This was the local name for an abandoned village at the base of a small mountain range in my hometown in Mexico. It was a good mile away from where the paved roads turned to dirt, and next to impossible to access by car. No one in my family cared much to talk about it. When I was a kid, other schoolchildren would whisper about it on the playground. A story you'd hear often was that the devil lived there. Whenever darkness fell over the village, he would roam the streets, looking for unaware travelers to prey upon. Other tales involved zombies or demons occupying the town. And when the clock would strike midnight, they would leave their boarded-up shacks, living their lives and participating in a society just like our own. I remember one kid even telling me that a witch had cursed the village, causing all the people in it to shrivel up and die from old age in a matter of days, leaving it deserted and empty. When I would go tell my mother and father these tales, they would laugh, telling me that they were ridiculous. They said the village was only a temporary place where people who were mining in the mountains would gather, and when it became unprofitable, everyone occupying it left. That's what I believed for most of my young life. It made sense, and I never had any reason to question it. That's why I was very surprised when a good friend of many years who we'll call Antonio came up to me one evening, asking me if I'd ever visited that village. I said no, and asked why he was interested in an old mining town. He looked at me strangely, asking where I'd gotten the idea it was a mining town. According to him, it was once a village at around the time our town was developing, before it was abandoned without warning. He went on to tell me that it would be awesome to camp out and get drunk there. Since he was leaving right after high school, he wanted to have a fun and memorable hangout before the year ended. I told him that if I was free, I would go. He smiled, telling me he'd get a few others we both mutually knew to come with us. As the week waned on, I began to look forward to it, and I found myself wondering what exactly the village looked like now. As you might expect, the memories of the stories I'd heard as a child popped up in my mind once again. They were easily dismissed, although I was now thinking about what exactly to expect. I supposed my parents must have told me it was a mining town just to get me to shut up about the stories I was hearing. Soon enough, the end of the week rolled around. I'd lied to my parents that I would be going to a sleepover at a friend's house, rather than tell them about our plans to visit the dead city. A few hours after school, we'd all gathered at a gas station near the north side of town. Antonio was coming out of the building holding a bag of snacks and drinks. 2 people, who I'll refer to as Daniel and Maria, were with him. I recognized them both from a mutual class together. It was the middle of May, warm, with the sun pretty high up when we left. We were all carrying backpacks, mine being packed with only a sleeping bag and a little food. It soon became clear the others had brought different items when Daniel took off his bag, opening it and taking out a joint. I wasn't much of a smoker, declining it because I didn't like how it messed with my memory. The others passed it between themselves as we walked. The pathway up to the village was very strange. The road turned to dirt right away, and narrowed substantially. Only 50 feet in, it would be impossible for a car to traverse, because of how tight it was. Forest surrounded the path on both sides, and though it was bright out, the dense trees still made it hard to tell exactly what was inside. We had fun talking amongst ourselves on our way up, and when I say up, I do mean up. As we got maybe a mile in, the hill sloped as it followed the guidelines of the mountains. The climb wasn't very steep, but it still added to the feeling of isolation. We arrived after maybe 45 minutes of traveling. The forest opened up into the village, which was an oval-shaped area quite big. Just in front of us sat a very primitive and decrepit adobe home, low to the ground. Its door had long since weathered out of frame, and its walls were stained a brownish black from age. I looked at it, surprised. Approaching it made me feel a sense of queasiness, and I stopped as Maria told us we should explore the rest of the village. The other homes were like the first, some smaller and some larger. There was one that seemed to have 2 levels. It sat at the far end of the village, although unlike the others, its entrance seemed to be poised to face the bordering woods, rather than the center of the village. Daniel made a remark about how it really did seem like a dead city, before lighting his second joint. I didn't want to join in, but he also took out some beer from his backpack, which was more my speed. We drank and smoked as we continued to wander around. On occasion, we'd find a discarded wrapper or beer bottles, though they all were broken down and matted brown, obviously very old. It seemed like we were all alone. As the sun began to set, all of us had a good buzz on. Antonio suggested we try to find some old sticks to use as firewood in the nearby trees, so we could camp out and eat around a fire. Daniel and I agreed, but Maria didn't. In fact, she didn't say anything. We looked at her, and she seemed to be staring off at something, distracted. Daniel got her attention, asking her what was up. She was still facing away from us, towards the largest of the structures, as she spoke. She told us she thought she had seen something moving in one of the windows, or rather holes, since whatever glass or frame had been there before was long gone. We didn't think she was serious, and it seemed she didn't know if she was either. She just shrugged it off, suggesting she may have been imagining it. Finally, she agreed to go gather some wood with us, so we headed off into the woods. She and Daniel split off to one side of the village, so Antonio and I went to the other. We ended up passing the large home Maria was looking at, and as we did, I felt my skin prickle. There was something foreboding about looking at the old structure. Antonio suggested we take a look inside and see if there really was something in there. I didn't really want to, but I was relaxed enough to follow him. We went around to the side of the house facing the woods, but we got stopped by a door. Unlike every other home in the village, this place still had its door intact. It looked to be in great condition, too. It was made of a thick, black wood, which seemed out of place because of how differently colored the trees in the forest were. Without much thought, Antonio goes up to it, pulling on what appears to be the handle. He throws most of his weight into it, but despite trying both directions, it didn't budge. I suggested it was probably sunk into the frame, and he just shrugged. He moved over, looking through one of the holes in the wall. After a few seconds, he got off, telling me no one was inside. A while later, we'd found a good amount of wood and went back into the village. We brought it into the center of the clearing before noticing that there was a strange smell that wasn't there before. This smell was metallic and heavy, like how your fingers would smell if you had your hands in a pocket full of centavos, or pennies. Anyway, we piled up our branches around the center of the village. Then we grabbed a few stones and outlined the fire with them. This took us about 10 minutes. By then, Daniel and Maria still hadn't made it back yet. The sun had begun setting, and I grabbed another drink, as I was starting to get a little antsy. And Antonio got sick of waiting, so he ran back into our side of the woods, grabbing a few handfuls of dead leaves, taking them back to the fire. He dropped them on top, then whipped out a lighter, igniting one of the leaves. Then it took off real fast, beginning to blaze. It wasn't bad work, considering we both had a few drinks in us. Just when I was about to ask if we should go look for the other two, we began to hear heavy footsteps from the other side of the village. Antonio and I looked over, and we saw our two friends sprinting over to us. They both skidded to a halt by the fire, but neither of them were holding any wood or anything of the sort. As we looked at them, we could tell something had happened. Maria's face was strained like she was crying, and Daniel's outfit was super dirty. He goes on to explain they were searching around for branches. When they thought they'd found enough, they were about to head back when they see someone standing in the middle of the woods. This person was between them and the village. They said whoever it was faced away from them. They called out, wondering if it was one of us. Daniel said that right as they called, the person turned around, but they still couldn't see anything. It was still pretty light out, but somehow the figure was totally dark. They could make out their clothes, but not the body. That's when they noticed the metallic smell, the same one we were smelling now. Then, without warning, the figure broke into a dead sprint running straight at them. So immediately they dropped their wood and run the other way, booking it away from the thing. Daniel said they ran a few minutes, and when they couldn't see the figure anymore, they circled back to the village. I looked at the both of them. It was obvious they were terrified. I was a little on edge too, and being surrounded by a village of old abandoned houses wasn't helping much. Antonio told everyone to chill out, saying it's probably someone messing with us. Then Maria said she wanted to leave right away, but Antonio replied that it would be dumb, because if we did leave right away, they would probably chase us through the woods on our way out. So we decided to stay. Maria was pretty angry about it and still wanted to leave, but for the most part, she was fine. We started to eat some of the food we brought along, cracking open a few more beers, just trying to relax. A few more hours passed, so it must have been close to midnight by then. That weird smell never got stronger, but it never really left either. We all fell asleep by the fire. We were all awakened by Maria screaming. We got up immediately and looked around. She was still in her sleeping bag, but she was as white as a sheet. She looked at me and everyone else before stammering that she had rolled over, opened her eyes, and saw that same black figure from before, standing right over her. She said the figure smiled at her with these pointy teeth and put its fingers to its lips, like it was telling her to be quiet. So all of us freaked out. We just watched her as she began packing her things, telling us that she was leaving right then, right there. Daniel and Antonio started to try to calm her down. I was about to do the same when I took a glance around the clearing. I took a breath, then realized something was different about the houses. I looked at them, trying to figure out what exactly it was. But then it hit me. There were lights at every house in the village now. I told this to the others, and they looked around, confused as I was. There was an old-style lantern sitting in the window cutouts of every darned house. We were all dumbstruck, wondering what was going on. A moment later, we heard the sounds of people behind us. We turned towards the path we came up on, and on either side of the woods, there were people, dozens of people in pairs. There were about 10 different pairs of men and women, the men holding lanterns, just like the ones in the windows. They were wearing charro suits, and the women were in China poblana, traditional Mexican clothes. Then they began to dance. They weren't speaking, just staring at each other as they danced. The only sound was coming from the shoes pressing on the branches and the leaves. It was almost hypnotic. We were all just staring and listening to the forest floor being stepped on, no idea what to do. Then Antonio shouted something at them. He asked them what the heck was going on. Then they all turned, cutting their movements and staring dead at him, before the lanterns just switched off. Right as that happened, all the ones in the houses behind us went off too. Our fire, now dwindling, was the only source of light remaining. Our group was quiet, wondering what we were supposed to do, when we heard a sound from the woods. We looked, and we could barely make out a black figure, just like the one they had seen before. It was skinny but tall, really darn tall, and it was taking these huge strides towards us. One of us screamed run, I'm not sure who, but we listened. We all booked it down the trail, leaving everything behind. I don't know how, but not one of us tripped on our way down, despite sprinting in the dead of night. We must have straight up ran for 15 minutes, using only a bit of moonlight to see where everybody was. When we finally hit the bottom of the hill, we chilled out, turning into more of a jog, then a walk as we neared pavement. Soon enough, we were back in town, my heart beating up into my throat and my lungs starved of air. That night, we all slept at Antonio's. We didn't touch on what happened. Instead, we all just fell asleep. When we woke up the next morning, Maria was already gone. Daniel, Antonio, and I ate, still totally avoiding discussion of the night before. Then Daniel left pretty soon after that. We had left all of our stuff up at that village. I told Antonio that, and he said we ought to go get it. He told me it'd be fine, since it was light out now. To be honest, I didn't understand how he was being so cool about it. But I decided to go with him, since I couldn't afford a new backpack, let alone a sleeping bag, anytime soon. We barely talked on the climb there, and once we made it, we were confused to see all of our stuff gone from where we'd left it. First, he suggested that an animal might have dragged it somewhere, but that didn't make sense because not one item was left behind at all. So we looked around the village a little bit. There was no evidence anything weird happened. Even that smell was gone. I remember passing by the tall house, the one that had that weird, out-of-place door that was facing the woods, before I noticed that door was gone. I called him over, and Antonio was surprised as I was. We go up and look inside, and sure enough, all of our stuff is there. We could make out the inside of the house, thanks to all the light streaming in through the window. All our bags and food and bottles were just sitting there, perfectly stacked against the wall. Antonio just shrugged at me, and so we packed it all up, only leaving our empties before we left. And we made it out just fine. We walked back to the town with all of our stuff intact, but I swear, as we were walking down the hill, I could just barely hear the rhythmic tapping and crunching of the dancing in the woods from the night before. Driving through the ghost town. From Project 32. I live a few minutes outside of town. My morning drive to work brings me through the hills and eventually to the convenience store I work 12-hour shifts at. I like the work, so no problem there. I'd been working there for 3 to 4 years when a friend of mine mentioned that the road I drive on to get there actually branches off at one point. If you take that branching road, you'll find a ghost town, he explained. Now, I love scary things, so this got my attention. My first question was why the town was abandoned. He said economical reasons, the work dried up and families moved elsewhere. According to him, though, there had been rumors for the last century that the people didn't just leave, they ran away. Supposedly, some folks believe the town to have been haunted by a demonic creature, which tormented the farmers and shop owners there. The townsfolk left steadily over the course of a decade as animals were killed. Parents soon began to fear for the lives of their children. Chills ran down my spine when I heard that. I had heard of ghost towns being abandoned due to lack of work or drought or things like that. But I'd never heard of a place where folks were basically chased out by a supernatural creature. Then again, this was over a century ago, I reminded myself. Any ideas I was having about going to see the place for myself, and possibly seeing this creature, quickly dried up. Whatever that thing had been, it was likely long gone or dead. Looks like you want to go, huh? My friend, Alan, must have seen the look on my face. Absolutely. I had no idea this place even existed until now. I put out my cigarette, and I approached the back door of the building to return to my shift. Okay then, let's go this weekend. Just drive through and check it out. Don't even have to get out of the car. I stopped and turned toward him. Heck yeah, as long as you drive, of course. He nodded and lit another cigarette as I returned to work. That was on a Tuesday. The work week went on slowly, and every passing day had me more excited about our little weekend trip. Friday night, I was even tempted to drive through the abandoned town alone on my way home from work. But I figured it'd be more fun to experience it for the first time with Alan. After all, he admitted that he had never been there either. We could see this place for the first time at the same time. Soon, it was Saturday. That evening, I met up with Alan at the convenience store. We bought some food and drinks and piled into his car, leaving mine locked at the back of the store. Alan began to take the road that would lead me usually to home, but a few minutes into the drive, he turned to the north, down an old road I'd passed hundreds of times before, but never gave much thought into. I remember thinking, so this is the road, the one that leads to the ghost town. It's gonna be another 2 hours, is that okay? I was kind of caught off guard. He never told me exactly how long the trip would be to get there. 2 hours there and back would be 4 hours total of driving. Why not? It's the weekend, I replied. Still, kinda wish I knew beforehand. About an hour into the drive, the car began to sort of stutter between on and off. Everything okay? I asked Alan. Alan looked a bit frustrated, hammering on the accelerator repeatedly. Yeah, it does this sometimes. After about a minute of this, the car went back to normal and we continued our drive. Another hour passed, and soon we began to see buildings in the distance. Old buildings and lodges, doors boarded up, windows busted out. There was what appeared to be an old-timey pharmacy, the only building still standing in a block of demolished structures. Closer to the center of town were buildings made of brick, and in the opposite direction of the pharmacy was rolling farmland. In the distance, I could even see a deteriorating farmhouse. It all looked to be a once beautiful place to live. A very, very small town, but cozy. Hard to believe a place like this was only a couple of hours away from my drive to and from work. You weren't kidding, I said to Alan, staring out the window. Nope, he said, seemingly just as surprised as I was. He went on. But this place feels wrong. What do you mean? I don't know. Sort of gives me bad vibes. I didn't say anything to that, but I definitely felt it too. There was this sense of oppression coming down on us as we slowly drove through, occasionally slowing down to get longer, closer looks at different buildings. As we edged closer to the other end of town, I spotted what I thought was a church. There was what looked to be a stone gargoyle sitting alone, perched at the most distant corner of the building. Whoa, I said. I've never actually seen gargoyle statues on buildings before. Not in real life, I mean. Alan slowed down a bit more and asked, Really? Where is it? I turned to him for a moment, then looked back over and pointed it out. But in the split second that I'd turned to him, the statue was gone. I don't see it, Alan replied. Oh, crap, was all I could think to say. Oh, crap, what? Alan sounded a little alarmed. Where's the statue, dude? It's gone. What? Statues don't just get up and... Suddenly the car began to rattle and stutter again. I could practically hear Alan roll his eyes as he began to repeatedly stomp on the accelerator once more. About 2 minutes later, the car shut off completely. Alan cursed out loud. No, Alan, this is the worst place your car could possibly break down. Give me a second. He began to turn the key in the ignition. The car could barely muster a growl before going quiet again. This happened about 5 times before Alan got out of the car. Where are you going? I called out. Before closing the door, he leaned his head in. Just need to check something. Well, be quick about it. This place is a little too creepy, even for me. He laughed. Gotcha. We had just passed the supposed church when the car died. I looked out the window and up at the roof of the building, waiting for Alan to be done with it. My eyes went wide. The gargoyle statue was there again, and I could have swore it was facing the other way last I saw it. Then, the thing I thought was a statue suddenly stood and crawled straight down the side of the building at an angle only a large spider should have been able to traverse. It took me a moment to remember how to breathe, but when it finally came back to me, I opened the door just enough to scream to Alan, "Get back in the car!" He ran back to the driver's door and leaned in. You okay? Why are you screaming like that? Get back in the car. We need to leave. There's something out there, Alan. Either trusting me or getting unnerved by the horror in my eyes, Alan listened. He sat back down in the seat, closed the door, and continued to try to get the car to start. What did you see? The gargoyle, it's not a statue. I swear to God, whatever it was crawled off the old church over there. Seriously? It wasn't a bird or a dog or something? He stopped for a moment and stared at me with wide eyes. Yes, I'm serious, and I don't think a dog could crawl straight down a wall like that. A few more tries at the ignition, and the car roared to life in the most beautiful way. I couldn't have been more relieved. I glanced back at the building, looking up and down for the statue-like creature, but I didn't see it. We continued to drive down the road to exit the town a little bit quicker. Thank God. This place is... Alan looked over at me and suddenly swallowed air. Then he slammed on the gas so hard I was thrown back into my seat. We raced down the road at dangerous speeds. Alan, what the heck are you doing? What was that about? I asked. He shook his head. He simply kept racing down the road for another half hour before finally letting up off the gas a bit. When he did finally speak, it had been quiet in the car for so long he startled me. Dude, I looked over at you and I swear to God I saw something in the tree by the road. It was about the size of a huge dog, but it didn't look anything like a bird or cat or bear or dog at all. I've never seen anything like it. Scared the heck out of me. I ain't going back there again, man. If you want to go back to that place, you'd better find a braver friend than me. Wait, you saw it too? What did it look like? Short, pointed ears, short, stubby snout, bigger than me for sure. Thick, hairless legs and wings. I definitely saw hairless wings. The description matched what I could make out when I saw that thing on the building, though I didn't see it up close like he did, so I had no idea it was mostly hairless or pug-nosed. When we made it back to the convenience store, our attitudes about the situation became a bit more excited. We ran inside, telling my coworkers the story of what we saw. One of them laughed and the other rolled his eyes, but both of them were asking to tag along on a future trip, something I surprisingly agreed to. Believe it or not, we've been back several other times, but we've never seen that creature again so far. I don't know why we got so lucky the first time, or maybe we were unlucky. Part of me wants to see it again, and another part of me wants nothing to do with that ghost town. Poltergeist experience at the age of 9, from Mimi. Quick note, this experiencer has a total of 3 stories in this episode. This happened in Hayden Lake, Idaho, in a quiet suburban area called Emerald Estates, surrounded by forests, trails, and farmlands. It was the summer of 1989, and I was 9 years old. There is a nice piece of land in the middle of the neighborhood with a playground, with houses surrounding it. School was out, and a lot of kids were out playing. 2 houses down from the house I used to live in was an orange house that faced the park. It's now a different color, but back then it was orange. I remember as a kid, the house always seemed to be up for sale. Someone would move in, then it would be up for sale again soon after. I always wondered why. One day in the summer of 1989, it was a beautiful, bright, hot summer day with clear blue skies. I was out riding my bike along the park and met this girl who was riding her bike too. I had never seen her before. She was a few years older than me. We introduced ourselves, and I asked her where she lived. She pointed at the orange house. I don't remember her name, but let's just call her Jen. I was super surprised, and I was excited to finally meet someone that lived in the orange house. Jen saw the excitement on my face and asked if I wanted to come over. I immediately accepted. We went inside and sat in the living room. She turned on her TV. We were talking the whole time, getting to know each other. No one was home but her and her Doberman Pinscher. She said that her parents were out. All of a sudden, she said she needed to grab something from her bedroom upstairs. I asked to use the restroom. She said I could go with her and use the bathroom upstairs. So she goes to her room and I go into the bathroom. That bathroom was attached to her parents' bedroom. The bathroom door to her parents' bedroom was open though, so I was able to look into the room from where I was sitting. I got super uneasy when I noticed it was completely black in that room. No light, just darkness. I found it odd because it was a bright sunny day out. Jin yelled out to me that she was going back downstairs, and I yelled back, asking her to please wait for me. She replied, "Just come down when you're done." I was very scared for some reason, and I again begged her to please wait for me. She didn't wait. I was so frightened I hurried up and rushed downstairs so fast I almost fell down the stairs. I did, however, stumble on the last 4 to 5 of them. She asked me if I was okay, and I said yes. All I know is that I wanted to get away from the upstairs as fast as possible. We then sat back down in the living room and continued talking. Her Doberman Pinscher started shaking, and I asked her if her dog was okay. She said the dog was afraid of thunder. We listened for a moment, and I could hear a slight rumble from far away. She shut the TV off and we went outside to her backyard to see which direction the storm was coming from. As we stepped outside, she left the sliding door wide open. While we were out there, she showed me her jacuzzi, which as a 9-year-old I thought was super cool and for the rich. At the moment, we were about 20 feet away from the house. I can see her parents' bedroom window up on the second floor. As we were chatting away, I saw a white hand with no arm or body attached to it slam her sliding door shut. I asked Jen if she saw what I saw, and she did. We both found it odd because we didn't see anyone inside the house moving around. We went to the door, we opened it, and we peeked inside, calling out to see if anyone was there, but we got no response. We stepped inside and noticed everything electronic was on. The TV, VCR, all the gadgets in the kitchen, like the microwave, dishwasher, the mixer, toaster, heck, even the water faucets in the bathroom and kitchen were running. I remember the lights in her mother's china cabinet being on too, because I admired her mother's Precious Moments figurine collection. Anywho, we found it all so weird. She asked me to help her shut everything off. Keep in mind this was all happening downstairs. The upstairs seemed fine. As I helped her shut everything off, we were yelling out to whomever was in the house to come out. But no one answered, and of course no one came out. I walked down the hallway to a small bathroom to shut the lights off and turn off those faucets. As I did so, the toilet was flushing on its own. I closed the lid and walked back to the kitchen where the girl was. We were puzzled. We thought maybe one of the kids from the park came inside playing pranks on us. We went back outside in the backyard, and we left the sliding door open again. This time we watched the door from the same spot where we stood before. We were trying to see if we could catch anyone moving around inside. As we watched the door, it happened again. A white hand with no arm or body attached slammed the sliding door shut. Once more we peeked our heads in and yelled to whomever was there to come out from hiding and to stop playing around, because it wasn't funny. And once more no one answered and no one came out. We stepped inside and everything was on again, so like before I had to help her shut off everything. I walked back to the bathroom down the hallway to shut the water off. The lid of the toilet was up too and the toilet was flushing. I again closed the lid, shut off the lights and water, and went back to the kitchen to Jen. We were perplexed. For the third time we went outside. We left the door open, and as we stood in the same spot and watched the door, I looked up to her parents' bedroom window, and this time I saw a pale gray-looking girl. She looked to be a teenager, possibly Native American. She had straight, long black hair that came down to her stomach, and she was staring down at us. I immediately said to Jen, "There's someone in your parents' bedroom." I only looked away for a second, and when we looked up, she was gone. Jen then said to me that no one was there, but I asked her if she had any siblings and she said no. It was just us and the dog there at the time. I ran home and told my mom what I just experienced. I never went back to that house again. We ended up moving out of state and I never went back. As I got older, I realized the reason why the house was always for sale, why no one would stay in that house, was because of this poltergeist. I've been super curious throughout the years if the strange things still happened there or not. One day, if I ever go back to my childhood neighborhood, I would like to ask them if they ever experienced anything odd at that house. But I still don't want to enter that house again. A paranormal story read by Swamp Dweller.
So a little backstory. I'm currently 21 and I've witnessed some strange occurrences since I was about 16 years old. This includes having a door slammed in my face while home alone, seeing orbs and apparitions, seeing objects move on their own, hearing people walking, etc. I'm the only person who experiences these things, and they continue to happen even when we move houses, which makes my family think there could be something attached to me. I've never really bought into it, since most of what happened to me was when I was younger, and I discredit it as I've aged. However, in the past few weeks, some more strange things have started happening. For instance, there have been a few times I have been sitting in my room, all by myself, completely still, and objects spontaneously fall off the shelves on their own. And despite how hard I try to disprove it, by shaking the shelves, jumping on the floor, etc., I cannot replicate it. About a week ago, I was helping my girlfriend feed a family friend's cat, and I saw something. I was looking through the doorway when a pure white claw floated from left to right and disappeared right in front of me. It had visible wrinkles in it and was slightly translucent. I immediately told my girlfriend, but we disregarded it, thinking I was just seeing things. However, last night we both saw something that we cannot explain. We were both sitting on the couch in the dim living room, sometime around 9:30 p.m. She was sitting to my left playing a game on my laptop, and I was watching her play. Suddenly, in the right side of my peripheral vision, I saw a large black shadow moving from left to right beside the couch. I say shadow, but it was opaque and completely black. It was about the size of a person, but it had no features. I look over to her, and she has a shocked look on her face, staring at the same spot where I was seeing the shadow. She said that she noticed something moving, looked up, and directly saw a white opaque cloth moving from left to right. She said it was floating out from the wall in midair and disappeared as she was staring directly at it. She described it as having folds very similar to what I saw about a week prior. What really freaks me out is that we did not say a word to each other before locking eyes in horror. We independently saw something at the exact same instant. However, they were polar opposites. I saw a voluminous, dark shadow, and she saw a white cloth, both moving in the same place from left to right. I can't explain any of this, but we were both pretty scared from it.
A Pennsylvania Paranormal Urban Exploration from Lauren Elizabeth 99, read by Being Scared.
It was the year 2018. My best friend and I were getting more adventurous as our senior year continued. We would stay out late, smoking, and walking around various neighborhoods or high-riding. Two young 18-year-old girls. My best friend Julia is about 5'5", brown hair, blue eyes. Then me being 5'9", blonde hair, blue eyes. Most would think that we were absolutely stupid for doing some of the reckless things we did. Yet we did not care. We craved the adrenaline, and we were both a bit disturbed due to some trauma we experienced as individuals. Fear did not exist at this time, as we had been through enough scary situations to be numb to the idea of fear. Now at the time, it was close to the end of the school year, and honestly, our parents stopped paying attention to us most nights. I was home alone, and my best friend and I were left to do whatever we wanted most days and nights. That is when the idea of urban exploration became our new favorite thing to do. We explored all over our town in New Jersey and surrounding towns, although we could not find a building that was daring enough for us thrill seekers. After searching YouTube for a couple days, that is when I found it, the holy grail of abandoned buildings near us. Only 30 minutes from us into Pennsylvania was an old, abandoned school that was home to delinquent children. After doing some personal research on the school, I came to find out that the school was closed due to a fire. Although after visiting the school a couple of times, something told me several way more sinister things happened on the grounds of the school. There were about 25 buildings, so it took more than 6 times searching to really get the absolute full experience this school had to offer. On campus was a security guard who drove around in a blacked-out Jeep. He never would leave his car. Only once did he catch us, although he just told us to leave. Again, never leaving his car. I still wonder if he had the same feeling about the place as we did, and that he had found sanctuary, never leaving his car. Since there were so many times we visited, I am only going to highlight the most terrifying moments we experienced, of course from least to most blood-curdling. To give you the ambience of what we were facing, I will tell you this. To get into the campus, you needed to cut through the trees and bushes with thorns on them. Always wear pants when exploring. After you get through the brush, hopefully unscathed, you are greeted by several decaying buildings. The smell of mold and nature kind of all hit you at once. Absolutely everything there is overgrown and seriously falling apart. Graffiti is pretty much plastered everywhere. Besides the physical look, the gut-wrenching feeling you get when you walk foot on this property, that alone will make you want to turn back and never set foot there again. Something about this place seriously is wrong, and you feel as though you should not be there. Something I came to personally learn about this place is every time you come back, things seem to get more and more out of place and otherworldly. Walking into these buildings, most windows are boarded up, so you can only see using the small light on your phone. Other than that, it is pitch black. The first truly terrifying moment I had on this campus had to be finding the blood-chilling room where it looked as though it was an old dentist office or something medical. I am not sure why it was there or what they really did there, but when I walked in, I got this strange feeling of death. Scattered in the pitch-black room, all I could see was open syringes covering the floor, a dentist chair that had dried red substance, resembling blood all over it, and everything else in the room untouched. As my best friend and I explored this small, dark room, we began to hear footsteps coming from down the dark corridor. Trying to rationalize the noise, we automatically assumed it was the security guard and ran the opposite direction, back out the small window we came from in the other room. Upon reaching outside, we hid behind some coverage and waited quite a bit of time. We did not hear the noise again, nor did anyone come out. The next time we came, we decided to try to find the building that contained an old game room in it. Since we explored most of the buildings, we figured out which one it most likely was. Searching the perimeter for any way and checking doors, we could not find a way in. Circling back, I found an old, dirty window which looked as if it opened to a dark, cement basement. Being the confident kids we were, I jumped through it almost immediately. Now, the first thing we saw as we walked out of the closet window was a wide-open basement. With further analysis, we realized just how scary this basement was. The only thing down here besides it being absolutely freezing in mid-May was the old worn fireplace. Written above the fireplace was something demonic, or like demon worshippers had written on it. Several pentagrams were graffitied. Looking towards the middle of the floor was red paint of a pentagram, very big, smack dab in the middle of the floor. Candle wax was everywhere, and it was accompanied by a strange smell. With the sense of existential dread suffocating the room, we darted towards the steps at the back of the room. We did not step foot in that basement ever again. The second to last time visiting the campus, we decided to be even more ballsy and explore at night. It was roughly 12 at night, maybe slightly later, and again, it was simply just my friend Julia and I. Besides it being dark, approaching the school, my blood ran cold. Everything in my body was telling me to run the other way and to not set foot back at this campus. Yet again, I ignored my gut instinct, and we began our journey through the woods to make it into the campus. Tonight was different. I decided to actually document our journey as if we were on Ghost Hunter or some other paranormal show. The whole time I was recording, I would go back and forth from me to see what I was seeing. As me and Julia began walking through the pitch black, using only her phone light, visibility was dim. We could only see about 7 feet in front of us. The rest of this campus had been like it was not even there. Just utter blackness surrounded us. I was laughing and talking to my audience on my Instagram story, boasting about the trip, as if it made me the coolest person ever to risk my life just to see some buildings filled with asbestos, mold, and possibly homeless people. Just as I turned the camera to face Julia and sort of interviewed her about her current experience, is when I saw what made my heart stop and my jaw drop. I froze in the position I was in, just holding the camera pointing in Julia's direction. as Julia looked past my camera, almost questioning why I got so quiet. She saw my face. The viewers at home could only see Julia's expression. It had said more to the people at home than either of us could explain. Seeing how absolutely horrified I was, and how my face had turned the lightest shade it could, she let out a scream and grabbed my arm, pulling me into a different direction. I felt as if I was no longer present, and adrenaline had taken over my body. My legs were moving, yet it felt like I was not controlling them. We jumped and hid behind a tree as Julia pleaded with me to tell her what I had seen. For a couple of minutes I just sat there, trying to process what I had just seen. I did not want to believe anything scary and paranormal could be real. It felt like a true scary movie came to life. When I regained my ability to talk again, I told her exactly what I saw. When I tell you, you most likely will not believe me, for it is so utterly insane, it's almost laughable. That image will never leave my memory, for it is burned in forever. Standing right behind Julia, just in the shot of my camera, was a black figure. With a closer look, I remember not believing what I saw, and experiencing what felt like paralysis as I was stuck staring at this figure, standing only 3 feet behind my best friend. A man, on a large horse from what I could make out. No detail to him at all, like he had literally been a shadow, just a blacked out figure. The worst part was his large, broad body seemed as if it had no head. I know it sounds crazy, but trust me, it absolutely was. I had heard stories of the headless horseman as a kid, yet I never expected to see anything like that in my waking hours of the day. After telling my best friend what I had seen, we hightailed it back to Jersey and decided to do some more research and see if anyone had any similar experiences, or the same one. As we searched, I found countless stories that made my bones hurt about this place and what other urban explorers had experienced. One in particular made me literally almost faint. To be brief, this guy who had been really into exploring found this place years back and decided, like us, he wanted to keep coming back and see everything the campus had to offer. He explained how every single time he came back, weirder and weirder things happened to him, which to my knowledge was exactly how I felt. But what he said next made my soul sink into the floor. He explained the last time he decided to go was at night. He explained how in front of the red house, he had been chased out by a headless horseman. My stomach sank. I went right back to the live video I had taken and watched it back. The part in which Julia looks at my horrified face, directly in the background, sat the old, decaying red house, half burnt down. My jaw dropped. We did not visit this place for a couple of weeks. I would love to say I learned my lesson and this is the end of the story. I would be lying. After a couple of weeks had passed, our urge to visit the campus grew to an insane level. Almost as if something was pulling us back, like we had strings attached to our bodies. Being the reckless kids we were, we decided 12 was not scary enough. Let's go at the devil's hour. 3 a.m. Now, as we walk towards the woods, we need to cut through a thick fog that appears out of nowhere. If you think that was not enough to scare us away, you are right. I led the pack and proceeded towards a gap in the trees. As I am about 10 feet ahead of my two friends, I noticed some movement coming from the trees. We were not alone. Thinking who else might be out at 3 a.m., I started shifting backwards, alerting my friends as I slowly backpedaled. Just as my friends looked in my direction, a deer came running right towards us. Right before it reached me, it stopped dead in its tracks 2 feet away. This was like no deer I had ever seen. Again, I felt myself with short-term paralysis, as I felt like I was staring directly into the devil's eyes. The mist completely surrounds the deer like an animal, to the point I could not even see its feet. That's when I noticed its peculiar eyes glowing a weird, yellow-red color. None of this seemed normal. That's when I noticed my friends booking it towards the street. Not wanting to be alone with this creature, I ran as fast as I could and eventually caught up with them. None of us wanted to admit how truly spooked we were, so we decided to try and find another entrance. Walking down the side road that followed next to the campus, we began to keep walking straight, occasionally looking for another opening. We then decided that at the end of the road, the campus had a church that sat in an open field. Thinking it was the safest way in, we kept walking down this road at 3:30 a.m. now, with absolutely no streetlights. It felt like we had been walking forever, and small talk was at the minimum, due to all of us low-key being scared out of our wits. That is when we heard it. We were almost to the church. It was about a quarter mile away from us. The sound of a chainsaw rang in all of our ears, sending chills down our spine. A chainsaw has a very distinct sound, yet in order to keep them faithful to the mission, I said, "Hey, maybe it's just a generator." Assuming they agreed with me, I proceeded walking towards the strange noise. Suddenly, the sounds of speeding footsteps broke my concentration, only they were headed away from me rather than towards me. This is when the fear really hit me. My friends were so far away from me, panic began to set in. I was only brave if I had my friends there, easing my anxiety. The second I noticed them running, my heart sunk. The chainsaw grew louder and more aggressive. I am downright sweating at this point. Finally, instinct kicks in and I bolt towards my friends, somehow catching up with them immediately. We all decided to go home since it felt like the campus was doing everything in its power to keep us out. To this day, I am not sure what was lurking past those trees, but I am not willing to ever go back and find out. Just remember, if you decide to go urban exploring, never go alone, and always follow your gut, for you never know what your animal instincts could be protecting you from.
Paranormal experience at my first job. From Nini. I was 20 years old. The year was 2000. This happened in Warren, Michigan. I was working in the bakery department that was right next to the deli department at a local grocery store that used to be called Vegas. It was family-owned. One day I was baking bread, making cakes. We were super busy. Eventually I had to go to the restroom, but I held off to finish doing a few things. When I couldn't hold it any longer, I rushed to the other end of the store to do my business. As I rushed into the bathroom and swung the door open, I saw this big, dark, black, mist-like figure, standing tall, like 8 feet tall, and 3 feet wide. I looked right up at it. It scared me so badly that, for a split second, I was debating whether to use the men's restroom instead. But I had to go really bad, so I couldn't hold it any longer. Sorry if it's too much information. I used the bathroom so fast because I had to get the heck out of there. I was scared, and I didn't see it as I ran out when I was done. But I didn't dare stay any second longer to wash my hands, so instead I washed them when I got back to the bakery department. I didn't tell anyone about it. The next day, when I went back to work, our manager told us that one of our coworkers, let's call her Dawn, was in a horrible car accident. I think it was anywhere between 3 to 6 months later. I don't remember correctly how long, but our coworker eventually did come back to work. Thank God she was okay and survived. It was towards the evening that day, and I was prepping for the next day. It was just me in the bakery, and just her in the deli department. We ended up talking about Jesus and spirits. I even told her about what I saw in the bathroom. She looked at me surprised and admitted to me that she saw the same thing. I was relieved to know that someone saw what I saw. She told me she had seen it right when she opened the door one day, just like my experience, but she didn't see it on her way out. She went on telling me that later on that day when her shift ended, she was on her way home from work, and as she was approaching an intersection, the light turned red. All of a sudden, she was paralyzed and couldn't hit the brakes to stop. The car proceeded into the intersection, and she got hit by oncoming vehicles. The accident was really bad. I don't think anyone died, though. She had a lot of therapy to go through, but was doing well enough to work. My mom taught me at a young age to protect myself spiritually, what to say and how to pray. I'm grateful she taught me well. I'm grateful that thing didn't attach itself to me. But I am, however, sad it attached itself to my coworker and caused her traumatic experience. But I'm also very grateful she survived the accident and ended up being okay. Strange experiences when I was young. From Starry Centauri.
I have had a couple of experiences, both weird and paranormal, when I was around 3 to 5 years of age. Growing up, I was a really timid and scared child. I would never leave my mother's arms and would cry if she even went to the bathroom. Not to mention the fact that my 2 older sisters would try to scare me a lot, as it was their way of joking around. Anyways, before I moved to Australia, I lived in South Asia, and we used to live in these flats, apartments that were really old but pretty lively. There was a lot of young families in our flats that had children that were around me and my sister's ages. We often spent most of our time playing with them. So one day, my sisters, 3 of our other friends, and I were running up and down these flights of stairs, playing tag. We all stopped on a certain floor that one of my friends used to live on. She was quite older than us too, around 13 or 14. We were all arguing about who's it and who got tagged, until suddenly we get interrupted by a short, old man. He had a really hunched back and disgusting teeth that were rotting away. He held his arms out in front of him, and it looked like he was holding ripped up pieces of paper in his hands.
Can I play with you, children?
He asked us in a weird way, like he put on a high-pitched voice. My friend, who lived on this floor, replied, no. We were starting to get weirded out at this moment, and I remember my heart was beating super fast.
Why not? Let me play. You guys run and I'll catch you,
he replied as if he was sulking. I have to ask my mom, our oldest friend replied. Right after she said that, she whispered to all of us to run with her to her apartment. As we were running to her door, he started following us. But luckily, her apartment floor wasn't far away, and the door was open. We all got in there, and her mom asked us what was wrong, as we all looked scared. Our friend told her what happened, and surprisingly, her mom didn't seem worried about it or anything. However, I was really shaken up by that experience. We waited a few minutes inside her apartment until we were sure that the old man was gone. I was seriously so scared, I begged our friend to carry me to our floor, which was right above hers. My sisters are 5 and 4 years older than me, so they couldn't really carry me back. Another experience I wanted to share is a paranormal one. So, the layout of our apartment was a bit weird. Our bathroom, which was a really weird bathroom, had 2 other rooms inside it. One room for the toilet, which was just a cubicle-sized room, and another room for the shower. The shower room was big, and outside those rooms was our sink and the washing machine. So, basically it was a toilet, shower, laundry room, all in one. Anyway, one day it's just me, my mom, and my 2 sisters in the apartment. I was playing with my sister Holly in our room, and we were giving each other makeovers. As she's doing my makeup, she messes up and tells me to go wash my face so she can redo it. I go into the bathroom, only to the sink to wash my face. I already know that my other sister Heather was in the toilet doing her business, and the shower room was empty. I could hear my mom in her room talking to our relatives over the phone. As I'm washing my face, I started getting this weird feeling, like I was being stared at. I continued washing my face until I looked up and saw my face in the mirror to see if I got all the makeup off. It was then that I noticed, through the mirror, that our shower room's door was cracked open. I looked behind me and I see this tall, naked woman peeking through the crack at me. I still remember her so vividly. Her brown eyes were glaring back at me. She was all wet, as if she had just taken a shower. Even though I couldn't see much through the crack of the door, I could tell she was wet and not wearing clothes. And honestly, this woman kind of resembled my mother, but at the same time, she didn't. This woman who was glaring at me through the door looked evil, and she looked angry. My heart was beating fast at this point, and I remember letting out a nervous laughter. I don't know why, but I was just really confused, and for some reason, let out a small laugh. I could hear Heather in the toilet finishing up her business, and that's just where my fight or flight senses kicked in. I ran out of that bathroom into my mom's room to tell her what happened, but she was on the phone and told me to go away. So I went to Holly and told her about what just happened. She didn't believe me and said that it could have been Heather. As she said that, Heather walked into the room and asked what we were talking about. Holly asked if she was trying to scare me, and Heather replied, "No, I was in the toilet this whole time," while sounding really annoyed at the fact that Holly accused her of trying to scare me. I told Holly how the person I saw looked like our mom. She, for some reason, looked really offended about what I just said. She grabbed my arm and took me to our bathroom to show me nothing was there. And she was right. When we looked in the shower room, it was empty, but the floor and walls were wet. I pointed that out to Holly, but she just said one of us must have taken a shower earlier, even though I think we both knew that none of us had taken one before this incident happened. Honestly, I would have just chalked it up to one of my sisters trying to scare me, since they did that a lot. But the person I saw in the shower room was a woman, and she was tall. Shortly after that, my dad decided we should move to Australia. After that shower lady incident, I had a few more strange experiences happen to me, but as I grew up, they just stopped happening.
Little Ghost Boy at the Park, from Nini. This happened in Warren, Michigan on 13 Mile by Groesbeck Road. I was around 20 or 21 years old. I'd made some friends at my job. I always got along with guys better than I did with girls. I grew up with 3 brothers, so that's probably why. Anyway, I was hanging out with one of my coworkers, my friend Nick. It was a nice, warm summer night. We went to a park and we laid out on the grass. It was late at night, probably around 10 p.m. No one was at the park but us. At the end of the park was a preschool or a kindergarten, which was fenced in with a playground. We lay out on the grass, staring out into the clear sky filled with stars, just talking. Did you ever have a friend that, when you talked to them, the hours just suddenly flew by? Well, that's what happened. Before we knew it, it was 2 or 3 a.m. We were surprised at how time flew by so fast. So we decided to leave. As we got up, we looked towards the preschool's playground. On top of the slide, I saw this little boy. He looked gray and pale, and he seemed to be around 6 or 7 years old. He was standing on top of the slide in winter clothes, staring our way. The little boy just stood there. I noticed in my peripheral vision that Nick was looking in the same direction. I asked him if he sees a little boy on top of the slide. He said yes. Slowly, we turned around. I told him not to show any fear and to walk slowly. When we were halfway to the car, I said run, and we bolted out of there, driving off. I've not been back since, although I have often wanted to go back just to see if that little boy is still there. I later heard that a boy died on that very slide. He had choked to death. The strings on his hoodie got stuck somehow as he was sliding down, and he choked. Now, I do not know if this is true or not, because it's kind of hard to believe that the strings could choke a little boy out. However, the truth is, Nick and I saw that little ghost boy on top of the slide. It did make me sad to think that little boy is stuck on that slide and hasn't passed on, but I hope the boy will find peace one day and finally move on. If the story of the boy's demise is true, I couldn't help but wonder if the parents knew their little boy's spirit is still there. Might be a little weird to think that. I don't know. Hook-handed man. From Dogman97. This happened so fast and so long ago, I can barely recall what even occurred. What I do remember is how badly it affected me as a child, and how easy it is to confirm it with my cousins and my sister, that it really did happen. We still talk about it to this day. We had a static caravan in a place called Thirsk in England. It was pretty small, maybe 15 to 16 caravans, a pub, and a little play area out front, where I spent most of my time playing with my cousins. There was this rusty old tractor that just sat dormant for years there, kind of like a statue for the caravan park. The locals said it belonged to a man who used to farm the land before it was a caravan park, but he was murdered by his brother. Long story short, his brother killed him and cut off his left arm and right hand to make it look like an accident with the tractor. But he was caught and hanged by the locals. Now, there was nothing really creepy about it at the time, but now it freaks me the heck out, knowing we used to climb and play on that tractor. One day, my cousins, my sister, and I were playing on and around the tractor. I suddenly slipped and fell on it, cutting my ankle open pretty bad. As I fell off of it, my foot got stuck, and I was dangling upside down. At the time, I was pretty certain I was going to die, being as young as I was. What I do remember was a man rushing over to me while my cousins and sisters were running away screaming. I was hoisted up by something gripping the collar of my shirt. Then my foot came loose, and I fell on the grass safely. The scariest part was I didn't see who it was, but my cousins and sister were extremely adamant that it was a man with one arm and a hook hand. After he rescued me, he vanished into thin air, according to them. My sister said he was tall and skinny, had dark jeans, and a dirty green long-sleeve shirt. He had no hair with a dirty muddy face, and his eyes looked like gray holes. Yeah, we do bring this up every time we get into the idea of us all going camping or whatever. It still very much exists in all our minds. Personally, I had a lot of trouble coping with what happened. I sometimes believe I was inches from death, and I somehow managed to cross worlds, and he also did at the right time to stop me falling and breaking my neck. I had nightmares about deformities for months. I saw a woman in white. From Parking Amphibian 647. I'm a guy in his early 20s. I lived in Texas at the time this happened. I'm now a scout in the United States Army. Back then, though, about 3 years ago, I worked at Olive Garden to pay for community college as my plan at the time was to become a police officer. The Olive Garden I worked at was about a 30-minute drive through the forested areas, just outside of the Houston city limits. I enjoyed the commute, especially in the dead of night after a long shift. I am a solitary person by nature, and I love the night, and I love to drive, so that time was very therapeutic for me. One night I was coming home, listening to music, taking some drags off of my vape in the car. Just nicotine, no other stuff. I stopped at the stoplight that was just around the corner from my street. The time was about 1:30 a.m. There was only one other car waiting for the light, a jet black F-150 that was in the left turn lane across the street. I was turning left as well, and so we sat there for a moment, just waiting for the light to turn green. The streetlights lit the intersection fairly well here, but the forest around us was black as night, so most people would honestly think it was a pretty spooky street, especially with how narrow it was. But I'm just not really bothered by that stuff. I was just relaxing and ready to get home and get my uniform off. The truck's light turned green before mine, so he began to turn left in front of me. What I saw next, I didn't quite understand. It was like my brain took a few moments to process what my eyes were seeing. The passenger window was rolled fully down, and sitting there was the palest woman I have ever seen. She was wearing a white hijab, which is a Muslim headdress, and her eyes were blacker than the dark woods around me. She was looking right at me, no, glaring at me. Her head turned as the truck passed in front of me. My eyes fixated on her, and the truck completed the turn without skipping a beat. I sat there in shock for a moment. What the heck was that? I said to myself, unable to even believe what had just happened right in front of me. Moments after the taillights disappeared into the woods, I was overcome with a feeling of dread, and I got some of the worst goosebumps I've ever felt. Her appearance was terrifying, but on top of that, there were several things about her that were even more anomalous. For example, pale white hijabs are extremely uncommon. Next was the fact that, as much as I would like to explain it away, her eyes were jet black, not the pupils, both eyeballs, jet black. Yet somehow I could tell she was staring right at me. This is counterintuitive. Humans adapted small pupils compared to other mammals to be able to see where other humans are looking. We know when someone is looking right into our eyes because we can see their pupils. That's why in movies and TV shows, when someone has black eyes, their eyes look dead, so to speak, and you cannot tell where they're looking. You can only be clued in by where their head is pointed. But I knew for a fact in that moment her eyes were looking straight into mine, and that fact terrified me more than anything. When I got home, I researched the hijab, looking for anything that may tell me if it was some kids looking to scare some people, but nothing added up. Halloween was months away, or did someone manage to buy or find a white hijab right around town at 1 a.m. and stare at people with fully black eyes? I believe now that what I saw was a woman in white. I never heard about anything bad happening to a man in a black F-150 in my town after that, so I hope he's all right. Maybe I was just crazy and sleep deprived, but it just seemed too real for me to pass it on as sleep deprivation. Demons in the Haunted Ranch House. From When Ghosts Come Out. 4 years ago, we lived in the most haunted house we'd ever lived in. I've told a lot of stories about this house already, but I didn't tell all the stories that happened in my old ranch house in Langston. It was a residential ranch-style house. The home was built in 1965, and it was built in a cul-de-sac neighborhood. Everything that happened here in this home was between when I was 4 years old to 12 years old, and at the time my blood sister was 2 years old to 10 years old. So yeah, we lived there for about 8 years. And in that time, we experienced one of the most horrifying hauntings anyone could experience. The following happened in 2012. While the house was located in Langston, it was originally registered through a town called Stanton, because Langston doesn't have a town hall. My older cousin used to live there in that ranch house before we did. And before we moved in, there was a lot of wallpaper inside. The bathroom was this hot pink color as well. The outside of the house was painted yellow, too. But when my cousin lived there, she mentioned that she had seen a black shadow on one occasion. She explained how a chair she had would begin to rock all by itself when she was alone. And on another occasion, she heard an old man coughing in the living room, but it was just her and the kids there. Since then, the home was redone inside. The wallpaper was ripped down and replaced with drywall. The outside of the house was repainted a gray color now. She burned that weird chair after it rocked by itself, and she's since moved out. I remember when we first moved in there. When we walked through the front door, we were met with the living room, which was a red-maroon color. From there was the hallway and the kitchen, which both had popcorn walls. After the kitchen was the dining room, a yellow color. Then down the hall was a bathroom and a bedroom on one side, and 2 more bedrooms on the other side of the hall. One night, my blood sister had heard the toilet flush by itself one night when she went up to use the bathroom. The place was haunted for sure. My dad would often feel watched by someone or something in the garage. Plus, the basement door was right in front of the garage door. We used to have people living with us in the basement, but they moved out a short while later, and the basement was a completely empty room for a while. So it was vacant. There wasn't supposed to be anyone down there. However, we heard something coming from the basement one day. My blood sister and I were doing homework in the kitchen. Suddenly, we hear our computer turn on, with the volume at max. Startled, we turned it down, wondering what was going on, when suddenly, we heard the loudest slam coming from the basement. It sounded like a massive bang, and it echoed through and shook the entire house. The 2 of us were freaking out. We ran to the garage where my dad was at the time, and we screamed at him. We wanted to know what was going on. He went down into the basement, and when he did, he didn't find anyone there. But he did find one of the cabinet doors jammed shut. He had to punch it back open. As previously mentioned, we used to have people living with us in the basement, specifically my grandma and grandpa. We had the upstairs, basically, they had the downstairs. They lived with us for only about 2 years. They had an Xbox 360 that they would play, but when they moved there with us, they noticed that the Xbox would be turned on, despite having been powered off before. It would come on while they were in bed. My grandpa asked me years later if it was me doing it, but I don't remember doing anything like that, nor does my sister. Besides, we were always too scared to go into that basement. Every time I'd gone down into that basement, I felt as if I was being watched, and the feeling was so strong. All of this made me realize, never ignore your gut feeling. I believe it's there for a reason. And when I was in that basement, the feeling in my gut was so intense. I knew something was in there. Because of that, I was scared to go into the basement. My blood sister admitted to feeling the same too. At times when I was walking up the stairs, not walking down the stairs, but only going up, I would feel like someone or something was following me up the stairs. There would just be this strong energy behind me. But when I'd turn to look, I would be alone, no one else on the stairs. This would usually make me run up the stairs as fast as I could, to get away from something that I knew was there but couldn't see. My dad also recalled hearing noises in our basement, like things moving around, after my grandparents moved out. He said he would do his best to ignore them, that whatever it was didn't do no harm, so he'd let it do its thing. I also remember seeing black shadow figures peeking in at me through my bedroom door. This was around when I was 5 or 6 years old. Sometimes these shadow figures would be as little as a kid looking up at me, and other times it would be almost taller than my door, like a grown man looking down at me. I would see it pop its head through the door in the corner of my eyes, but when I'd look over, it would dash back in behind the door or wall. Imagine someone sneaking and peeking their head into the room. You see them out of the corner of your eyes, but when you look to see, they quickly dart their head back in behind the wall. This would happen some nights, but not every night. Another time, when I was really young, I would often talk to the wall, and no one would be there. I would be talking to nothing, and I barely remember it. My dad and mom caught me doing it one night. My talking had woke them up, and they came to check on me. They watched me from the next room over, and eventually I just fell down and went back to sleep. Another time, my sister was walking down the hall. She looked into the bedroom and caught me again talking to the wall. I was just standing there this time, talking to nothing. She walked away. It's crazy that I don't remember this. I wonder who I was talking to. My sister's room was only separated by a wall, the same one I talked to, and it was the same wall we would hear knocking from. Dad thought it was just us playing around, but it wasn't. He even separated our beds as far as he could from that wall to keep us from knocking on it. But it still happened, because it wasn't us. One night when my sister woke up, she said she felt as if she was being watched. She looked out her window, and she saw this thing standing in the middle of the road. She described it as a really old man that was so extremely skinny, he was basically a skeleton. He was also very tall, with really old clothes. He had white, long, scraggly hair, and he had green, glowing eyes. He was just standing there, staring at her through the window from the middle of the road. She popped her head down, then popped it back up, and she still saw him there. But the next time she blinked, he was gone, and she never did see him again. She told our dad that morning, but Dad thought it was her just being a kid, an overactive imagination and all that. Years later, a lot more had happened. One time, my dad heard someone walking down the hallway. He was up using the bathroom, and when he went back to bed, he suddenly heard footsteps going down the hallway. No one was there when he looked. He thought it was us, because they didn't sound too heavy. He said they sounded like little kids' footsteps going down the hall. He said honestly he was pretty spooked when he heard it, and he asked us that morning, but we weren't up at that time. One time when my dad was in the basement with one of his exes, they were down there taking pictures, and at one point they took one in the basement bathroom. Not too long after they took the picture, they logged in to view the photos, and in one of the photos in the basement bathroom, they saw this little girl in a white dress with long black hair, a child, just standing next to the sink, staring right into the camera. I remember this incident well. I remember it spooked everyone in the family at the time. One time, my dad heard the sound of a radio coming from my sister's room. It woke him up. We didn't have that sort of radio in the house, and none of the TVs were on, and everyone was in bed. The following morning, he told us about it, but no one else had heard it. One night, my sister felt tugging on her blanket, and it woke her up. When she looked down, nothing was there. She went back to sleep, and suddenly she felt someone or something pulling and tugging at the blanket, again. My family searched her room for whoever or whatever was causing it, but they didn't find anything out of place. They assumed, or rather hoped, it was just a rat. Years later, after the basement was empty, my older stepsister needed to move into our basement for a while, as we didn't have any room upstairs. When she was sleeping in the basement, she suddenly heard what sounded like grinding. It was like a shovel scraping against concrete. It scared her pretty bad. And that morning in the basement, we searched for what it might have been, but once again, we didn't find anything strange down there. One day when my dad and his ex were talking on the phone in the kitchen, suddenly all the photos on the living room walls and shelves flew right from their positions. He said he had heard a crashing noise in the living room. He ran in there, only to find all the photos on the floor. He had to pick them all back up. A lot happened over there at that house. One of the more frequent occurrences was that my sister's old room would always start to smell like alcohol out of nowhere, like someone had been drinking really heavily in that room. Keep in mind, my sister was only 7 at the time. Not to mention my old pit bull would always growl at the corners of the walls over there. Just out of nowhere, my dog would just start growling at corners, like something was there that we could not see. Me, my dad, and my sister found old scraggly hair in her room one day. No one knows where it came from. It didn't look like my sister's, mine, nor my dad's, nor anyone that was in that house before then. There was also another strange happening going on. When my dad would get into relationships with girls while living in that house, things would get more awful. Like when my dad was dating a woman after my real mom left him, things got more active. We'd see and hear the spirits more and more. One time when my dad first met my stepmom, we brought her over to the house. Keep in mind, we never said a thing to them about ghosts or weird happenings over here. My youngest stepsister went walking down the hall into my sister's bedroom when she saw that same old man that my sister saw standing in the road through the window. but he was standing in my sister's room this time. The same old man, super skinny, old clothes, long scraggly hair. However, this time, his eyes were glowing red. He was staring at her through the doorway, standing in the middle of my sister's room. When my stepsister blinked, the man was gone. After that, we began to hear knocking on our bedroom windows at night. It seemed to be coming from outside, and it would wake us up in our beds. It seemed to always happen between 12 a.m. and 4 a.m. We would go to see outside in the middle of the night to see who it was, but every time there was no one there. Apparently, my oldest aunt told us that my dad had heard knocking on his bedroom windows too. When I was 7 or 8 years old, I began to see these dark shadow people almost all night, every night. I would be watching TV, or when I'd wake up and need to use the bathroom, I would see them in the corner of my eyes, always poking their heads out at me. Sometimes I would see it pass by my door as well. I began to sometimes see them standing in the doorway from the hallway in the dark. Just as before, sometimes it was a little kid, and sometimes it was a man. It became more and more frequent, and I started to dread walking out and using the bathroom because of it. On a different occasion, my dad and my stepmom were talking to each other one night in their bedroom. It must have been around 9:30. Out of nowhere, there were these 4 big bangs on our big living room window that faced out into our front yard. All the dogs began to claw and bark at that window, and when my dad and stepmom went to investigate, they didn't find anyone that could have done it. All of this together makes me think there are things really out there, things we can't explain. Since then, I wonder if anything new has happened in that home since we've moved. Better yet, we noticed that the house was up for sale last time we saw it. Over the years, I swear I noticed that the house would be bought and sold frequently, as if people were moving in, then quickly moving out. The Christmas Visitor. From It's Only Me. When I was in college, I lived at home to save money. I went to school locally, so it just made sense. My sister attended the same school, but chose to live in the dorms. One year, a few days before Christmas, my parents were out shopping and my sister was still in the dorms, so I was home alone with only the cat for company. She was good company, so I was fine with her, a good book, and some hot cocoa. I went upstairs and reclined on my bed, and I began to read. The cat curled up beside me, taking a nap. It was about 8 p.m., so it was fully dark outside. Now, snow in my area is rare in December, but this particular year we had a good amount of snow. It had snowed earlier that day, so there was a fresh, untouched blanket on the ground around the house. I had probably been reading for about 45 minutes or so when I heard a knock on the front door. The cat sat up, and I sighed, beginning to stand up, when a knock resounded on the side of the house. I paused, confused. Why would someone knock on the door, then almost immediately knock on the side of the house? Then a knock sounded at the back sliding glass doors. I was getting worried. This isn't normal behavior. The cat's ears were perked up. She was listening intently. Then a knock came from the other side of the house, louder and with enough force I could feel a vibration in the floor. Then it knocked on the front again, then it sped up. It began pounding in quick succession on each side of the house, in sequence, going faster and faster, until the whole house was shaking with this thunderous knocking. I ran into my dad's upstairs office, grabbing his .45 that he kept in a locked drawer and a baseball bat. I huddled on my bed, terrified, as no living being could move around an entire 2-story home that fast and pound with that force. And if it was more than one person, I was in trouble. The knocking probably went on for only a couple of minutes, but believe me when I say it felt like hours. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. Dead silence. I sat in my room, my cat perched on my bed beside me with ears up listening intently, until we heard my parents' car in the driveway. At that, I bolted out of bed, ran downstairs, and greeted them at the door with a .45 in one hand. The safety was still on. I'm glad to say my dad taught me well. And a baseball bat in the other, trying to stutter out what had just happened. They believed me because weird things have always happened to both sides of my family. My dad took the gun from my hand, and we both went outside together to check for tracks in the rare new-fallen snow. Nothing. Not even animal tracks. The snow was pristine. There were no marks in the house either. I have no idea what it was that wanted in so badly that night before Christmas. I'm just thankful it never came back. An update to the curious dark figure. From Paul Blart. This is an update to the curious dark figure story I wrote back in October of 2021. I thought I'd give a little update to the happenings over the last few months between myself and the other security officers. But just to reiterate, I'm a security officer in the Milwaukee area, working the night shift, and as of now, I've been working at this business for going on 6 months. I continue to see dark figures moving about, and that constant feeling of being watched is still there. Whether it's my guardian angel or something else, I'll never know. While monitoring the cameras, I hear footsteps down the hallways with no one there, or I hear quiet, dull whining in the distance. This is in addition to light thuds or clicks. This could just be my imagination due to being tired or normal building creaks and functions. However, with some of these experiences, that just doesn't make sense. One of these security officers, L, who also works the night shift, shares the same experiences of hearing footsteps and seeing the occasional dark figures. One day on a foot patrol of the facility, he was securing the garage, and as he turned off the lights, as he was about to walk out of the garage back into the building, he heard a voice coming from the other side of the garage behind a trash can, calling out to him to come over to it. Now what was truly terrifying was that whatever was calling out to L, it did so in his own voice. Needless to say, he noped out of there and returned to the desk. I can only imagine he either ran or power walked back. After seeing too many scary movies, this is definitely something you don't go and explore. After calming down, he continued to do the shift without a hitch. But I remember being like, don't tell me that, 'cause I don't want to fear having to dread that event happening to me. Luckily, so far it hasn't. L told me that not a few days after that shift, from the previous story, he would hear things down the hall directly behind him, but would look around, and nothing would be there. Later on, out of the blue, a placard in front of the desk on a table just fell over. The placard is an upside-down T-shape, so it couldn't just fall on its own. It was either pushed or somehow a breeze came through. From my experience in L's, there's never a breeze, especially indoors here. There's no AC unit. Nothing is blowing in the area. When we talked about it jokingly, we just said it must have been the wind and laughed. But we knew it wasn't. It could be the same thing as when the soap dispensers go off for no reason behind me. Nothing happens without something causing it to happen, whether it's of this world or not. One night, one of the female officers reported hearing an older woman crying not far from the desk. But after investigating, there was no woman to be found in the area. That certainly sent chills down her spine. However, I told her that's a normal occurrence here, although usually I hear it as a dull whining. This is the same officer that still almost refuses to come back, or at least wants to stay on the day shift. Any recent similar experience to the one where I'd seen a dark figure in a window while I was on patrol outside the building? I was once again seeing a headed figure standing over my shoulder as I walked down the hallway. Again, this is a long corridor with mirror-like windows at the end due to it being dark. I turned around and of course found nothing. Then while sitting at the desk later on in the night, I was scrolling through the daily news and I heard a light tap on the window to the outside. This was a lighter tap than the ones I've experienced before. So, curiously, I looked over to where I'd heard it, and I kid you not, as my gaze crossed over the main door threshold to the window next to it, a semi-translucent young child was standing there, staring at me with dark eyes in the doorway. However, by the time my brain registered it, and when I moved my eyes back, he was gone. My heart instantly fell to the ground. Now there are older figures and a kid. I've always found kid spirits to be a bit more intense and scarier than old ones. Maybe it's all those horror movies I've watched. Other than getting a drink of water, I pretty much refused to leave the desk. It was just a gut feeling, but I wasn't looking to get pushed down the stairs that night, as I felt it was a bit more active than usual. I can see everything from the cameras at the desk, luckily. This was just a few weirder experiences over the last few months that we've had. I can say for certain that I'm not as afraid now as I first was, and I think it's due to it being a regular occurrence. I'm more than happy to keep giving updates if any more crazy happenings come about. Two of them. From Saikeki. This wasn't my first paranormal experience, but I can say that this story is one of the most horrifying experiences I've had. It was back in September of 2010. My grandma was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer. It was Sunday when I first encountered this lady wearing a black gown. I was home alone at the time, since our family goes to my uncle's farm every Sunday. My brother and I were raised by our grandma and aunt. I was reading a book. My bedroom's door was open. I could see the living room outside and the screen door that leads to our garage. Suddenly, I felt a cold wind that seemed to surround me within my room. That wasn't normal, as our AC wasn't on, and all the windows in our house, including those in my room, were all completely shut. I looked into the living room, and there I saw her, the lady wearing a black gown. She looked to be around her 40s, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing, so I froze and I stared at her. She wasn't looking at me. She seemed to be walking. No, she seemed more like she was floating. She proceeded to go through the living room door that led to the garage. I didn't yet tell anyone in our family what I encountered that day, since they've always been skeptic and didn't believe in the paranormal. Little did I know, that was the day that started my sleepless nights. My grandma's bed was soon moved to that living room, since she liked watching the TV there until she went to sleep. The main bathroom is also more accessible there. So whenever I'd wake up late at night to go to the bathroom, I would turn off the television for her if she was sleeping. It's always been just me and her at the house during those times, since my brother stayed at our aunt's house, which was just beside ours. That first night after seeing the lady, I woke up in the middle of the night to use the bathroom, and I turned off my grandma's TV like I always do. When I was on my way back to my room, I passed my grandma's bed, and that's when I noticed there was a woman standing next to her bed. It was the lady wearing a black gown, the same one from before. She was just standing there. It seemed like she was guarding my grandma. She wasn't even looking at me. I got so scared, I rushed and went to my room and locked my door. I slept with the light on that night. The following night, I told my grandma that I was going to sleep beside her that night. I was scared that this lady would do something to hurt her. She asked me why, so I simply said I wanted to sleep beside her like I did when I was a kid, and she agreed. My grandma fell asleep, so I turned off the TV. I didn't get enough sleep the night before, so I fell asleep too, but it didn't last long. I woke up, and there she was, standing next to my grandma's bed, but with a bit of distance this time. I panicked, but I didn't want to wake my grandma, so I ran to my room, turning on the light, but I left the door open to make sure nothing happened to my grandma, just in case. Days passed, and I still had sleepless nights. I always felt that there was someone inside my room with me, but there wasn't anyone there. The woman wearing a black gown was always guarding my grandma, standing next to her bed every single night. Weeks passed, and she would still be there. One day, my aunt hired a nanny for my grandma to help her with her needs. My aunt requested that she slept on the couch near my grandma's bed for a few nights, so she did. I couldn't help but worry about her, so I told her of my encounters with the woman in the black gown. Of course, she didn't take me too seriously, and told me it's just your imagination, since I was 16 years old at the time. I didn't say anything more and just left her to her business. The next day, morning came, and we were about to have breakfast. I saw the nanny, and she looked as if she didn't get any sleep. She looked at me and said, I saw her. She seemed to be very scared. She asked my aunt if she could go home every night to sleep at their house instead. When my aunt asked why, the nanny replied she couldn't sleep well at our house, so my aunt obliged. My days stayed the same. The lady in the black gown was still there, and I wouldn't get any sleep at all. I think I even got sick due to lack of sleep. I was also in high school at the time, so it was hard for me. One morning, I was having breakfast with my aunt, and she asked how I was doing. She said that I looked sick, so I spilled everything. I told her about the woman wearing a black gown, standing next to Grandma's bed every single night. This time she looked like she was convinced. She knew I was someone who loved to sleep, someone who rarely got sick. Grandma came to have breakfast with us, and she looked annoyed. My aunt asked what was up, and my grandma looked at me and said, "Why were you going inside and out the living room to go to the bathroom last night? I couldn't sleep, and you wouldn't listen when I asked you to stop." My aunt and I looked at each other. My aunt was shocked. I hadn't gone to the bathroom last night, since I felt really sick. So who was it? I didn't tell this to Grandma, so I simply apologized. Months passed, and I got used to the apparition, since she really didn't do any harm, and I didn't want it to affect my lifestyle anymore. The strange thing was, I still had this feeling that there was someone in my room with me, and that feeling would not go away. And something told me that energy wasn't the same energy that came from the lady in black. Every time I tried to sleep or close my eyes, even for a second, I felt as if there was going to be a face right in front of mine. So I always tried to stay awake. It was terrible. I was getting very sick, so my brother decided that he'll sleep on the couch next to my grandma for the next months. He was a cat lover and brought all 6 of his cats with him, which we all loved dearly. That night, I bid him and my grandma good night and closed my door. I fell asleep right away, but after a few minutes, I woke up with my pillow being pulled. I opened my eyes, and I didn't move, but I still felt the pillow being dragged from my head. I froze. I was shocked and terrified. Suddenly, my brother yelled, "Hey, wake up! Get out of your room!" I snapped out of it, ran and opened my door. There, all 6 cats were sitting right in front of my doorway, surrounding it. I looked over at my brother and I was about to cry. I ran to him, and before I could even say anything, he told me, "Don't sleep in there. My cats were never this bothered, and ever since you closed your door, they just sat there. That's usually not a good sign." I felt scared, so I yelled out and called to you. I cried and told him what happened. He believed me. He told me I could sleep in his room for the night, and he'll stay with my grandma, so I did. I never did see what gave me that dreadful feeling in my room, or the thing that pulled my pillow, but I'm glad it's over. As for the lady wearing a black gown, she did disappear when my grandma was getting better. It's been 11 years. 4 years ago, my brother passed away, but my grandma did survive cancer, and she's still around. Someone's grandma is still here. From Raido. Having experiences as an adult is weird. As a child, you can explain away weird things as an overly active imagination, but as an adult with more rationalized thought, it's mind-blowing every time. I bought a house in my small town, built in the 70s. I figured it would need less renovations. The first night we moved in, I had a dream of myself in my bed. I saw a small child creep up, open my door, and come lay beside me, as one would do with a parent. My dream melted from my brain to reality, into sleep paralysis, still feeling the weight of the small child next to me. Whenever I experience sleep paralysis, I keep my eyes closed until I can feel it letting up. I brushed it off. When I finally regained the ability to move, I got up to unload a couple more boxes. Might as well be productive if I'm already up, right? Some other small things have happened. The usual, like things disappearing and reappearing elsewhere, the doors opening and closing on their own, footsteps, etc. My husband is extremely skeptical about all things paranormal or spiritual, so he always waves it off as the house settling, but I say a house can only settle so much in a 2-hour period. Eventually, I had my first big happening. I was washing dishes. We have a loft upstairs. It's walled in and the walkway goes across the length of our home, so you can look down from there and see the kitchen on one side and the sitting room on the other. I don't know about you guys, but whenever I clean, I like to listen to old music, like Cab Calloway, Ella Fitzgerald, and the like. Ella had just begun singing, and from up on the banister, I heard an aged voice singing along. I craned my neck and looked up, seeing just enough distortion in the light to make out the figure of someone. It faded. Then I heard the loft door creak open and softly close. I don't generally get shaken by things like this, so I just let it be. No harm done, so why bother on about it? The next month I left for California. I was only gone a week, but my pop stayed at my house to watch over my dogs. He said he was up late one evening, cleaning up, when he heard an older woman's voice. "Why you here?" He said he looked outside, expecting to see my neighbor, but there was no one around. Then he heard the loft door close, followed by footsteps. He's someone who panics easily, so he thought someone had trespassed. He hurried upstairs, swung open the door, and was greeted by a few empty boxes, and not much else. He closed the door and said he ignored all the other noises and odd things for the rest of the week. When I got back from my trip, I suppose whoever she is was elated for my return. One of the roller perfumes I loved was sitting on the kitchen table waiting for me. But I'd lost it a few weeks prior. I asked my pops where he found it, and he said he didn't. That evening, as I was playing some video games to decompress from traveling, I heard my dogs shuffling around in the sitting room. I peeked out to see what mischief they were causing, and I see the faintest shape moving about the room. My dogs were following it, gleefully. You know the way dogs get when you talk baby to them, right? Squinted eyes, wiggly butts, and what almost looks to be a smile on their face. That's what they were displaying, just acting like whatever it was they were following was telling them how good they were, and how they were the sweetest girls. What you doing?" I called from the doorway. The distortion faded, and my dogs broke from their otherworldly praises. We all settled on my couch for a while longer, before I decided to stream. I like to play survival mode Fallout 4, in full wasteland garb and face paint, and every time I die, I take a shot. Well, kind of a shot. I just sip from the moonshine jar until it feels like enough. I think my death count was like 23 or 24 that night. The banana pudding moonshine was 3/4 gone, and so was I. I finally ended the stream and fell face first on my couch, face paint and all still on. I awoke the next morning with a killer headache and a blanket across me. The blanket was tucked into the couch cushions, and the top was folded neatly, resting on my shoulder. The packs of water I kept in my game room had been tugged across the carpet and next to me on the floor. Now, I'm a pretty messy person, and I never make my bed, let alone tuck in the sides or neatly fold the top along its edge. I don't see myself doing that in the state I was in the previous night anyway. I called up my pops, asking if he had come by early that morning, and he told me he hadn't. I gave a groggy, "Thank you," to the empty house. Here lately I've been getting little wafts of cigarette smoke. Neither my husband nor I smoke, nor do my neighbors, well, besides the occasional devil's lettuce that the old auntie next door gets in. I haven't been home much between my classes, clinical schedule, and work. So I think Grandma might be stressed out that she has to watch over a house alone, or be stuck in it, with the one out of this marriage that doesn't believe she exists. As of writing this, I can hear my dogs scuffling around in the sitting room, most likely being praised by someone's grandma, who's just looking for someone to spoil rotten in her eternal afterlife. House sitting a cursed home. From Anonymous. It was in early November in Ohio. The false senses of lingering summer finally end, and the air outside turns crisp and chilled. My aunt, who lives only about a 10-minute drive down the road from my home, temporarily moved down south as she decided to spend the winter at her beach house in South Carolina. At the time, my girlfriend and I were staying at my parents' house, an older and smaller house, opposed to my aunt's more recently built and empty home. We were all beginning to feel cramped with the two of us living with my parents. Knowing this, my aunt generously offered for my girlfriend and I to temporarily stay in her house for the winter, in exchange that we take care of the place. Without hesitation, we accepted the offer. She headed south on a Friday, and that night we packed our car with our suitcases of clothes and some boxes of food and moved in. When settled in, we made dinner, watched a movie, and went to bed. We both worked that day, so it didn't take long for us both to fall asleep. I wake up around noon in time to watch the football game. My girlfriend is still sound asleep, so I'm cautious to try not waking her as I'm getting up. I'm watching the game and find myself yelling at the TV, as most Midwesterners commonly do when a bad penalty call is made. I catch my loud volume and go into the bedroom to check if I woke her up, and to apologize if I did. But she hadn't moved at all. I try waking her to see if she's feeling all right, and if I can get her anything. A water or some breakfast, maybe. Still mostly asleep, she shakes her head, then drifts back off, but I bring her a glass of water anyway. Hours go by, it's about 4 p.m., and she still hasn't gotten out of bed once. My concern raises, so I go to try waking her up again. She jumps and yelps as my hand touches her shoulder. I ask her if she's okay, and she tells me about a nightmare of a black bear walking towards her with a candle trying to burn her. She says she tried to wake up from the nightmare, but she felt too tired to even wake up. Although strange, we don't harp on the situation too much, as she seems fine after she gets up. The next few weeks seem normal, until one night. I'm in the office printing off some forms I need for an interview the next day. She sees me using the printer, then waits for me to leave the room before she takes a photocopy of her hand. I'm standing in the kitchen when she brings me the photocopied paper, with "to" and "from" written with pen with our names following in respective order. We laugh together and I hang my new gift on the refrigerator. Hours later in the dead of night, while we both sleep, I shoot up in bed with cold sweats. Nothing too out of the ordinary, but I try to close my eyes again until something possesses me to get up and walk to the laundry room. Upon entering the room, I see both the basement door and the door leading to the garage are wide open. Not thinking much of it, I close and lock them both, then head back to bed. When I lie back down, I feel like my throat is constricting. I can't breathe. I try to drink some water, but it doesn't help. I lay on my side with my eyes glued to the alarm clock that says 3 a.m., and I watch the minutes go by until eventually I'm able to calm myself down and fall asleep again. In the morning, I wake up and get to my interview. The interview is nearly over when my girlfriend calls me, but I can't answer. She calls me several more times after that, and when I'm finally able to pick up, she tells me she thinks someone else is in the house with her. I rush home to find that all the doors are still closed and locked, just as I'd left them that morning, except for the basement door. She's panicked when I get to her. I ask her to tell me what happened. She tells me that she woke up to the feeling of her throat being squeezed, so much so she couldn't breathe. She says that she then heard footsteps in the other room, that it scared her because she knew I wasn't home, but she still called out my name anyway and heard no response. Then, shortly after she'd gotten off the phone with me, she says that she heard and felt a low and harsh sigh in her ear. Her story gives me chills, especially because I didn't tell her I experienced the same throat asphyxiation feeling as she did until that moment. Puzzled and a bit worried, we discussed what may be happening. She jumped to the conclusion that there's some sort of spirit in the house with us. Now, I'm not the biggest believer in ghosts nor the paranormal, but what was about to happen would make me tilt my uncertainty. That night, she called her friend who claimed to be a psychic. This had me rolling my eyes, because I was also skeptical of the spiritual world. While on the phone with him, she tells the story of what happened earlier that morning and that night before. The psychic then tells her about the dream he had that same night with her in it. He described that he and her were sitting in a room together, and in the room there was a white candle sitting next to a large blue flower vase, a large broken clock on the wall of the kitchen, and a long hallway that connects the living room to the front door. We listened to all of his details as we peered around the living room. Then we looked at each other as we were baffled by how accurate his descriptions were of the house. He continued telling his dream, where he answered the front door, only to see a robust, dark, shaggy-haired man who was asking him to put a hex on the house or get the people that are living there out. Afterwards, the psychic tells us to get rid of anything in the house with both our names on it. Immediately, my head turns to the picture of my girlfriend's hand hanging on the refrigerator. My gut sinks. It was the night just before all of this happened when we put that piece of paper up on the fridge. We threw that paper away, but of course we didn't notice anything different right away. We sat eerily silent, as did the house. While sitting there, I was trying to put all the pieces together. It didn't take long to realize that the description of the man in the psychic's dream matched one of my uncle, who had passed away just a few years before my aunt moved into this home. It started to make more sense, In the basement of my aunt's house is a large, almost couch-sized plush black bear, one of the only things in this house that I could identify as something of my uncle's. In my girlfriend's nightmare, it was a black bear that was trying to force her away, and the basement door was open both times we felt a presence. This connection sends shivers down my spine to this day. It left me with questions. I don't understand why my uncle's spirit wanted us out of the house so badly, nor why he was so aggressive about it. We had no other experiences in that house except for some anxiety and insomnia, but a few days later we packed everything up and moved back to my parents' house. I've since told my aunt our story about our stay in her house, and with no ounce of concern she laughed us off like we were making it all up. Nonetheless, this was one of the only paranormal experiences I've had. A bizarre one at that. One that has certainly changed my skepticism for what we say isn't real, and what is. The Orb and the Baby, from Joy Reddy. My family lives in southern Florida, and our home that we once lived in was haunted. This is just one of our many haunts. I'd married a wonderful man, and I felt elated to be moving from my mother's haunted home. My husband was serving in the Army, and he was stationed to a fort in Colorado. We moved from Florida to Colorado. A year later, I'd given birth to my firstborn, a beautiful baby boy. When my son turned 8 months old, I returned to Florida to visit, so everyone in the family could meet our new member. The third day was spent at the beach, playing volleyball, swimming, eating, and building sandcastles. With my new baby and the excitement of being with my family again, I'd forgotten the long-ago haunts, until later that night when it all came rushing back to me. One of the bedrooms had 2 twin beds, which my older sister and I slept in. There was one bed on the left side of the room, the other on the right side. My baby's bassinet was against the wall at the end of our beds, and he was sleeping soundly. I was exhausted, and I fell asleep pretty quickly. I was awakened by my sister around 12:30. She was whispering my name over and over to wake up. I looked at her, and I whispered back, "What's going on?" With terror in her eyes, she whispered, "Look at your son's bassinet." I scanned over to where my baby was sleeping, and I saw it. An orb, the size of 5 or 6 inches in diameter, yellowish in color, hovering above my baby's head. Fear filled my heart, and I set up to get my baby when the orb began to slowly float from the baby and out of a crack of our bedroom door. The door was ajar about 2 inches or so, and as the orb disappeared out the door slowly closed, as if a hand was on the other side, pulling it lightly to avoid waking us. I promptly told my sister to close the window, because it was just the wind and probably a car headlight. But she spoke with haunting words, saying, "The windows are closed, and so are the curtains." I brought my baby to bed with me, and the rest of the night I couldn't sleep, trying to explain to myself how that door shut so slowly immediately after the orb went through it. I was to stay 3 more days, but I changed my plans and left the following day. I didn't want to subject my baby to any other events. I mentioned at the start, this was one of many haunts. This is a true story, I can swear to it, and in comparison to the others, this is the more calm of the haunts I've had. The Haunted Duplex, from Dream Warrior 90. I was 20 years old, still living with my parents in Ohio. We had just moved into a decent-sized town in northwest Ohio into a duplex. We had really cool neighbors, 2 older ladies we got to know really well and became friends with. Not long after we moved in, they let us use their washer and dryer in their garage, and let us park our car in there when we wanted. There was also a basement that they said they would never go into because they said it gave off a weird vibe and feeling. Anytime I got near the entrance to the basement, I got this feeling as if I shouldn't go into it, and I heeded my gut warning. But that's not the best part. One of the ladies had left for the weekend while the other was at work, so one of them gave us a house key for their apartment so we could do our laundry or watch TV if we wanted to. Well, the laundry had just finished as I was watching TV around 12:30 a.m. I'd gathered the laundry, turned the TV off, and made sure the door was locked as I left, heading back into my apartment. My dad was still awake watching TV, and he asked if I locked up the neighbor's apartment, and I said I did, when he suddenly heard what sounded like someone was walking around upstairs in the neighbor's apartment. He asked me again if I made sure I locked it, thinking maybe someone came in, but I know I had. We went to check our neighbor's apartment together, and sure enough, it was locked. We knew neither of them was home, and nobody else besides them and us had a key. I unlocked it, and we decided to check it out. My dad stayed at the bottom of the steps as I went upstairs. I had my flashlight on as I checked both rooms to find nothing. I came back down, and we checked the rest of the apartment and garage, which can only be opened from the inside. Finding no one, we decided to go back home and made sure their apartment was locked again. Not even 5 minutes after getting back home, we heard it again, like someone was walking around upstairs. We decided to ignore it. We went back to watching TV, and about 5 minutes later, we heard what sounded like two people talking right outside of our front window that faces the street. We heard the talking over the TV. It sounded like the voices were standing in front of the window. I went to investigate to see if there was someone walking away from the apartment, but I didn't see anyone or anything that could explain it. One of the neighbors came home later that day, and we told her what we heard. She said she really wasn't surprised, because she'd heard the same thing many times before. My little cousin talks to someone who isn't there. From Am Jean Romeo. Read by Josh Tomar.
This is a story that happened when I was a kid. I regularly used to sleep over at my cousin Mary's house. We're only a year apart, and with the same interests, we always got along well. Mary had a younger half-sister, Mia. As much as I liked Mary, I always found Mia a little strange. Okay, she was only 5 at the time, and most little kids are weird, but Mia, generally she was a quiet kid who didn't cause any trouble for her family, but on occasion, they would catch her talking to someone who wasn't there. I know what you're thinking. Like many kids, she just had an imaginary friend. But this was more than that, at least according to Mary. The one and only time I saw her doing this is a memory I can never forget. I was sleeping over at Mary's house one Friday night. I was going to spend the whole weekend there. My aunt and uncle were planning to take us to the cinema and out for a meal the next day, which Mary and I were both really excited about. It was getting late, and Mary and I were sat giggling under a blanket fort we had made in her room. We had made sure to shut the door so we wouldn't be disturbed as we gossiped about all the things preteens liked and cared about. Anyway, as the night progressed, we got more and more sleepy, and despite our efforts to try and stay awake past midnight, we crawled into our beds at about 10:30. Mary had a bunk bed. She usually slept on the top bunk, and on the bottom was a sofa that pulled out into a bed. We had played rock, paper, scissors to decide who would sleep on the top bunk. I won, and with a gleeful smile, I climbed up to the top bunk and laid down to go to sleep. It took me a bit to find that perfect, comfortable sleep position, but within about 10 minutes or so, I had drifted off. I'm a light sleeper, so any sudden noise, no matter how quiet, is usually enough to wake me. This probably also had something to do with the fact that I always left some light on, due to my fear of the dark. I awoke probably only a couple hours later, to the sound of the bedroom door creaking open. I jolted awake and winced when I saw the room was now in total darkness. Who had turned out the light? My attention quickly zeroed in on the door, and I watched in groggy confusion as it opened, and a small figure tiptoed into the room. "Mia?" I asked. Mia slept in the room immediately next to Mary's, and Mary had told me before that Mia would often sleepwalk at night, and in the morning she would find Mia curled up on the sofa bed, clutching one of her teddy bears. The last time it happened, Mary had asked her why she was there. Mia had looked at Mary in confusion, stating that she didn't know how she got there, but just that she remembered a dream she had been having, where Tony, the name she gave her imaginary friend, had been trying to drag her out of the bed by her foot. This freaked Mary the hell out, and so she had started to lock her bedroom door. Only that night, we had forgotten to lock it. I watched as Mia crossed the room and came to a stop at the bunk bed. I peeked over the railing and could just about make out her face by the light of the moon that was peeking through the gap in the curtains. Mia's eyes were closed, and like Mary had described, she was clutching one of her teddy bears tightly to her chest. I tried again. Mia? Her eyes remained closed, and she didn't seem to react to my calling her name, but I could hear her muttering to herself, "No, Tony, I won't do it. No, stop it." Suddenly her head tilted back, as if she was looking at me with her eyes closed. I shrieked and scrambled closer to the wall until I could no longer see her. I heard her crawl into the bottom bunk, next to Mary, all the while continuing to whisper in response to whatever this Tony person was saying. "No, Tony. Tony, leave her alone. No, I won't, Tony." After a couple minutes, it fell silent. Gathering my courage, I dared to get up and quietly climb down the ladder to get a better look. Mia lay curled up next to her sister, calm and peaceful in a deep sleep. I sighed in relief, and I was just about to climb back up the bunk when I caught sight of a shadow sat behind Mary. It was a small child-sized figure. I felt a sense of dread fill my stomach as I knew that this was Tony. Tony stared at me with its featureless face and raised a finger to where its mouth would be. "Shh," it whispered. I bolted out of that room faster than I'd ever moved in my life and ran into my aunt and uncle's room, sobbing hysterically. They tried their best to comfort me, but I wouldn't stop crying and I refused to go back into Mary's room. My sobbing had also set Mary and Mia off crying too, so my uncle had no choice but to call my parents and ask them to come and pick me up. As my dad pulled the car out of the driveway to take me home, I risked a glance back at the house. I could see Mary looking out her bedroom window. She gave me a small, almost sad wave. I raised my hand to wave back, till I caught sight of Mia behind her. Mia was smiling, a big creepy smile as she too waved me off. I averted my eyes and willed away a fresh new wave of tears. After that night, I refused to stay over at my aunt and uncle's house. I felt guilty every time they suggested I sleep over, and I would tell them no without a second's hesitation. I still spent a lot of time with Mary, but it would always be somewhere away from that house. I also saw Mia on occasion, and as she grew older, she became a lot livelier and remained such a sweet girl. Now, as adults, we don't see each other so often, but even now, if you spend any length of time with Mia, you will catch her staring off into the corner and whispering softly to no one.
Skinwalker in Collinsville, Oklahoma. From Wendigo123. Read by Josh Tomar.
I live in Collinsville, Oklahoma, and we have 2 dogs, an Australian Shepherd and a mixed-breed puppy. We're not exactly sure what he is. One night, when I was taking the dogs outside after feeding them, I had a rather scary experience. I had just put our puppy inside when I noticed an awful stench. It smelled like a mix of decaying flesh and burnt rubber. I nearly gagged, but I didn't think much of it because we have a water treatment plant in Collinsville that sometimes gives off a nasty smell. I called for our Aussie, Maggie, but she didn't come. I clapped my hands 3 times and waited, but a couple seconds later, I heard a sound that filled my veins with ice. My clapping was repeated perfectly. This startled me, but I thought it was probably just some neighbor goofing around. I clapped again, and sure enough, it was repeated. Maggie still didn't come, so I got my dad, and he finally got her inside. But as we were going back in, I heard a chilling kind of sobbing. I looked back, and immediately regretted doing so. There, standing on the other side of the fence, I could just make out an impossibly tall, skinny figure. I didn't tell anybody about the figure at the fence, and I wish I could say this was the end of my experience, but it wasn't. That night, around 2 o'clock in the morning, I got up to use the bathroom. When I got back, our puppy, who sleeps on my bed every night, was sitting up and staring at the window. Then I heard it, the same skin-crawling, hair-raising sobbing from earlier, and it sounded closer than before, like the thing was in our yard. I got in bed and pulled the covers over my head, my heart pounding. The sobbing became louder and louder as it got closer. Then suddenly, it just stopped, and there was a new sound. Something tapping right at my window. It tapped again, and my dog barked once. Then the tapping stopped. The next day, when I went outside, I tried to find any evidence that something or someone had been at my window the night before. But there was nothing. I'm not sure what I encountered that night, but I can only pray that I never see or hear it again.
Under the Bridge, from Brisket. Used to work at a coffee shop. The place was open from 6 a.m. to 10 p.m. Closing shift by myself because the manager wanted to leave early every night. The night in question was the usual. Insomniacs or third shifters picking up coffee in the drive-thru late into the shift. Maybe the occasional pot enjoyer stopping by for one of our triple chocolate muffins. I don't blame them, because they're insanely delicious. After work, like I always do, I hop on my bicycle and turn on the little headlight I bought. I really don't like the idea of getting run over on my way home, so I've got my reflectors and a nice little headlight up front. The area I live in is a small town, but it's wealthy enough that the sidewalks are adjacent to bike paths, which are basically expanded sidewalks for folks who want to bike back and forth. Around here, it is legal to just ride your bike in the road if you wanted to, but even with all my precautions, I'm not taking any chances. Can't tell you how many drunks I've served through the drive-thru at night. Another crowd who especially loves the triple chocolate muffins. So yeah, I'd rather not share the road with them. Taking the bike path was just safer and more scenic. The bike path is about 2.5 miles long. It connects to my suburbs. About halfway there, though, there's this little bridge that I have to pass underneath. The bridge is mostly decorative. It doesn't pass over water, and it doesn't connect anything important, really. It's more of a place where boomers can stop by and get a good view of things, check out the scenery, have a nice little walk. After riding this bike path so many times after work, I began to get more and more creeped out by this bridge. I mean, it was nice and well maintained, but having to pass underneath something that blocks out all light for several feet, it can make a guy feel a little paranoid. Luckily, it was always a brief moment. It only took about 6 or 7 seconds to bike through. On one occasion, I scared a possum, and he hissed at me as I passed by, and I nearly wet myself. Overall, that had been my most creepy experience with the bridge. Until this experience. That night, as I passed underneath, shadows encapsulated everything under the bridge, as usual. I didn't see anything out of the ordinary from as far as I could tell, but keep in mind that anything close to the ground would be practically invisible. That's why I kept so much attention on the ground as I biked through, making sure I didn't spook yet another possum that I didn't see. Everything was fine and dandy until I was about to make it all the way through. Just before I came out the other side, something fell from the top of the bridge right in front of me. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw wisps of straight black hair and what appeared to be the fabric of a near-white nightgown. It was so sudden and so close that I didn't have the time to dodge it. 1, then 2 bike tires ran over it, and I quickly fell off the bike, landing on my side and picking myself back up to see what the heck just happened. I scanned the area just in time to see a pale foot pull itself into the shadows underneath the bridge. Whoever had just dropped to the ground in front of me had crawled into the shadows where I could no longer see them. Completely tripping balls at this point, I call out, "Are you okay? Do you need help?" My voice kind of just reverberates off the walls under the bridge. I don't see any movement. I wait a minute or two, waiting for a response, but there isn't one. Now, I was darn sure that I'd run over somebody, and that same someone had fallen off the, albeit shallow, bridge. If they were pulling themselves across the ground like that, surely they were hurt. I took a couple of hesitant steps forward. I got a little mad at myself. Someone could be hurt in this emergency situation, but I was still scared of the dark of that bridge. What's wrong with me? I thought. I called out again. "Hello? Anyone there? I've got a phone. I can call 911 if you need me to." Once again, no verbal response. But this time, I did hear a certain noise. A scuffing or scraping sound, as if someone was crawling on their hands and stomach across clean concrete. I remember thinking, crap, they're definitely hurt. I pulled out my phone and turned on the flashlight. My phone was really cheap at the time. I couldn't afford much better, and as such, the flashlight function of it was extremely abysmal. Its beam was so narrow, and it barely lit up anything, even in something as dark as under the bridge. So I wasn't able to illuminate much of the underpass, even though it was so short. A normal flashlight could have done it, but not my phone. Terrified that I'd hurt someone who was already going to be hurt from the fall, I began taking step by step into the underpass, sweeping my light left to right, then right to left, looking for any sign of a person who was hurt. I made it all the way to the opposite side, not finding anything. I stood there on the edge of the shadows of the underpass, almost entirely sure at that point that I was just tired, that I hadn't seen anything. Maybe that jouncing I'd felt when I passed through was just some rocks. Maybe I didn't run over anyone at all. I then looked up for the first time since scanning the underpass, when I felt something in my face. It was black hair? Some of it even got in my mouth. I jumped back instinctively, and when I looked forward, a long straight set of hair was dangling from the top of the bridge. Then, all at once, it was pulled back up, and I swear I heard laughter above me. The laughter went from this side to the other, before I heard something like someone jumping down. I turned around, and at the end I'd just come from was a girl on all fours. Her hair was unusually long, longer than her body. It covered her face and trailed behind her. She stood just in front of my bike. By then, I required a new pair of pants. I had no idea what was going on. Was some little girl pranking me? If so, how did she get from the shadows below the bridge to on top of it so fast without being seen? A sudden wave of courage rushed over me. It appeared to be nothing more than a little girl messing with me, and I was a 22-year-old grown man at the time. Why was I so scared? Steadily, I walked towards her through the shadows. I was done playing games. I wanted to get back on my bike and go home. And so I just marched forward, towards my bike, towards this creepy little girl with her face veiled by hair. The closer I got, the more I realized how dirty she was. And as soon as I got halfway, she scurried on all fours into the shadows. I couldn't see her anymore, but I could hear her crawling around in the dark. My courage quickly dissipated, and fear came rushing back in. I turned my head from side to side trying to spot her. I struggled to find her with my weak flashlight on my phone. A couple of times, my flashlight reflected dark, greasy hair, but she was crawling around too fast to be pinpointed. Then it all went quiet. She stopped. I was motionless. I waited in sheer terror. I glanced to my bike. It was so close, maybe 5 or 6 yards away, but I didn't dare move. I thought to myself, "Come on, just run for it. Move your legs." But my body didn't listen. I must have stood there in silence for about 3 minutes. Until hair, black as the shadows around me, slowly lowered over my face from above, and I took off, screaming and running for my bike. I hopped on, got a running start, and pedaled as fast as I could, and I only looked back when I thought I was a safe distance away, right before turning around the bend on the bike path. When I looked back there, I saw a little girl with long black hair waving to me from atop the bridge. That experience led to me financing a clunker of a car so that I didn't have to take that bike path any longer. That next day at work, though, I remember asking my coworkers if they'd ever seen anything weird in that underpass. Sure enough, I wasn't alone in this. Greg, an older coworker, told me he used to walk those bike paths, and the one time he walked through that underpass at night, a small, sharp-nailed hand had grabbed him by the ankle. He said it was an experience he didn't want to share until I brought up mine. Jennifer, another coworker, hung out with her friends there one night, smoking, when one of them suddenly spotted in the shadows a little girl's head with really long hair. No matter what they said to her, she wouldn't reply or even move. When Jennifer herself approached and reached out to touch her, the hair fell to the ground like it was a wig, and she said she heard crawling noises in the dark as they all ran. So, yeah, that was my creepy or creepiest after-work experience. If I had any advice to give, it would be to avoid underpasses that are too dark, especially at night. Beep, beep, beep. From Anonymous. June 26, 2013. This happened to me last night, and I haven't been able to sleep since. I was hesitant to post about it, because I've been looking for some sort of explanation or something, trying to see what it was I saw outside now that it's light out. But I can't, and it's scaring the crap out of me. So I got home from work. It's almost midnight then. When the door opens at my house, the home security thing does a high-pitched beep, beep, beep chime. In the kitchen, I'm eating a late dinner before going to bed. But then I hear a door open, and the home thing went beep, beep, beep. But it definitely sounded like it came from outside. I'm sitting right by the back door, so I go check the front door. The front door has a screen door, a wood door that leads to a small entry room, then a second door inside that leads up the stairs into the house. These are loud as heck doors and really old. I didn't hear a screen door open, and I didn't hear the main door close. I didn't hear a second door open either. The door is still double locked, so no other doors are opened and nobody is standing outside. Okay, maybe it was the neighbor's door. Maybe they have the same system. I hear it again, and it sounds like it's coming from outside the front of the house. I look out the window. It looks like a deer is crawling on the yard with its belly to the ground. It stands up on its back legs, makes the door opening beeping sound with its head raised up in the air. It's not a deer. It looks like a guy with deer legs, too dark to see what the heck is going on for sure. What the heck? It sounded like a dog barking "I'm home" while trying to vomit. Then it starts galloping away across the street. Beep, beep, beep. It starts to shake. It's raining out at the time the thing opens its mouth and holds its head up. Then it starts digging furiously at the grass across the street with its front arms, legs, or whatever. It puts its head near the hole like it's looking inside. Then it keeps walking down the street, going beep, beep, beep. It tilts its head back again to drink the rain, then digs at the ground. It keeps doing this down the block before galloping away down Division, away from the city. Now, I do not live in a rural area. The deer population typically stay down towards Melrose Park off of Thatcher by the river. I live just outside of Chicago, literally a block west of the city limits. I've never seen anything like this, or heard of anything like this before. I'm freaking crapping myself right now. This seems more paranormal than anything else. I've been Googling similar stories and trying to find some sort of typical scientific explanation for this sort of thing, but I can't even find a similar story. My instinct tells me it's a crazy homeless guy, but the legs were bent back like a deer's. It wasn't built like a human being, and it was definitely not wearing clothes and looked to have a full body of fur. I don't use drugs. I was not tired, and I was 100% lucid, and I'm freaking horrified. Please tell me there's some sort of common explanation for crap like this. Yokai Encounters. From Anonymous. I'm a quarter Japanese, and I was 16 years old. I moved to Japan to live with my aunt, uncle, and cousins. My aunt lived in a rural seaside town about an hour or two outside of Sapporo. The house faced a forest and mountains with the ocean right behind it. There were also some train tracks between the backyard and ocean, but the train fell into the ocean or something a few years back, and it's been defunct since. My aunt and uncle, who I'll call Rieko and Noriaki, have pretty much lived their lives in this town. Our cousins are both girls, twins, and a few months younger than me. I'll call them Yuiko and Aya. Noriaki is superstitious mostly because his parents were too. He loves to tell stories about yokai, whether they happened to him or someone he knew. They're all really entertaining. Rieko doesn't seem to believe it as strongly as he does. She's my dad's sister. Our family wasn't ever superstitious. Everything goes pretty well for the first few weeks. Aya and Yuiko introduced me to their friend Fumika, and we hit it off pretty well. I found out she's just as, if not more, superstitious than Noriaki. Combine that with teenage fearlessness, she wants to find these things. I don't believe in these things yet, but whatever. She didn't strike me as crazy. About a month after moving, it was pretty comfortable there. I liked taking walks, so on days off from school, I took walks in the forest and mountains to relax. One day I was walking as usual, when suddenly there was this giant freaking scream that boomed out of nowhere. It sounded like someone being murdered. This is Japan, so I can't brush it off to just mountain lions. Then there was a different scream, but it came from the same direction deep in the forest. I yell out, "Who's there?" It's totally silent, nothing but my voice echoing. Something about the echo feels wrong. It's delayed and doesn't sound quite like me. Another scream, this time closer. Screw it, I'm not staying around for this bullcrap, I think. I turn around and I book it back home. Normally it's about half an hour to get to where I was. I walk slow. At my speed, I make it home in about 5 minutes. Noriaki's waiting for me at the door. He doesn't seem to even be surprised that I obviously sprinted home. He gets me some water and sits me down at the table. It's harmless, don't worry. What? He smiles and says, I heard the screaming too. I've heard it before. What the heck? I wondered. How'd you know about that? I asked. I could hear it, he said. Yamabiko are loud, but they're not dangerous. Yamabiko? He goes on to tell me about Yamabiko and how they echo back people's voices and can mimic any sounds they hear. Like really, really loud parrots, but they look like weird dogs. He seems happy to tell me about them, but suddenly he gets serious. You're lucky that's all you ran into, Anon. There's much worse up there. Darn, so no more walks, I guess. Let me come with you next time, just in case you run into those. I kinda liked being alone on my walks, but Noriaki was cool enough, so I agreed. We don't bring it up in front of Rieko or my cousins because they still think it's a bunch of folk stories. I'm not exactly convinced either, but I take Noriaki a bit more seriously. About 2 weeks after the Yamabiko incident, I was still walking, and Noriaki was good company. We heard some out-of-the-ordinary stuff, but nothing of any note. I told Fumika the story, and she got excited. She wanted to go to the forest near my house. Okay, why not? I planned to meet a few days later with her, when Aya decided to tag along too. I kinda felt bad breaking my promise to Noriaki, but Fumika is cute, and my desire to get laid later outweighs Noriaki. Sorry, man. She shows up, and Aya and I make something up about how we're going to the store or something. Rieko is okay with it. Noriaki is a little suspicious, but in hindsight, he might have been nervous. We walk down the street until we're out of their sight, then duck into the forest. A cloudy day plus the tree cover made the forest darker than usual. Aya already looks properly spooked by the atmosphere, but Fumika is just freaking fearless. I keep on walking for a while, but find nothing. I'm getting jittery. Aya looks like she's about to soil herself, and even Fumika looks uneasy. At this rate, we'll just get lost, so we decided to head back down. Then there was a thunderclap. We started moving faster, but the forest was getting darker. It began to rain, so we took shelter under a good-sized tree. I've no idea how long we were out there for. We thought someone might come looking for us. Actually, we kind of hoped they would. Somewhere between the trees, I see a light. It keeps bobbing back and forth, weaving through the trees. All three of us keep watching this light. Aya says it's probably someone else on the mountain that could help us. I'm not exactly sure what she means at first, but she probably thought it was a flashlight. Aya stands and calls to them for help. It seems to point in our direction and starts moving towards us, keeping up that bobbing motion. It gets closer and closer, but I still can't even see an outline of the person who might be holding it. As it moves towards us, I can't help but think how wrong this felt. Why didn't the person answer us? And it wasn't even that dark, so why have a flashlight? Something tells me to look to my left, and I see another one of these things bobbing around. Then another. Further off, but getting closer. What the actual heck? Fumika looks really scared now, and suddenly a bolt of lightning lights up the forest. Just the shadows of the trees. But wait. Just the trees. Nobody's holding the lights. I try to tell Aya and Fumika, but the words won't come out. As the light keeps getting closer, I notice it's blue, not like a flashlight, and it's flickering. I keep trying to talk to Aya. At the same time, Fumika is paralyzed, and she'd probably already noticed what I did. Suddenly, we hear someone yelling in the distance, getting closer fast. Someone's crashing through the forest looking for us, and I recognize the voice. It's freaking Noriaki. He comes into view and sees the lights and starts to really freak out. We sprint towards him, and I pass one of the lights. From what I could see, it was just a ball of blue fire a little bigger than my fist. We get the heck out of the forest as fast as we could and get inside. We're all terrified, Fumika being a ghostly pale. Noriaki tells Aya to take a shower as she had soiled herself. When she leaves the room, he gives us a cold stare. I thought he was about to blow a fuse, but instead he just sighs. I ask him how he knew we were in the forest. He said he didn't. He just felt something wrong and rushed off to the woods. He saw us surrounded by these fire wisps. That's when we saw him too. He called the fire Onibi, which is identical to the will-o'-the-wisp, a paranormal fire created from a dead animal or a person's spirit. Can also be created from strong, raw malice. It's said to lure people away and consume their life force, leaving nothing but a dead husk behind. Apparently, they trap the life force inside of them, basically imprisoning your soul for eternity. The Yamabiko wasn't really that much to spook me, but Christ, this scared the heck out of me, and Noriaki knows it. He warned me about the forest again. I listened this time because I know what he meant before when he said there was worse in the forest. He continues about how people get lost in the forest and never come back. This happened when he was a kid. He goes on until Aya finishes her shower. I hear him tell her later that day that it was just a natural phenomenon caused by lightning electrifying some gas in the air. But he knows it's bullcrap. Fumika goes home and the rain lets up, but it keeps on raining all day and night. I can't sleep well that night. I swear I see blue glows at the edge of the forest. This one haunts me to this day because I can't stop thinking about how we'd fallen right into their trap and how easily they could have killed us. The rest of the spring and summer pass uneventfully. With all our free time and summer break, you'd think we'd find something to do, but no. Again, very small, insignificant events that were probably something that wasn't yokai occurred. But then one day in fall, Noriaki takes Aya, Yuiko, and I to his family grave to pray and keep it clean. While there, I noticed someone off to the side. A woman, really pale and dressed in white. Not quite out of place enough to set off any major alarms and still human. Noriaki notices and whispers not to stare. I stop. There's no red flags yet because I figured he was trying not to be rude. We finish up, but I can still see the woman. She hadn't moved an inch. Maybe she's just busy, I thought. Our car was the only one there, but maybe she walked. I start seeing her out of the corner of my eye as we go home. She's a yokai. I try to tell Noriaki about it. Rieko overhears. She goes rigid and leaves the room. No clue what that was about. I assume I saw a ghost and I just check in with Noriaki to make sure it doesn't want to hurt me. He doesn't know. So that night I try to sleep knowing there's a ghost following us around that may or may not want to kill us all. And I couldn't sleep. I tried to make myself forget about it by watching some YouTube. It's kinda weird to listen to English again after speaking Japanese this entire time. Eventually I fall asleep. The next day I'm at school. One of my cousin asks Rieko if she was in her room last night. She looks confused and says, "No, I wasn't." "I thought I saw you come in." Rieko tells her it was a dream, but I'm silently crapping myself. Not only is there a ghost that might want me dead following us around, but it's gotten into our house. I ask Fumika for a hand. Her yokai obsession has gone away some because of the Onibi, but she still knows her stuff. After an intense questioning session, she decides it's a non-violent ghost that got attached to us because we paid attention to it. Fumika agrees to come over and see if she can do anything about it, but admits there may not be much she can do. She shows up the next day. Nothing especially spooky happened that day, just the usual of seeing it out of the corner of my eye, She instantly says she can feel it. She goes around the house for a while trying to make something happen, but nothing does. She looks kind of sad about it, but I really wasn't all for running into spooky ghosts right now. Later that night, it's still hard to sleep because, again, spooky ghost. I'm trying to sleep when suddenly I feel a wave of sadness come over me. Not actually sad, but more like being next to a friend who's really sad. My stomach turns. I'm really afraid to open my eyes, but I do anyway. At the end of my room is the same woman from the graveyard. She doesn't look like she wants to hurt me. She doesn't look scary at all, just sad. I'd probably say she was kind of cute too, if it wasn't for the being dead part. I work up the courage to ask what she wants. She shakes her head and comes closer. Now it's getting weird. She places a hand on my head. She says something about her son. I'm thinking that this ghost is going to drag me off thinking I'm her son. Then she takes a hand off my head, and she's gone. I never see her again after that. Later on in mid-autumn, Fumika and I are hanging out with Yuiko or Aya sometimes. It's a slow day one day, so I decided to head over to her place, which I can ride my bike to. She lives in an old house on the side of the mountain, so I usually walk my bike up. Otherwise, it's a pain to pedal up there even though it's not that far up. Still in civilization. Since it's on the mountain, it's surrounded by forest. I get to her house and she seems happy to see me. Her parents say hi to me. I know they like me. I play some video games with her for a while and time passes really quick. Suddenly, I need to go to the bathroom. I excuse myself and go to the restroom. It might be an old house, but it's been updated to be a little more modern. I notice it's getting dark out. Not that odd, since it's autumn. The sun sets at like 7 here in the summer. Still means I've been here for a few hours, though. Through the tiny bathroom window and through the trees outside, I can see a dog moving around. I just assume it's someone's dog they let off the leash. I do my business, wash and go back downstairs and continue playing video games. There are some big sliding doors in the living room, so I can see the tree line from there. I keep feeling like I see something moving in the tree line, but every time I try to look at it, it stops. Whatever. I kick Fumika's butt in Street Fighter 4. I turn to her to be smug about it, and she's staring at the tree line. I ask what's up. She said, "Oh, I thought there was a dog out there." I reply, "I saw one earlier. It's probably one of your neighbors." But none of her neighbors have dogs. In that case, it's probably a stray. We did have a classmate who lost his dog, so maybe that was it. We open the sliding door and call to it. I can still see the shape moving around in the tree line. Seems to be closer and we can see it better. It's definitely a dog, but it doesn't come to us. We go back inside after trying and failing to call it. By then, I'm almost ready to leave. I check outside again, and the freaking dog is sitting in a tree like it's the most normal thing. As far as I remember, dogs aren't known for their ability to climb trees. I point this out to Fumika, and she looks over. The dog thing seems to get a little bigger and jumps out of the tree, gliding to the ground. The reason it looks bigger is because the thing had wings. Screw that. I tell Fumika I'm going to go home. She tells me not to leave the house, then calls her dad, telling him about the dog. He leaves the room and comes back with a baseball bat and a little notebook. He goes outside, starts yelling at the dog, and I didn't really catch most of it. But the dog runs off into the forest. Fumika says it's okay for me to leave now. I ask her what that was. She says it's called a hainu, but her dad says it's not. "The only hainu I've heard of has been dead for hundreds of years," he said. Instead, he thinks it's a kitsune, or other shape-shifting yokai that likes to take the form of hainu. Apparently, it's been around the house for a few years, but hasn't hurt anyone, just likes to mess with them. I don't really care what it is. I just go home as fast as I can. Thankfully, there are no winged dogs on the way back. The only abnormal thing that happened during the winter was how much it freaking snowed in Hokkaido. Nothing really happens during spring except Fumika starts getting feelings for me. Nice. Summer break, it's several weeks, no longer than a month in Japan because year-round school. I'm hanging out with cousins and Fumika a lot more. Some week in the middle of summer break, the four of us go walking back home after blowing a bunch of money at the tiny arcade the town has. We're close to home when this smell hits. It was like rotting fish. Considering we lived by the ocean, it wasn't that weird, but still it stank. I kept walking home and I slapped on my handy-dandy face mask. It doesn't help a whole lot, but makes it tolerable. I dropped Fumika off at her house because it's a little closer than ours. Cousins and I are walking back towards our house and the smell is still there. It seems to get stronger as we walk home. We're all gagging from the smell at this point, thinking a bunch of fish died on the shore or something. Finally, we get home and the smell goes away. We ask Noriaki and Rieko about the smell. They say they haven't smelled anything weird. Again, we do live by the ocean, so I just wrote it off as that. The following day, Yuiko says she feels sick. She's running a temperature of 38.5 Celsius. She spends the day on the couch or in her bed. I take shifts taking care of her with the rest of the family. Fumika comes over to help out. I'm pretty sure we're her only friends. Rieko wants us to go to the store to get some stuff for Yuiko. She hands me a list and money, tells Fumika to go with me. We go and get the stuff, then start coming back home. The rotting fish smell is still there, strong as ever, so we rush back and give the stuff to Rieko. We don't mention the smell this time. Noriaki takes Fumika home and the day passes normally. At night, I stayed up late, messaging Fumika. That's when I begin to hear movement outside. I think it's the wind or a random animal, but the movement keeps up. The longer it goes on, the less I think it's the wind or some animal. I stop and stay quiet, and I listen. The most I can hear is the normal nighttime sounds and Yuiko making noises in her sleep. I figure she's probably having a fever dream. Whatever, I go back to my phone. I start to hear movement outside again and look out the window. A big black mass is moving away from the house. It looks like a lump of shadows, or a black figure of a man, dressed in a black winter coat. It's moving away from the house kind of fast. I know you can start seeing things when you're tired, so I say goodnight to Fumika and go to sleep. The next day, Yuiko is still sick, and her temperature has risen to 38.8 Celsius. The day passes about the same. Yuiko's boyfriend comes over to take care of her. Aunt and uncle probably okay with it because Yuiko is way too exhausted and sick to do anything. I ask him about the fish smell. He has no idea what I'm talking about, though. Either it's gone or he has no sense of smell. I walk outside for a little bit and it's actually gone. Thank God, it was really awful. I spend the rest of the day talking to Yuiko's boyfriend and taking care of her. He's a cool enough guy. A little oblivious sometimes, but nice regardless. That night, seemingly for no reason, I wake up at 1. It freaking stinks like rotting fish so much. I sit up coughing and I notice the window. Something has its face pressed up against it. It's definitely not human. It has jet black skin, eyes that are pretty much bugged out, and it's got this giant tongue that's hanging out of a hole in its face that I guess was a mouth. As soon as it notices me, the thing shrinks down about a meter. I don't mean to say it shrank, I mean its face and hands lowered themselves towards the ground. Frozen in shock, I watch it run off down the road, and the rotting fish smell goes away. I'm not sure what to do now. Noriaki would be mad if I woke him up. I silently just freak out until the sun comes up. Then I sleep most of the day. Apparently, Yuiko's fever went down some. Occasionally, I get up to eat and use the bathroom and some other things. As far as I care, this day barely even happened. But the night certainly did happen. I can't sleep because I'm scared of that BlACK thing, and my sleep schedule's all messed up by sleeping all day. I'm wide awake and hyper-aware of everything. Nothing happens for several hours. Then, around 1:30, I hear sounds from Yuiko's room. Someone is moving around in there. Might have left it alone, but one thing made me change my mind. There's a certain smell. I'm sure you can guess which smell that is. Rotten freaking fish. It gets really strong really fast. Trying not to gag, I get out of bed and rush into Yuiko's room. The thing I saw at the window was on all fours, leaning over her and using its freaking terrifying-looking tongue to lick her entire body. Not like that, but more like how a dog might lick your face. I'm petrified just watching this thing. Yuiko is groaning as it sticks its tongue down her throat. This is what snaps me out of my trance. My brain doesn't even bother to go into Japanese mode. I scream, "What the heck?" in good old American English. Suddenly, it seems like the entire house starts moving. I hear Noriaki get up. I hear movement from Aya's room. Then Yuiko wakes up with this thing's tongue stuck down her mouth. She makes a gurgle as it retracts its tongue from her throat. Then she starts screaming. I hear Aya open her door, but turns the corner into the bathroom and vomits. Noriaki rushes into the room and turns the light on before the thing can escape. I see it entirely now. Looks like a large, bald man with pure black skin, wearing a black robe like a monk's. Its eyes are bugged out of its head, giving it a permanent expression of surprise. Its nose is malformed. The way it's stuck on top of its protruding lips makes it look like a turtle. Its clawed hands make it look even more like one. Its ears are way too big for its head, like if you took someone's ears and pulled on the tops and lobes until they were stretched beyond recognition. It makes some sort of ungodly hiss and shrinks down. It freaking slithers backwards out the window. Yuiko is losing her mind. Noriaki goes to try and comfort her. Aya is still over the toilet, and I'm trying not to vomit. Rieko rushes into Yuiko's room to help Noriaki console her. Somehow they convince her it was a hallucination from her fever, and that Noriaki had come to check on her, and she thought it was me. Obviously bullcrap, but okay. In the morning, Noriaki goes with me to the town's temple and talks to the priest, agrees to come back to the house, and does some sort of blessing to keep the black turtle monk creature away. It must have worked, because I never saw that freaking thing again. Yuiko slowly gets better. Later, I ask Noriaki about what that thing was. It's kinda scary that he didn't know. Every time I smell something fishy now, I think about that black monk thing. This one has stuck with me since it happened. For another few months, everything stays away, probably because of the blessing. Fall passes and nothing happens, and winter comes. Fumika and I have started dating now, and I see her regularly. Her parents are okay with me coming over. I usually ask Noriaki to take me to her place because it's colder than Frosty's balls, and the road's way too snowy to walk on. He's fine with it because he's friends with her dad and likes to see him anyway. Sometime mid-December, over at her house, she and I are just huddled under a blanket watching TV. Noriaki and her dad are talking and seem to be having a good time. It's comfy. Maybe about 2 or 3 hours later, I notice that Noriaki and her dad have stopped talking. I look over at them and they're both just staring out the sliding doors at the trees. I turn to look out there. Not sure what I'm looking for, but remember the hainu, or kitsune, or whatever I saw before and think maybe that's it. Fumika seems to catch on. Soon we're all just staring out there. I try to ask Noriaki what he's looking at. He just shushes me and points outside. I can almost make out a shape in the trees. Still thinking it's what I saw before, but can't tell it from the trees because it blends in well, I then see movement. That's when it hits me. Whatever it is, this thing is huge. I mean, it's not that big, but compared to any normal animals around here, this was larger. Maybe a bear. There is a species native to Hokkaido, something like a grizzly bear, but I never saw one in these woods. Besides, it was winter and they should be hibernating. I go back to watching TV. Maybe it hadn't slept yet or woke up to eat something. Fumika's dad gets up and closes the curtains of the window in the kitchen, then goes to the doors and draws those curtains. Okay. A little later, Noriaki tells me we're spending the night. Says it's because of the snow. Didn't think it was snowing that much, though. Whatever, I don't care. I send a text to Rieko, says Noriaki already told her. We eat dinner with Noriaki, Fumika, and her family. They let me shower and put a futon down in the living room floor. Since they only had one, Noriaki volunteered to sleep on the couch. I just chill with Fumika until I almost drift off, around 11:30. Since everyone is tired by then, we all agree to go to sleep. I sleep pretty well for about 2 or 3 hours. I wake up at about 2 to thumping on the sliding door. I start to get up to see what it is when Noriaki shouts at me to stop. I almost crap myself because I didn't know he was awake, and all I could think was, oh crap, that black monk thing came back to finish the job. He tells me it's just a curious animal, and if I move too much it might hear it and get spooked. Says to just go back to sleep and ignore the sounds. Yeah, that's not happening. The thumps go on for a while. It kinda sounded like if you hit glass with a beanbag, soft and dull. Eventually, the thumps stop, and a different noise begins. Weird guttural sounds, but nothing that an animal couldn't make. It keeps going. Still could be an animal, but this is weird. Holy Mother of God. This thing is trying to talk. I'm trying my very best not to soil myself. A few minutes ago it was just animal noises, and now it sounded almost like a person, but it wasn't normal. Just so you know, dare means who. Dare desu ka means who are you, or who is it, but is more formal. That repeated for a few more minutes before going totally silent. Eventually I fall asleep from pure exhaustion. I go home in the morning, scraping the brick out of my boxers. Just keep trying to pass it off and pretend it was some animal. I had a demon attachment. From Pink Pepper 78. I believe the house I grew up in is either a portal or a hub of spiritual activity, and growing up there was hell. But I'd never experienced anything quite like this. I was a complicated pregnancy, and I nearly died many times in the first year of my life. This is relevant because my mother believes this is what started the activity in the home. Since one night, she woke up to a group of figures bending over my crib to watch me sleep. I grew up normal. Things happened, sure, but nothing serious or dangerous. I moved out of that house at 15 with my mom. We got an apartment in a different town. My sister, her kids, and my grandmother all still live in the home, and still do to this day. A few years back, my sister was having a joint party for her kids, as they were both born in September. At that point in my life, I hadn't been back in the house for longer than a few hours, ever since we left it. My sister's boyfriend at the time was showing me the work he did. He had finished the addition on our house that had been just bones since I was born, and had now been turned into a shop. He had also added the foundation for a porch off the back, but it was just concrete and wooden beams so far, so they kept the door locked. That way no kids would accidentally fall out the door. Anyway, he wanted to show me, but we needed the key to unlock the door, yet it wasn't where it was usually hung up. We looked around for 5 minutes, but it was nowhere in sight. We even checked the floor, and I crawled behind the stairs because the addition was 2 floors. The second was not finished. Still, there was nothing. We were crouched next to each other. My sister's boyfriend then turns to tell me he's gonna go ask if someone accidentally put it in their pocket or hid it from the kids. Just as he says that, the key drops out of nowhere onto the middle of the floor right between us. We both just looked at each other. He looks at me and says, "She knows you're home." This may sound creepy, but there's this woman in a white dress that used to stand over my crib. She would even wake my mom up in the middle of the night, just before I started to fuss about something. He told me they hadn't seen her since I left, but for 2 days after this encounter, they could see her at night in the upstairs of the addition, rocking in a chair. I don't know why or what she was doing, but that's not even the bad bit. As the kids settled down into a pillow fort in the living room, falling asleep watching movies, the rest of us began to drink a little, watching the fire we'd built and telling our little ghostly experiences. My sister talks about how every once in a while she'll walk past the fridge, and everything on top of it just goes flying off and crashing to the ground behind or in front of her. It always just barely misses her. At around 1 a.m., we finally go to bed. My sister tells me I can sleep in the kids' room since they were all passed out in the living room. The kids' room just so happens to be my old bedroom, and I had never had a bad experience. My eyes shot open, and of course, there was no one there. I went to grab my phone, but it was dead, and everyone else in the house was asleep. I tried to settle back in, but as I turned the other way to face the chimney, which ran from the first floor through the second, and was probably about 3 feet wide, all stones and no bricks, I saw a massive shadow. It was from floor to ceiling, and was very clearly a person. It had shoulders and a head, but it didn't move. I tried to find the source of it, see if it was a toy or stuffed animal or a trick of the light, but the shadow remained. At this point, I started to freak out, because the creepy feeling was back. I just stared at it, wide-eyed. And for a second I thought perhaps it was my grandfather, who passed away before I was born. But I didn't get good vibes from this thing. Eventually I realized I wouldn't sleep, so I found my niece and nephew's TV, which was tiny and hooked up to an old Xbox, and the only DVD in the room was Planes. Yeah, that movie like Cars, but with planes. I watched it on repeat the entire night, and any time I dozed off, the movie would end, and I would be wide awake again, starting the movie over. I remember watching the time fly by on the little clock and the sun slowly beginning to rise. That shadow stayed the entire night, and so did the terrible feeling. Eventually, I could hear my grandmother up, and I ran downstairs, telling her I wanted to go home. I didn't have a car at the time, or else I would have been long gone. I felt drained, sick. I had a headache. I chalked it up to being hungover, and went to sleep the minute I got home. For the next week, I felt off and on the verge of nausea. I'd randomly get these severe migraines that also made me nauseous. I threw up when I ate, and I just thought I got sick or something, because I am prone to stomach bugs. I thought nothing of it, and eventually everything was fine. I felt fine. But I had this feeling of someone watching me everywhere I went. I didn't have that feeling in the house I lived in before, so this was odd. I met a guy online. After about a month of dating, he stayed over. In the middle of the night, I remember waking up. He was just lying in bed on his back, with his hand behind his head, staring at the bedroom door. I was like, what is it? Because I didn't know if my cat was out there or not. And he says, I've been awake for a while. I feel like something is watching me. I immediately sat up and stared at my door. So it isn't just me, is what I remember thinking. Then suddenly I got dizzy and nauseous and felt like I was going to throw up. I curled up and tucked my head between my knees, trying to ground myself and stop the spinning. Then, without even thinking it, without even realizing what I'd said, I spoke. He doesn't like you. My boyfriend turned towards me with wide eyes, obviously concerned and scared. I looked at him and was like, I don't know why I said that. I don't know what's happening. He just got up and shut the door tightly. Then we held each other. The vertigo and nausea continued. Then I was chanting in my head over and over, "You're not welcome here, leave," very angrily. Soon the vertigo stopped, and the nausea slowly went away, but I had a bad headache. I said, I think it's okay now. My boyfriend then told me he kept envisioning us in a bubble of light, safe and protected. I haven't had any problems since. I still feel like I'm being watched. I don't know if it's our demon friend or another ghost, as the house we live in now does seem to be haunted. The stuff on the fridge still falls around my sister, so there must be something else trying to catch her attention, unless my demon friend went back to them. And despite my demons, or ghosts, the guy I met online and I have been together for 3 years now, so things are a little less scary. Haunted by Good Intentions, from Itty Bitty Demon. This all began in the summer of 2012. It was in the first apartment that my husband, Jason, and I lived in after we moved clear across the country from Honolulu, Hawaii to Northern Virginia, roughly about an hour south of Washington, D.C. I was working in retail, a full-time student, made some friends, and had finally gotten past the culture shock of being on the East Coast. At the time, living in the unit below us was Amelia and Stacy. I knew Amelia from work, and we became fast friends shortly after Jason and I moved into the apartment. I never met Stacy and only saw her once or twice. Even to this day, even after what happened, I sadly still don't know anything about her. Now, on to the beginning of the actual story. Jason and I were relaxing by watching TV before I had to head into work around 4 p.m. Suddenly, we hear a persistent knocking sound coming from below us, and shortly after it began, the knocking turned significantly more aggressive. It was like someone was absolutely putting all their effort into pounding on a door or a wall. It was seriously loud enough and hard enough to shake the entire apartment. Then there was an incredibly teeth-rattling boom, followed by silence. After a very pregnant pause, the screaming began. It was this gut-wrenching constant wail of despair that made my heart drop and my stomach clench. There was so much pain in the sound. At this point, Jason and I both knew that the sounds were coming from the downstairs apartment. We had tried to ignore it in the beginning, but that god-awful screaming was so hard to ignore. I was worried about Amelia, since she was a friend of mine, and I hoped she was okay. I figured I could ask her what all of that was about the next time I saw her. As I was leaving for work, there was a fire truck, an ambulance, and multiple cop cars outside of our building. I noticed Amelia in the parking lot, looking so lost and shell-shocked. After speaking with her, I learned that apparently Amelia had not seen Stacy for a few days. She knew Stacy was home since her car was in the parking lot, and her bedroom door was closed and locked. That morning, Amelia knocked on Stacy's door to check on her, but did not receive a response. She did this periodically throughout the day, but still no response. This is when she became concerned. The knocking and pounding that we heard from our apartment was the police doing a welfare check on Stacy. The loud boom was them basically kicking her door down. The pain-filled wailing was Amelia discovering Stacy's dead body. I'm not sure how she died. I'm not sure if it was by natural, criminal, or self-induced means. All I know is Stacy had passed away and was locked in her room for the last few days. Several weeks later, Amelia had approached me and 2 other girls at work, asking if we could help her soon because she was moving out. She said she simply couldn't live in that unit anymore, that she was now afraid to be alone there. She also said that she had not been staying in her apartment for a while now. She said that the apartment was bad luck because someone had died there. She was so deeply disturbed to be there that she was willing to pay the penalties of breaking her lease, even though she had renewed her lease shortly before Stacy passed. We 3 agreed to help. The date was set for next weekend. We would start Friday afternoon and work to get her packed up and all her stuff in the moving truck by Sunday night at the latest. The other girls, Cheryl and Donna, were already at Amelia's apartment by the time I arrived that next Friday. I was surprised to see a huge pile of trash bags lining an empty wall. She said that she was only keeping the things that she initially brought to the apartment, such as her clothes, accessories, shoes, bedding, and some kitchen appliances. Everything that was shared, such as dishes, furniture, and just about everything else, was being thrown out. I was shocked. She was tossing about 3/4 of the apartment, all the foods and spices included. I asked why she didn't want to sell or donate all the stuff, as some of the furniture looked brand new. She said she refused to take any of the bad luck with her, and she didn't wish it on anyone else. Therefore, it all needed to get dumped. Now, Amelia is from the Philippines, and I have relatives from the Philippines from my dad's side of the family. Much like a lot of other cultures, Filipinos can be deeply religious and very superstitious. Her logic was that if someone took some of that furniture from the dump, it wouldn't be on her conscience since she did not personally give it or sell it to anyone. We packed her things efficiently over the next couple of days, never once addressing the elephant in the room, Stacy's room. I peered into the room a few times as I walked by out of curiosity. The door was hanging off its hinges, the room was empty, and the single window opposite the door was wide open. On Sunday, Donna finally broke the silence and asked about the open window in Stacy's room. Amelia said that she was way too scared to go in there to close it. She began to fret about having to pay for the water damage to the wall below the window, as it had been raining on and off for the last few weeks. All the while, that window had been open. Stacy's family had come by to collect her things, but no one had thought to close the window. I shrugged and walked into the room to close the window myself, since Amelia, Donna, and Cheryl were too scared to do it. I noticed that inside the room was chilly, despite it being warm out that day. The vibe or energy in the room was so strange, heavy, and uncomfortable. As I said before, I'm part Filipino, and I was born and raised in Hawaii. Both sides of my culture can be very superstitious. One of the beliefs is that if you're entering a place that doesn't feel right because of a presence of some sort, you should just apologize, tell whatever it is why you're there, and let whatever it is know that it's not allowed to bother you. Under my breath, I said, "I'm so sorry for entering your space. I'm not here to intrude. I just want to close this window and I'll leave. You're not allowed to harm or follow me." I closed the window without difficulty and simply went about my business, finishing helping Amelia. Now, this is the point where things started going to complete and utter crap. We had been in Virginia and living there for a while without incident, but after helping Amelia move out of her apartment, things in our apartment began to go so far left. I began to have debilitating migraines. The migraines were not new, however. I used to only have the throbbing head pain and light sensitivity. But now, I was unable to move without throwing up. Any type of sound or light would cause me physical pain. I would have light auras so bad that my peripheral vision would be completely blocked out, and nothing but sleep would help. This was a catch-22 for me, because whenever I did sleep, I would be plagued by horrible nightmares. This was not the normal, occasional nightmare, though. It was every single night. Nightmares so bad that I would be shaking and inconsolable. I woke up a lot in my nightmares, only for something messed up to happen, causing me to jolt awake again in the nightmare. Rinse, cycle, repeat. It often seemed so real that I sometimes couldn't tell if I was asleep or awake. My mental and physical health was taking a beating, and at the time, I had no idea why. Then the knocking sounds began, all hours of the day and night. From the walls, from the ceiling, from the floor, things would disappear and end up in places that made absolutely no sense. Jason's things would get misplaced so frequently that he started accusing me of moving them. He felt there was no way that he would place his car keys in the fridge, nor would he ever put his work-issued phone in the sink, especially since waterproof phones were not really a thing yet. Lights would turn on or off. The volume on the TV would suddenly jump to eardrum-destroying levels if you walked out of the room. Several times the dishwasher would turn on, even though the door was not latched. There was one day that I was getting ready to do some laundry. I took a bunch of clothes hangers out of the closet and placed them on the bed before I walked out of the room to get the laundry out of the dryer. When I came back into the room, all the hangers were in the middle of the floor, just sitting there in 3 perfect stacks. Have you ever had clothing hangers fall off the bed and land in 3 perfect stacks? Because I sure as heck haven't. On another occasion, I had plans to clean the kitchen and walked into the kitchen to find the broom standing upright, as if playing sentinel or waiting for me. Sometimes when I took a shower, the shower curtain would pull open a few inches before closing again. Now, I understand that heat and steam can cause shower curtains to rise or sway a bit. However, this wasn't that. You could hear the rings sliding on the metal rod as it slid open halfway and then closed. Things like this happened to the both of us while we lived in the apartment. This isn't everything that happened while we lived there, but it was the most stressful for me. While it did stress me out, especially when I was home alone, Jason tried to be rational about it, saying things like, "The noises are just the neighbors moving around in their apartments," or "Sounds can travel through the vents from one apartment to another," or "The nightmares and migraines are from stress," or "faulty wiring." The following is the last event I'll share here, even though much more has happened in that apartment. This was definitely the most terrifying for me. Now let me say that Jason is always worried for my safety. Even when I'm home, he worries. It's just in his protective nature, and I know for a fact that he would never do anything to jeopardize my safety. At this point in time, I was so terrified of being in the dark and of the nightmares that I couldn't sleep without Jason in the room. If he weren't with me, I would panic if I could not see the whole room. Anyway, Jason had to leave the house every day around 6 a.m. to get to work by 8 a.m. because of traffic on northbound I-95. I would usually still be in bed when he left for the day, and he would always turn on the light in our closet, leaving the closet door cracked for me so that I would not freak out by waking up alone in the dark. It was mid-fall, and the temperatures would dip into the 40s. On this day, I woke up and almost had a panic attack, because I woke up in the dark. I immediately jumped out of bed and rushed to turn on the closet light. After taking a few minutes to calm myself, I frowned when I realized that our bedroom window was wide open. I closed it and checked my phone for the time. It read 5:50 a.m. Jason could still be home. With phone in hand, I opened the bedroom door and stepped into the short hallway, only to realize that every single light in the apartment was turned on. The guest bedroom, the hallway, the bathroom, the kitchen, and living room lights, all turned on. And to my complete and utter horror, every single window, the balcony door, and the front door were all wide open. Jason would never do something like that to me. Our apartment was on the second floor, and the stairs were located directly in front of our door. That means if someone had come up those stairs with bad intentions, they would have had free rein to amble right up the stairs and straight into our apartment. I ran across the apartment, not caring about the stomping noises that I was making to close the front door. As soon as I closed the door, all the lights simultaneously shut off. I noped it out of there. Just me, my phone, and only wearing one of Jason's tall tees that I went to bed in. No shoes, no pants, no keys. I ran barefoot to the gym that was on the other side of the complex parking lot, where I sat and sighed and cried. I called Jason and hysterically told him what happened. He of course tried to console me, but I'd had it by that point. That was the absolute last straw for me. Needless to say, we did not live in that apartment much longer after the incident, just long enough to give the complex our 60 days notice and to find a new place. I also never stayed home alone after that if the sun wasn't up. I began to leave the house whenever Jason left. It did not matter if I had to sit in the parking lot until the sun came up. At night, I would go to work and hang around until Jason came home, even on my days off. Once we were out of that apartment, nothing ever happened again. Life went back to normal, but I've not really been the same ever since. I had told a close friend of mine about all these events, and he said that when I had spoken out loud in Stacy's room, it's possible that I didn't hold any conviction in my own words. Like, I said them, but I didn't really mean them. I have no idea if it was Stacy that was haunting me. Was her spirit lingering and followed me home? Was there something else in her room that was drawn to all the pain and suffering there because of Stacy's passing, and it just happened to latch on to me? Was it demonic? Was I experiencing a psychotic break and didn't realize it? I have no idea. I really and truly don't. All I know is that my path to hell began with the good intentions of wanting to help a friend by closing a freaking window. I lived in a haunted apartment. From Rosinator. This is a short story of one of the many events that took place in this building, but I still remember it clearly. Now, the building had shopping carts in the lobby to bring large loads of whatever to different floors. It had an old elevator, too. I was around 12 years old, and I remember being called down to the lobby by my mom to bring up a load of groceries she had ready to go on a shopping cart. I was to bring it up to our apartment on the 4th floor, unload the food, then bring the cart back down. Being a music lover, I had just downloaded more songs to my unlimited playlist on my MP3 player, which I was thankful to have. I decided it would be a good time to listen to my new music, too loud for my ears. I put on my slippers and walked down the long hallway leading to the elevators. Down in the lobby, I got the groceries sitting in the cart my mother had left. I went back up in the elevator and still had the music way too loud. I started walking down the hall leading back to the apartment when suddenly I felt 2 hands grab my shoulders and shake me, like someone was deliberately trying to scare me or get my attention. I laughed, thinking it was one of my cousins, so I whipped my head around to see nothing. No one was standing behind me. I took out my headphones and just stared blankly into an empty hallway. I almost ran back to the apartment, still pushing the shopping cart. I unloaded all the groceries and soon heard my mom coming back into the apartment. She reminded me that I now had to take the cart back to the ground floor. But I really didn't want to. Blacksmith's Encounter. From Anonymous. This story happened just a night before I wrote this down. January 10th, 2018. It was a Wednesday, and it happened in the Philippines. I arrived home from a 3D engineering office that is 45 minutes away from my house. I was excited to get home early, as I wanted to finish the Bowie knife that I forged the previous weekend. I'm a bladesmith, by the way, and a huge fan of the paranormal, hence all my blades are named after different pop culture entities. When I arrived home, I quickly changed my clothes from office clothes to my bladesmithing clothes. I saw my sister sitting in the dining room, and I asked her where our parents were. She replied that they hadn't arrived home yet, so I just moved on and go to my shop. My shop is located in our backyard, which is 100 feet away from the rear end of the house. It gets really dark here at night, because we're surrounded by trees, and there's no light at all, except for my shop's light. Fast forward a bit. I decided to call it a night after I accidentally broke my blade's tip, and I immediately called the owner of the blade, telling them what happened. We both got upset, but I told him that I'll be forging a new one for him. He told me if he can see the blade, and this is where it all began. I returned to my shop still talking to him on the phone. I was holding the blade, and suddenly, I felt that someone was touching my back, slowly slithering their hand from the bottom of my neck down to my hip. I was terrified, but I managed to head to my room calmly, lying down on the bed, still talking to my client. I get this unusual sensation of being stalked, as if someone is watching me from my bedroom window, and in the middle of our conversation, the call just went out. That was weird. I called him again, and after a few seconds, we got cut off again. Then I noticed that a portion of my bed looked compressed, as if someone had been sitting there. This creeps me out, but being used to this kind of stuff, I decided to go downstairs to get some beer in the fridge. And this is where everything got worse. As I went to my 7-step stairs, I noticed, from the corner of my eye, there was someone outside my living room window, staring at me. A shadow of a man, around 7 feet tall, leaning on my window's frame. What was worse was that I could clearly see the light of a pole across the street through it. They were transparent. Chills crawled up my spine, and then there it was again, the sensation of being touched on my back. I called up my other friend to brush things off. Before he answered, a voice called my name that only few called me, but there was something off with the voice. It was kind of husky with a low, monotonous tone. He, or rather it, called me by the name Romjo. I'm pretty sure this wasn't my parents. They sleep around 9 p.m., and all this happened between 10:30 and 12. This wasn't my only encounter, though. Sometimes I woke up in the bewitching hours with someone calling me by that name, or me waking up with something pulling my right foot off the bed. We have a friendly ghost in the house, but I'm pretty sure this wasn't her, because every time that things like this will happen to me, she isn't around, and sometimes I can see things. I think I have a partial gift of discernment.
Experience 1. Giggles from Sadriax. I used to work for a motorcycle company in a countryside province of the Philippines. Unlike other places, my home island has only one city for now, and that is where our main office is located. My job at the time was a field representative, but I mostly handle the collection of monthly payments from our customers. Most of our customers live in various secluded areas near the shorelines, mountains, and vast forests. Hence, I was required to go to them to collect their payments. More often than not, they supposedly forget their monthly due dates, so it's up to me to remind them. I'm only a 5'6" tall guy, but I'm not skinny. Like my other coworkers and before joining the company, I was an avid mountain biker and hiker. Since I was raised in a very far-off farm with no electricity or motorized transportation, I can tell you why I had the sort of childhood I did, but in a different story. Because of my nature, the office always puts me in charge of going to the most mountainous areas covered by woods. I didn't really complain at first. All of these places that I had to go to were secluded to the point that even electricity is non-existent, and people that live there as if they were in the Middle Ages. I start off early since I had to ride a motorcycle provided by the office as means of transportation. This motorcycle was clunky, old, and had more repairs than a World War II machine. But I trusted enough that I called it Ox, because no matter how hard or impassable the terrain was, it never let me down. But I do have to repair Ox while on the way every now and then, but nothing major. My client for the day was a tribesman who worked in a mine, and it always takes me 2 hours to get to the top of the mountain where his village is situated. The path is very hard, and I was the only one who was able to get to the area. There were no houses along the way, just vast, deep woods all around. You can hear the typical rainforest sounds every time, but this day was different. I stopped for a while and had my breakfast on the side of the road. Ox was parked on a grassy part while my food and hot coffee were placed on top of the gas tank and seat. While I took a sip of my hot drink, I heard what seemed to be giggling from behind me. I looked around, but saw nothing, so I ignored it, thinking it was a bird. But when I bit into my food, I heard it again. Something felt off, but because of the surroundings, everything seemed to fall silent, and I heard what sounded like giggling again, but closer and still from behind. I packed my stuff and unlocked the pin holding my knife. I know that I sound like a coward, but I had experiences with the paranormal since childhood, and some of them get physically dangerous. I relaxed a bit, trying to focus on where the sound was coming from. I know about this giggling sound, and it could be two things. One is that it's just a playful spirit teasing me, or it could be a bad one that follows you home so it can torment you for the rest of your life. My grandparents taught me that I need to be respectful towards such beings, but I should never show weakness nor fear. I pulled out my 14-inch blade and took a stance as if I'm ready to strike whatever will jump out of the woods. The ordeal lasted about 5 minutes. It was quiet, and I could hear my heartbeat and breathing. I spoke in a serious tone, saying, "I am sorry that I disturbed you, but I am just resting, and I will be on my way now." It was still and silent, and after a few seconds, the normal forest sounds returned. The area felt somewhat normal again, and I said thank you, and went on my way. I reached the small village consisting of no more than 25 houses and saw my client. He offered me coffee, and I received my payment, which was 3 months past due. While resting in bed, I recalled what happened. My client suddenly asked me if I didn't encounter any problems along the way. I told him that there were no problems, and then I asked why. He told me that one of the villagers had died recently, and it was very sudden. He told me that one day that the villager had changed and acted odd, becoming paranoid for no reason. They had heard him shouting in the middle of the night and running away to God knows where. He went missing for days and was found dead under a tree. Their elder shaman said that the poor man was haunted by an evil spirit and it took his soul. The poor man was never a brave one to begin with and was really easily scared by anything. I thought about what my client had said, and then I bid him farewell. I rode down the mountain and passed by the spot where I rested and had no other issues. I went home tired and dropped into my bed. I remembered the events that happened, and I thought about that, about what I had encountered back there. Was it the same evil spirit? Did I have a standoff against it and prevail? I had no idea, but I know for sure that with my line of work, it will not be the last time that I will encounter such incidents.
I pray your war has ended. From 19 Delta Scout. Every time I return from a deployment, I don't stay home for very long. I stay home just long enough to drop off my gear, say my hellos to friends and family, then leave again for about a month. Usually I'll fly to Hanover, Germany, to blow off steam and decompress. Anyone who says that they have returned from serving in Iraq or Afghanistan and claims they don't need to blow off steam and decompress has never served in Iraq or Afghanistan. After my last tour of duty in Iraq, however, I decided to change things a bit. Instead of flying to Hanover, I decided to take a trip to my family's native country of the Philippines. I don't know why. I guess it was just something different to do. My mother's family comes from a place in the northern Philippine island of Luzon called Baguio City. For those who have never been there, Baguio is a remarkable place. It's a city built high in the mountains, and only 4 roads lead to and from the sprawling city. Although during typhoon season, only 2 roads lead to and from the city, as the other 2 roads usually get washed out. Starting from sea level, it takes between 40 minutes to 1 hour to drive the narrow road that oftentimes doubles back on itself as it snakes around steep gorges, lush green rice terraces, in order to reach the city in the mountains. Amazingly, entire communities and villages are built into the sides of the mountain with houses, shops, and farms literally built on top of each other. There is almost no flat place in Baguio City. A tourist will find that they're either walking up a crowded street or they're walking down a crowded street. The giant SM Mall, located in the bustling shopping district, is also unique. in that you can walk in at the ground floor, go up 3 stories, and step off on the ground floor, as the mall is built into the side of a mountain. Narrow streets jam-packed with buses, taxis, jeepneys, and scooters go every which way in the city, leading up and down and around the various schools, restaurants, parks, and markets. Being so high in the mountains, the city of Baguio always enjoys relatively pleasant temperatures all year round, and when the rest of the Philippines is baking in the tropical heat of the summer, the moderate temperatures in Baguio has earned it the unofficial title of the Philippines' summer capital. But it also has its drawbacks, as almost every day during the afternoon between 2 p.m. and 6 p.m., a visitor can expect it to rain. During typhoon season, the rains could last for days and days on end, leaving everything from the hardwood floors to the towels in your closet feeling cold and moist. My mother's family owns a rather tall house atop the tallest hill, which overlooks the city. Her 3-story, 9-bedroom home is built literally on the side of a cliff, with a narrow road running down the small driveway. Again, in this community, homes were built so close together that your next-door neighbor to your left could be in a house situated on ground 10 feet above your house, while your neighbor to your right could be situated on ground 20 feet below you. On the top floor of my mother's home is a balcony, which has a breathtaking view of the entire city and surrounding countryside, as well as the home of our neighbors who live on a narrow cross street at least 100 feet below us. I don't stand out on the balcony for long periods of time because I'm scared of heights, and I tend to get a touch of vertigo if I look out at the panorama for too long. And so it was at my mother's home on top of this hill, on top of this mountain, where I found myself after my last tour of Iraq. And boy, did I need to decompress. Being trapped and surrounded by 12,000 screaming ISIS fighters and being constantly rocketed every day was no picnic. I'd been napping in one of the upstairs bedrooms for most of the afternoon. It had started raining at around 3 p.m., and didn't start to peter off until around 7 p.m. I was feeling restless and closed in, since there was not any reliable internet, and there wasn't much in the way of channels to watch on television, as if I could understand what they were saying anyway. I was all alone in this big house, with nothing to do. I threw on a pair of jeans and a black t-shirt that I bought from the PX at Camp Arifjan in Kuwait, and stepped outside. To get to the street, you had to walk down a narrow flight of stone steps, then get on the second landing, then walk down another flight of narrow stone steps, which wound its way down to the driveway. There was a bright red metal gate, which enclosed the driveway, and opened directly into the narrow street in front of the house. Once outside the gate, I turned left to where the road drops another 50 feet to another road below. The angle of the road is so steep that vehicles don't drive down this road, but more fall to the street below. Like I said earlier, the houses, shops, and little stores on the hill were built awfully close to one another. It turned out to be a clear and pleasant evening. I'd expected to see more people running about, but aside from a few stray cats and dogs, and the occasional crowing of a family rooster, I appeared to be alone on the well-lit cobblestone streets. At the base of the hill was another crowded and bustling street. During the daytime, it was filled with automotive shops, marketplaces, restaurants, and places to purchase farming tools and equipment. However, at night, as if by magic, this is all replaced by lounges, karaoke bars, gentlemen's clubs, and places where people can dance and mingle. Feeling in the mood for a nice bourbon and live music, I decided to walk the mile and some change down the hill to one of the nicer lounges at the base of the hill. As I said, the streets were rather narrow and the sidewalks where there were sidewalks were only about 2 feet wide. It was unusually quiet, and the air was still as I began walking down one of the narrow streets, which led down to the main road leading down the hill. I was enjoying the peace and tranquility of it all, and the fact that I didn't have to worry about incoming rocket attacks. I looked around and marveled at how everything here seemed to look like it was frozen in time, and that everything looked exactly like it did when it was first built, back before World War II. The constant rains, lichen, moss, flowers, and vines growing out of the stone retaining walls which lined the streets. It was like a lost city somewhere deep in the Amazon rainforest. I was lost in thought, and I didn't even recognize that I was now at a portion of the road where the streetlights were getting dim. It soon began to get misty. The results of the moist night air mixing with the warmer temperatures, and soon I could not see where I was stepping. I eventually came to a point where the winding road intersected with another main road. I wasn't lost, but I also didn't quite know exactly where I was. I knew, however, that if I kept taking the road that went down, I was going in the right direction. I chose the road going to the right, which seemed to lead down off the hill, so I followed it for a few minutes. Soon a couple of taxicabs appeared out of the mist and passed me going up the hill, so I knew that I was on the right track. I soon passed a beauty salon, which was on the ground floor of a tall hotel called the Mountainside Inn. I seemed to recall that the lounge that I wanted to visit was behind this establishment, further down the base of the hill. A very narrow side street led off the main road towards the direction of the lounge, but it was shrouded in darkness. I could either continue on the main road, which would eventually lead to the street at the base of the hill, and then turn right and walk towards the lounge, or I could see if this dark, narrow street was actually a shortcut. So I decided to go down the dark and narrow street to see where it led, because I was an American soldier fresh from the war vacationing in a foreign land where I barely recognized any landmarks. So yeah, no common sense. I walked in the middle of the street because the mist and fog were now all around me, and I didn't want to step into a ditch or open drain which I knew lined the streets. The road wound down between the Mountainside Inn on the right and a low stone wall to my left, and led downwards, so I knew I was still going in the right direction. But instead of turning left towards the main road at the base of the hill like I'd expected, the road went right, doubling back on itself and winding back up the hill. The houses next to me were pitch black, and there were no working streetlights here, as the mist seemed to swallow me in its embrace. I thought about doubling back and walking to the main road, but I wasn't really in a hurry. Plus, this walk was kind of cool. In fact, it was getting cooler by the second. It was downright chilly. Just as I had the feeling that I wasn't alone on this dark stretch of road, an icy chill ran up my spine, and I could just barely see my shadow in front of me, from a faint glow to my back. Thinking that a car was approaching behind me, I turned around to see a young lady in a white dress standing 10 feet from me. At first I thought that the reason I could see her was because of the light from the moon, but I soon realized she was the one who was glowing. Huh? I thought. That's cool. I stared at her for a second. The air around her seemed to shimmer ever so slightly, so I couldn't see her in any exact detail. However, from the expression on her face, I could tell that this young lady was not happy to see me. With my knowledge of the traditional Filipino language, somewhere between none and zero, I did the only thing I could do. "Hi," I said in English. The glowing young lady with the angry expression said nothing, but in my head I could hear Japanese. Wait, what? I said. How did you do that? You are a soldier. You are Japanese, came the angry voice in my head in an accusing tone. You are a Japanese soldier. Well, yeah, but I'm only about a quarter Japanese. I'm mostly Filipino. and a little Spanish and Chinese, if my mom is to be believed. Grandma got around a lot, I guess.
You are a Japanese soldier,
she screamed in my head.
You do not belong here. This is our land.
Somewhere in her rage, I could also hear desperation and sadness. During the Japanese invasion of the Philippines in World War II, the Japanese had done unspeakably cruel and violent things to the Filipino people. Back then, in the eyes of some of the Japanese, the Filipino people were seen as subhuman, and the Japanese soldiers often took pleasure in tossing Filipino babies into the air so that they could try to impale them with bayonets. In fact, the reason why I'm part Japanese was because a Japanese soldier had gotten my grandmother pregnant. My mother had told me stories of a young lady in a white dress that was savagely, assaulted and brutally murdered by the Japanese. Her ghost is said to haunt these hills, guiding innocent travelers who may have gotten lost, and frightening evil men who had wicked intentions. I'm not frightened of you, miss. I'm not an evil man, and I have no wicked intentions.
Japanese soldier,
she hissed. Yes, I admitted. I am part Japanese, and yes, I am a soldier. But I'm an American soldier. I paused, wondering if she would say anything. She just stared at me, as if waiting. We fought side by side with you. We suffered with you. We bled and died with you. And together we were defeated by the Japanese with you. But a promise was fulfilled. We returned again, and we threw out the Japanese soldiers. This land belongs to the Filipino people. I'm sorry for what happened to you, but I am not your enemy. I am an American soldier. The young lady regarded me for a second, then slowly turned away, seeming to take the mist with her. The air grew warmer, and the streetlights flickered on as she slowly vanished. Go with God, I said, as she finally faded from view. In my head, I heard one last word.
Salamat.
Later, as I was relaxing and enjoying a nice bourbon on the rocks at the crowded Miles Club, I asked a friendly bartender what the word salamat means. Wait, you're Filipino and you don't know what salamat means? Humor me, I said. Salamat, said the bartender, is Filipino for thank you.
Experience 2 from BlACK. I am an avid knife enthusiast, and I love sharp objects, which lead me to my hobby of blade making. My grandfather gave me my first blade when I was around 7 years old. I know I was too young. It was a 17-inch bolo forged by a local blacksmith and was made from iron. I loved that blade, and I would often bring it with me everywhere I would play. The reason why my grandfather gave it to me was because there is this belief that iron can protect you and harm evil entities that would try to harm you. He told me a story about the time my uncle and father were chased by a manananggal. A manananggal is an evil vampiric monster in the Philippines that looks like a half-bodied woman with bat wings, which it uses to fly around every night while its innards dangle out from where the hips should be, connected to the lower body. It has a long tongue that it uses to slip through even the tiniest crevices on the roof and suck the unborn baby inside the womb of a sleeping mother. There are ways to kill such a monster, and one of the most effective methods is to find the lower body and put ash, salt, or shards of glass on the open area where the manananggal will reconnect its body. Now back to the story. My uncle and father were young and foolish so much that they sometimes venture out at night and test each other's courage. The incident happened a few months after they moved into our farm. There was no electricity, and the only light at night was a small flame from a gas lamp. They went out daring each other about things and to see if they could encounter something scary, which they were not disappointed to find that they did. My uncle was the first one to shout, taunting what was ever out there, while my father remained silent, trying to keep his cool. They walked around the rice field, still calling out. My father only spoke a few things as he followed his little brother along. An hour later, something heeded their call. The crickets went loud and the wind blew harder, as if there was a storm coming. They stayed close to each other while their heads tilted up, looking around, clearly shocked by what was happening. My father, in a panic, told my uncle that they needed to go home, and just when they were about to head off, a strong gust of wind blew, and followed by a loud flapping of wings. The sound was clearly not from a small pair of wings, but they knew it was from a larger pair. They hurriedly ran towards the direction of their house while this thing was coming at them, and it gave chase. It tried to swoop down, but a couple of trees blocked its path, and my father caught a glimpse of this bat-like monstrosity. It had long, shaggy hair, bright orange eyes, and was wearing an old blouse. They ran faster, but the problem was the house is situated on the top of a hill, with no trees and no cover. They stayed low under a citrus tree for a while and decided to make a break for it. My father was never known for his leg strength, and this hill was very steep, which means whatever running speed he can give will be reduced by half. And yet with that happening, he was able to sprint up with his brother as if it was flat ground. They often say that adrenaline can do wonders. They reached the house, which at a time was made from bamboo walls and had a grass roof, your typical hut. They closed the doors and windows. My uncle grabbed my grandfather's bolo and held it tight. One of the things that our old ancestors passed down to us was how to ward off or scare off unnatural beings. My uncle started to pull the bolo halfway out of its wooden sheath and forcefully put it back in, so that it will make a loud sound that these kinds of monsters know much too well. The sound it made is an indication that the tenants are armed and are ready to fight. This sort of trick only works if your blade has been forged and is made from iron. The Menanangle flew around a couple of times, circling the house before it left. While this was happening, my grandfather and grandmother were in a different town visiting our relatives, and was not home for days. My father and uncle did not sleep and waited for sunrise. When the warm ray of light peeked through the crevice of the door, they finally felt relief. My father's uncle came around that afternoon to say hi, and was told about what happened. He thought it was stupid for my father and my uncle to challenge unknowns and not think of the consequences. My grandfather was told about what they did, and it was only natural that they got not only a tongue lashing but a few whips at the back as well. When I was born, my grandparents were the ones who raised me, and due to what happened with my uncle and my father, so my grandfather thought that his little firstborn grandson might get into some trouble as well, since I was told that even at a very young age, I tend to wander off to the woods playing by myself. This is why he gave me my first blade and told me to never let go of it if I wander off somewhere. Being incredibly young, I never gave mine to it, and was only happy to have had my blade by my side. It was strange for some people that most kids wanted the latest toys, but for me, I wanted the biggest blade. So if you're going to have your own personal blade, try to get one that's handmade and is made from iron. Stainless steel may be less troublesome to maintain, but it never hurts to have something that may protect you, not just from other humans, but also from whatever else is out there.
Nighttime Horror from Anonymous. I never believed in the paranormal, but now I'm starting to question my own beliefs. For summer vacation, I decided to visit Shreveport, Louisiana, close to the river. I chose to stay at a quaint but pleasant motel located on Highway 80, an aging place run by a very pleasant family. The first few nights were normal, and the cozy room was a great place to get some shut-eye after daytime summer fun activities. However, things started to get unusual. I would awake in the middle of the night around 3 a.m. and feel some presence near me. It felt like a large person was sitting on the mattress. Sometimes it would be on the right side, sometimes on the left, and a couple of times the entity seemed to lay across my legs, which totally freaked me out. But every time I would push it out of my mind and continue to sleep. That was until my last night there. I was having trouble falling asleep this time, and I'd even put in my earphones to listen to some Darkness Prevails posts. This always helps me get to sleep. Just as I could feel my eyelids getting heavy, losing consciousness, I was abruptly woken by a noise on the opposite side of the room. It sounded like a woman's voice, uttering a short phrase, but it was so muffled I couldn't make out what she was saying. I just wrote it off, assuming it was some loud lady in the room next door. About 10 seconds later, it happened again, coming halfway across the room. It was getting closer. Wide awake, I didn't even have time to react before it spoke again, less than an inch away from my right ear. The voice spoke to me, warning me.
"You're next."
I immediately jumped up from the bed, looking wildly around, heart beating so fast it hurt, faster than it ever had before. But there was nothing. I looked all about the room, but there was no sign of anything having been there. I slowly went back to bed. I eventually got relaxed and finished up the video, putting me to sleep. I woke up the next day and checked out, forgetting most of what had happened the night before. Recently, I researched the motel online, just curious about how long it had been in business, when I found a disturbing post. A legal report I found on Google said there had been a crime committed there, so I clicked on it. As it turned out, decades ago, a person had been ended in a room 2 doors down, with the previous owners finding the remains when they entered the room for housekeeping. I was shocked, and suddenly all of the experiences I had made sense. If you ever come to Shreveport, just be careful. This city is a strange one. Hell House from Uncle T. This dates back some years ago when we had to move to Orange, Texas, and we had a house in Logansport, Louisiana. My dad got a phone call that the house in Logansport had been broken into, and so they went up there to check out what had been messed up or stolen or destroyed. When they arrived, they started going through things, seeing what all was missing and cleaning things up. While cleaning things out of my sister's room, they found an old Ouija board that was given to her when she was a young girl by a step-aunt for her birthday. Because my family was very religious, my dad decided that he was going to get rid of it. He had always heard that if he threw it away, they would always return to the owner, and so he decided that he would burn it. He went on up to my grandmother's house, his mother, to find the stuff to burn it with. He commenced to lay it on the ground and tried to light it with a match, but the match went out. He then went into the garage and found some charcoal lighter fluid. He proceeded to pour it onto the box and tried to light it. Needless to say, it was not lighting. He used almost a whole bottle and a box of matches, but it didn't work. So my dad, being a believer in prayer, he began to pray and ask God for help and guidance. He walked back into the garage and found some lawnmower gas and took the lid off the box, laying the board on top, crossways, and filled the bottom of the box with gas. He then poured a bit on the board as well, then began to pray. He struck a match and held it to the board. Gas usually ignites from the fumes, but he still had to hold it to the board as he prayed. Then the board began to burn in the center, not on the edge where the match was. So he and my sister backed away as the board was burning, and without warning, the fire exploded straight up into the air. A loud scream was coming from inside the board, louder and louder. Then the fire fell to the ground with a rumble. Smoke as black as the night began to move toward my dad from every direction. It just kept coming at him. He even put the wind at his back, but the darkness followed him. Suddenly, with one final scream, it was gone. The board and box were just gone, leaving a small bit of ash and an indentation in the ground where the board had been. After all that, they came home to Orange, Texas, and we went to church the next day. Everything was good, or so we thought. When we got home from church, we got out of the car and walked to the house, but none of the keys would work on any of the 4 doors. My dad then remembered the one door that led to the kitchen. It wasn't in good shape, so my dad could just bust in and replace it later. He proceeded to push on the door to gain access. When you push on things, they tend to fall away from you. But as he pushed on the door, the window shattered out onto him, as if something had been thrown out of it. We go inside and my dad feels like something is running down his leg, so he sits in the recliner and removes his slacks he wore to church. Blood was pouring out of a wound on his leg, but he never felt any pain from it. It had bled so much that he could pour the blood from his shoe like you were pouring a drink. He had no snag in his slacks, no blood on any glass, no meat from the wound. By the way, it was 2 to 3 inches long and 1 inch wide, and at least 1 inch deep. It was definitely not some little cut. We bandaged him up and tried to make the best of the rest of the day. Little did we know it was the beginning of a lifetime of hell on earth. The demon house is what we called it. We had no way of moving because we had rented the place from my step-grandfather, because my dad's job relocated him where they needed him. We lived with it for, best I can remember, another 5 or so years, until we were older and out of school. My dad will not talk about it to this day. He is in his 80s. When I ask him or even mention the indecent, he begins to pray and walks away. My sister is the same way. I've learned to deal with a lot from spirits, shadows, dreams, and even demons. I'm 46 now as I write this to share with you. Funny how I can see these events play in my mind over and over, but I can barely remember my birthday at times. I am a preacher now, have been for about 5 years. Still have things happen that I talk to my dad about, and more to share if it interests you. From dreams of being crucified by demons to my house burning down just last year, and things that happened in that house before that day. After my father was attacked, after the Ouija board was burned, that's when strange things began to happen. We lived in a duplex that my step-grandfather let us rent from him. They were old naval barracks houses that he purchased. We rented both sides and made it one big home. Sometime after, we noticed that weird things were happening around the house. It was late one night and my dad and I were in the living room, sitting on the couch and watching TV, when we heard clicking coming from what we thought was the wall. The couch was located next to the front door of the main entrance to the home. It was wintertime, and all the house was closed up and sealed because of drafts, and these were old houses. We covered the windows with plastic wrap and duct tape. Well, there was one radiator heater that we used because of natural gas prices. Anyway, the clicking got louder and louder. Then the front door just opened. The main lock was still locked, sticking out, not bent or broken, just like it was locked but not shut. The thing is, it's a barrel lock. You lift and slide to latch it. My dad got up, and there was like this blast of cold air that went through him, but the glass outer door was still closed, so where did the blast of cold air come from? He stumbled back and looked at me. He was confused by what had happened. He closed the door again and locked it. Then he sat back down. That's when he took a piece of paper and put it in the doorway of my sister's room to check for drafts. We sat down on the couch to watch TV again. Suddenly, my dad says to me, "Watch the paper. It's moving." When I turned my head to watch the paper, it wasn't moving. I thought my dad was messing with me and trying to scare me, so I said sure and turned back to watch TV. Again, my dad said the paper was moving. Once more, I turned to look at the paper, yet it wasn't moving. He said to watch it out of the corner of my eyes, to not move my head. I did as he said, and he was right. It moved a lot, but when we moved our heads, it stopped. So my dad said just stare at it and see what happens. The paper goes absolutely insane, swinging around violently. Then it stopped and began to spin like a top. My dad got up to see if there was a draft, and it stopped again. There was no draft anywhere. The door flew open, the barrel latch still in the lock position. That night after my family got home, we went to bed. At one point in the night, my brother came to my room and said to leave him alone, to go to sleep. I'd already been sleeping and had no idea what he was talking about. He asked me, "How did you get from Tim's room so fast?" I replied, "What are you talking about?" He proceeds to explain, "You were jumping on my bed, and when I turned over, you ran into Tim's room." Tim is a cousin that lived with us at the time. "Go back to sleep. You're having a bad dream," I said to him. He stated, "How can it be a dream when I'm awake?" We all go back to bed when I hear him run into Tim's room and flick the light on. He starts yelling at Tim and talking about me. I walk down the hall and ask what now. He said that someone was jumping on his bed. We looked around and saw nothing. So I go and lock my door and go back to bed. As I lie there trying to sleep with my music playing on my headboard, I noticed that my door began to rattle. I yell towards the door, telling them to leave my door alone. It stopped. I lay there some more trying to fall asleep, but then it shakes violently this time. I yell out to stop, but then I hear glass shattering. I get up and turn my light on, and I see that my full-length mirror has been shattered, spiderwebbed-like. Something or someone had punched it. Although nothing else happened that night, I didn't sleep. I told my dad about it, but I never took it down. The next day was Saturday. My brother, my cousin, and I were at the house alone. I was smaller then, and when the heater went off and cold enough, I would sit on top of it. But that day I chose to lean against it. I was making my mother's owl wind chimes ring out. They were ceramic, so it was a peaceful tone. Suddenly, we heard a loud crash in the back part of the house. We walked into our rooms to see what it may have been. There was nothing in my room and nothing in my cousin's room, but my brother called us to come see. Let me paint this picture for you. My brother made the living room his bedroom. Now his room was larger than a regular bedroom. He had a lot of figurines of eagles and trophies. On top of his chest of drawers he placed a mirror that was for a dresser. The mirror took 2 people to put on the chest of drawers, and it was across the room in a chair face down. Not broken, just out of place. None of the trophies or figurines had been moved. We know that because my brother never dusted anything, and nothing else was out of its dust. It was overwhelming to say the least, but we dealt with it. Dad was the only person hurt by whatever this was. Well, unfortunately, I was the next target. For a while, not much was happening out of the norm of lights being turned on by themselves or stuff being moved. One night, I had my first encounter with sleep paralysis, and it wasn't fun. It scared me. I had fallen asleep with my lights on and had awakened in my bed, but I could not move. I could look around with my eyes. Not moving my head, I noticed black spots floating all around the room on the bed. the walls, the ceiling, all over. Suddenly, my arms shot straight out to the side of the bed, pulled tightly. My legs had been stiffened and placed one on top of the other, foot propped on top of the other foot. I then saw a huge black shadow floating from my feet just up to my face. It rolled to show a skeleton face, laughing like I'd never heard before, and my head fell to the left side. I then started having agonizing pain in my hands and feet. The pain was intense, and before I blacked out from the pain itself, my side began to throb with such an ache I cried. Then it was like when you come up out of the water gasping for air. I was trying to catch my breath and the pain was still there. It was days before it went away. I told my dad what had happened, and he said I'd been crucified. They are after me for some reason. We stayed in that house for about 8 or 9 years, dealing with things. My sister moved and my cousin moved back to his mom and dad's house. My brother graduated, and I quit school. My mom, dad, and brother moved back to Louisiana to the old home place. I stayed with friends for another year or so. As for the hell house, the demon house, my step-grandfather sold it, but the people moved out a year later. They had the house burned and refused to sell the land. They wouldn't say why, but I think I know. To this day, I have dreams about angels and demons, about ghosts and the hell house. Things tend to follow me, but it doesn't scare me like it used to. Did I mention that I'm a clergyman now? But that doesn't stop them. Until I remember more things, I'll say for now good day, and may God protect you. I swear I'm not crazy. From Midnight Raider. I'm a girl, 18 now, but this all started when I was younger. When I was 6 years old, I moved to Powder Springs, Georgia. We moved into a completely developed 3-story house that was part of a larger neighborhood. It was a very well-built area, and was the last place someone would expect for something like this to happen. The first incident was when I was 8. I was heading down my basement steps to feed my pet rabbit at the time. Halfway down the steps, the wall breaks apart into railing to give you a view of the hallway in which my rabbit's cage was located. Upon reaching the halfway mark, I looked towards my pet as it was completely silent, and that was very unusual for him. I stopped mid-descent. In that hallway was a shadow of a man walking past my rabbit and straight towards the end of the stairs. I remember the horror I felt upon seeing this thing getting closer and closer. I ran back up the stairs, leaving my rabbit and slamming the basement door in the process, only to be questioned by my father as to what was wrong. I did not tell him. Even at this age, I knew he would think I was crazy if I said anything about what I saw. Eventually, this incident passed, and it seemed to be a one-time thing. But I was wrong. A few years later, I was 11. My friend and I could hear someone in the woods calling my brother's name. This was unusual as he has special needs, and not many people know him. My friend and I, let's call her Maddie, decided to head into the woods to figure out what was happening. It was about 6 p.m., and the sun was starting to set. We entered the woods and began to walk, when suddenly I saw something. Out of the corner of my eye, I see a little boy hiding behind a tree. He was Caucasian and had a white t-shirt on and black shorts. But when I went to look at him, he was gone. I hoped it was some kind of trick of the light, but what I saw was not what I thought. I didn't tell my friend what I'd seen, as to not scare her, and because I wasn't even sure if I saw what I saw. Throughout our walk, I saw him several more times. Every time he was peeking out from various objects, watching us. I turned to Maddie and told her we should head back. She agreed. On our walk back, I asked her if she had seen anything strange. What she said sent chills down my spine. She described the same boy in the same clothing to me, exactly the same way I saw him, but at different times. I then told her that I saw him too. While this was creepy, we decided to brush the incident off and continue with our sleepover. We began to swim in the pool in my backyard with a light still in the sky. We were taking turns jumping into the deep end, and I was first. But right as I hit the water, I heard Maddie scream. I quickly swam up to the surface, only to see the little boy walking by my backyard fence, but that was not what my friend was screaming about. I asked her what was wrong, and she said that she had seen the little boy inside my basement window, staring out towards us, watching us. We were freaked out, but thankfully the rest of the night went by without incident. The next event happened when I was 14. My friend Rebecca was spending the night. Everything was normal and we got through the night without any problems, but when I woke up, she was terrified. She said that she had awakened sometime in the night, only to see what she thought was me standing outside. She could not see details, merely a shadow. But I was asleep right across from her. She had eventually fallen back asleep somehow. 2 months later, I had another friend spend the night. Just as before, the night went by with no occurrences, but when I woke up, my friend had a strange look in her eyes. I asked her what was wrong. She told me how she thought she had seen me standing in the doorway sometime in the night. She had awakened, and when she did, she saw that shadow just standing there. She knew it wasn't me, as she was right next to me. This friend was not Rebecca. This friend had no knowledge of what had happened a few months before, and yet she had seen something extremely similar to what Rebecca had seen. 2 years passed once again, and the only occurrences were the sounds of occasional footsteps and voices. I was 16 now. It was around 11 p.m. at night. My cat and I were heading upstairs for the night when we both froze in our tracks. We had both heard it, so I knew I was not imagining it. From the main floor, we had heard what sounded like a little girl's laughter. Let it be clear, I have no sisters, and no TVs or radios were on at the time. Nothing could have made that noise. My cat and I both ran to my bedroom, locking ourselves in there for the night. I'm 18 now, and things are still happening. Shadows and noises I can't explain. However, nothing significant has happened yet. But even then, I can't be alone in my basement at night. There's just something wrong about it. You feel as if you're not alone. You can feel eyes on you. And I know I'm not the only one. My friends refuse to be down there alone without the lights on. They too can feel it. Most of which don't even know about the past occurrences. I'm not crazy. I know there is something here. I know I've seen something I can't explain. Les Loups-Garous, from Anonymous. I want to start off by saying this. I'm no author by any means. This occurred over this past summer, and although it seems all over the place, this story really happened to me and my cousins. Now, I recently moved back home from Mississippi to my small town in northern Louisiana. I wasn't on any drugs when this happened. It was late one night and I was up with 2 of my cousins. I, unfortunately, suffer from insomnia and often stay up past sunrise. Me and my oldest cousin, Jack, were chilling on my bed while my younger cousin, Brad, was playing on the Xbox. We live in a 2-story house that is over 100 years old, and being so old it tends to show its age, such as the old rattling windows, squeaky floors, and all the other bells and whistles. At one point, I got up off the bed and went to use the bathroom, while Jack was hogging my vape. I get back from the bathroom and notice that the outside lights are on. They're motion detection lights, and assuming that it's just one of the cats or a raccoon, I think nothing of it. The window closest to my bed overlooks the side yard, and 50 yards away is my neighbor's house, with a small, dinky little fence in between. I looked out the window while putting my phone on the charger, and I noticed that the light had just turned back on. I thought it was odd, but once again I shrugged it off. Just as I set my phone down, I cracked the window open a bit to get some fresh air on this hot summer night. After opening it, I realized that the outside was silent, like the quiet place kind of silent. I tap Jack on the shoulder and ask him if he feels odd. He replies with, "A little bit. I was about to ask you the same thing." After he says this, I get a wave of chills over my body, and my eyes wander around the side yard. From the window, you can also see the road in the front yard and the orange glow of the old crooked streetlight. Across the road is a road sign for "Turn up ahead." These details may seem unnecessary, but they will become relevant later. As I'm looking out the window in front of my neighbor's yard, I can see a dog poking its head out from behind a tree. This came as a shock because there are no stray dogs in our town, and the size of the head on this one made me think it was a German Shepherd. Even though I've only been here for 3 weeks, I know most everyone, and I know that there is no big stray dog roaming the night. I tell Jack to look out the window, but before I could finish the sentence, I locked eyes with the dog. At that point, I felt a wave of dread and regret wash over me. Jack then looked at me, waiting for the rest of that sentence. Then he looked out the window to stare at what I was looking at. He exclaimed, "What the heck?" He stands up while putting his hand on my shoulder. Instinctively, in the worst fight-or-flight moment, I close the window all the way to lock it, and I close the curtains. Brad, being confused, asked, "What's going on?" But I shushed him, turning off all the lights and sitting on the bed. I did these things because as Jack stood up, the dog stood up from behind the tree. Just for reference, the tree it was behind was next to the little fence. I'm 6'4", and the fence still comes up to my elbows. When this thing stood up, the fence was below its waist. Brad was confused about the whole situation, and we explained to him that there was a man outside and we needed to be quiet. I really don't know why we told him this, because it was still scary, but would you believe someone if they told you a werewolf was in the neighborhood, just saying hi? After that, he started to freak out, and I had to calm him down to the best of my ability. I told Jack and Brad to stay quiet. I looked out the window to see if it had left. When I took a peek, it was no longer behind the tree, but instead directly below the window. It was looking upwards towards me, and when it found my eyes, it talked. It was speaking in the deepest, darkest voice I'd ever heard. Imagine this, the lead singer of Disturbed mixed with the voice of Optimus Prime. At first I couldn't understand what it was saying or trying to do, but the voice slowly morphed into a very familiar one.
What the heck?
It was Jack's voice, or it was supposed to be. It was like a recorded video taken the exact moment Jack had said that earlier. I nearly messed myself. And this creature, this thing, it knew that I was scared out of my body. It freaking smiled at me and waved with long daggers it called fingers. Now, looking at this thing beneath the window, all the details shining like Halley's Comet, its head was massive, easily the size of a moose if not bigger. Its body was like that of a bodybuilder's, toned and muscular. Its legs were bent back like a dog's would be. It had no tail, and it was all chocolate brown. Its eyes, though, they weren't glowing like you hear in stories. Its eyes were just like mine. Green, and they looked like a human's would. After I comprehended this monstrosity that was below me, it turned on a dime and bolted across the street. My eyes followed it the whole way, and when it got to the other side of the street, It stopped at the sign. Now I had a better idea at this thing's height. The sign was 6'10", and this thing was easily a foot taller. I slowly looked back at the thing, and it waved again, slowly walking backwards into the woods. It took me a few seconds to snap back to reality, but when I did, I turned around and Jack and Brad were both to my right, looking out the window too. Needless to say, we stayed up the rest of that night. The next morning I had to go to my grandpa and grandma's house to help take care of my dear granny. When I got there, I was tired out of my mind, but I sucked it up and took care of the things that needed to be done. Before I got ready to go, I sat down on the couch and talked to my granny. We went on tangents about the most random topics until dogs got brought up. I told my granny about a massive dog me and my cousin saw last night, and she looked at me in an odd way. I asked if something was wrong, and she replied with,
"So, you saw him, didn't you?"
Hearing this come out of her mouth shocked me. I then asked, "What do you mean?" She then said,
"You saw him. Last night you saw the loup-garou."
I looked at her like a little kid looks at their father for the first time since he was shipped off to war. She then tells me more about this loup-garou.
The loup-garou is an urban legend, a story only mothers tell their teenagers so they don't sneak out. Well, let me tell you, hun, the legend isn't so urban. I first experienced him when I was your age. I was out with my gals having the night out. We stopped at a local park right around 12 in the morning. We sat for a while. It was a hot summer night, so we had our windows rolled down. I noticed there were no crickets chirping, no bugs buzzing, no other cars around. I felt chills that night, and instinctively I looked to my right at the edge of the woods. I met eyes with him. He was tall, muscular, and very dark. All of a sudden, my friend screamed, and the next thing that happened was nothing short of crazy. Le loup-garou howled like a wild animal, but at the lowest pitch imaginable. It sounded like a boat horn mixed with a howl. He then bolted into the woods, and I thought I would never see him again. That was until last night.
After hearing her say that last sentence, I turned pale as a ghost.
Last night, right at 12 a.m., I heard a knocking at the back door. It started soft and gradually became louder, almost turning into the sound of a battering ram. I rushed out my bedroom door, thinking your grandpa had locked himself out. But as I left the bedroom, I turned around and realized he was sleeping next to where I was just lying down. I then wonder if there's a neighbor in distress, so I run as quickly as I can to the back door.
For reference, the door is a patio-type door with lots of rectangular windows.
I turn on the back porch light and peek through the blinds. I nearly dropped dead when I saw a pair of eyes that matched my own, staring back at me. I was in a state of shock, awe, and fear when I realized who this was. I heard a noise coming from the other side, and it sounded like a low growl. But it slowly started to sound like you, my dear. It said in a perfect recreation of your voice,
"It's hot outside, Granny. Please let me in so I can cool off."
I nearly had a stroke right then, right there. Looking into my eyes, he could see the fear, and he smiled a sharp, toothy grin. He then said,
"See you soon, hon."
And your voice then ran across my porch into the darkness in a flash.
I was shocked. I had no idea that my poor granny had endured the same gut-wrenching fear that I had the previous night. Still in a state of shock, I asked her, "How does it mimic our voices?" She told me she didn't know, but told me to stay aware, because the only way it can get in your home is by using your misjudgment against you. Hearing all of this, I get up and hug my granny, then leave. What puzzled me was how it got from my house to my granny's in one night. We live a good hour apart, and if I saw him at around 12:30, how did he cover that ground so quickly? As I was thinking about the whole situation, I had the same feeling of dread wash over me as I'm turning off the highway. I go to check all my mirrors, and as soon as I look out my right one, I see him. The toothy snout, the human eyes, and the massive head was keeping pace with my truck. I started to speed up, almost 65 on these old country roads, and I can't shake him. I then feel the weight shift on the bed of my truck, and in my rearview mirror I see the condensation on the glass. Through the back glass of the truck I hear my name being called in my granny's voice, and then a deep, dark laugh. I start praying aloud. Before I could comprehend what just happened, all of a sudden the truck shifted back to the way it was before. I looked in the mirror, and nothing was there, no condensation, no snout, just the dark, cloudy night behind me. I make it home safe and surprisingly fell asleep very quickly. The next day, me and Jack spread ashes around all the entrances of the house. Completely his idea, not mine. And I feel stupid not thinking about it. We prayed and brought a pastor to the house. He blessed the property. Since doing all these precautions, we haven't seen him around here or Granny's house since, and hopefully it stays that way.